Every single BJMI athlete in the country dreams to be the best of the best. And in this never ending conquest for glory, I think we might have reached its final hurdle. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to BMPS Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023. My name is Salty and I'm going to be your host for the day. Joining alongside is going to be a very handsome man dressed in this red lovely blazer. Mr. Arka, how are you feeling back on the desk, man?
I mean, after an intro like that, I'm feeling handsome. But jokes apart, I'm excited for the teams because Pro Series, it's not going to be easy.
Absolutely. Now, we have definitely used the hashtag Game for Glory all across. And to be honest, BMPS is a stepping stone. It's a stepping stone for every single professional team out there to set their name as the best of the best. But it has been a journey. It started off from BMPS last season. You were there, of course. The format was very different. I want to know from you, how much of a difference do you see from last season to this particular season?
As you correctly pointed out, the format itself is so unique that after every single week, it's going to be zero and every single team will have another chance.
Yeah.
And 3 chances is more than enough for teams to prove themselves.
Absolutely. And, speaking of matches as well, there are going to be less matches. There
Yeah.
are going to be fresh faces. But of course, we know as a matter of fact, we start things with 96 invited teams. Now,
Yeah.
since we are drawing comparison between BMPS 2022 and BMPS 2023, now we have 96 teams and only top 16 are going to be going to the grand finals. Team Soul as the defending champions, you were there last time. Do you think they are going to be reclaiming their throne?
The number of teams have increased, so the chances of them winning has decreased.
Yeah.
So that is how I would like to keep this. But Team Soul have a great advantage because they only line up who have retained themselves as the previous BMPS as well. So I do believe that they have a greater chance compared to the others, just in case they stick together and Goblin performs how he had performed in the previous season.
Of course, you talked about roster shuffles, which is a very interesting topic. We are going to talk about it. But let's talk about something which is more interesting for now. Of course, who doesn't love to talk about money? Of course, a lot of fame and acclaim is going to be there, ladies and gentlemen. But what's on the line is going to be a massive prize pool of 1 crore rupees, where the champions take the lion's share of 40 lakhs.
Yeah, the first runner-up is going to be getting 20 lakhs. The second runner-up is going to be 10. But the best part is this. If you are selected into that LAN event, which is going to take place in Ahmedabad, you're not going to walk home empty-handed because the minimum prize you're going to get for yourself is 1 lakh.
Absolutely. Now, Arka, you've been giving leaks here and there. I mean, for sure, the grand finals and Ahmedabad, these are keywords. We are going to be talking a lot about this. But let's just focus on the individual awards as well. You've got MVP of BMPS, 3 lakh rupees for this individual award, and the best IGL, of course, for 2 lakh rupees. Now, individual awards, speaking of that, Ninja Jot has been sort of dominating it. We'll have to find out if that is going to be the case in this tournament as well. But let's just transition into the format. Let's just explain to the audience how this tournament is going to proceed. I think, Arka, you can actually do a very good job in that.
Right now, we'll be starting things off in the league stages. 96 teams have been divided into 12 different groups. And these 12 groups are further divided into 1 to 6. That's the first to the 6th group will be under blue group. And the 7 to 12 teams will be under group red. And ultimately, all of them will be playing 3 days every week as the overall standings will be then cumulated with the bonus points, and the top 16 teams from that overall standing will be making it into the grand finals.
Top 16 teams and grand finals. You mentioned it already, Arka. Ahmedabad, it's going to be absolutely crazy. We're going to talk about the venue as well, but let's just talk about the points distribution. Of course, we are not really changing anything up. It's going to be default. First place gets yourself 15 points. That means that is what you're looking for. The winner chicken dinner in every single game. And of course, it keeps dwindling down 12, 10, 8, 6, and even further. But not to forget, every single finish gives you that one crucial point. And I think finish points are going to be the main factor for every single team.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Because we have seen previously it was several other teams out there who failed in those initial drop clashes and eventually went home empty-handed. But in case something like that happens, you do not want to be in the 24th to 25th to the 48th position on the screen right now. If you're there in the top, you're going to get an additional 25 points to the overall standing of every week. That's a big boost when it comes to the overall standing.
Exactly right. I mean, we always talk about consistency, especially I remember when our desk was here for BGIs as well. We were always talking about teams have to be consistent week in and week out. And I think consistency sort of rewards you these bonus points. Being there at the top of your group, being there at the top of the red or the blue group
Yeah.
gives you that 25 extra points, which I think is going to be extremely crucial. Every
Yeah.
single team at the end of the group, at the end of the week, in fact, I think will be looking for those extra points that help you propel to the grand finals, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the schedule that we are going to be following across the day. 5 games is what we have right now, Arka.
Yeah, 2 default maps. We're going to be starting off with Erangel and ending with Erangel. But you know what? Keeps need to get interesting, and that's what the officials are doing over here. One map of Miramar in the deserts. They're going to be sweating, and then immediately in the tropical forests, and then again going to the cold weekendy. I would love to see which among these teams will actually be able to adapt to all of these maps individually and quickly.
I'm extremely happy, to be honest, Arka, to see Vikendi back into the mix because during BGIs, in fact, we were talking about how we sort of missed that little bit of an X factor. We had Sandhawk, we had that one-off map where a lot of these teams who could not really perform in the maps of Erangel and Miramar, they had that opportunity, but something was missing, and I think Vikendi was sort of missing. And now that we see the format of how every day is going to progress, 5 matches, I think teams have decent opportunities, be it on the maps of Erangel, be it on the map of Miramar. These are going to be default maps. You have to focus on it. But let's just drive our conversation into an important topic which you discussed about it, the roster shuffles. I mean, we have seen the entire community change its shape just before this tournament itself. The power dynamics has changed. I want to know from you, is synergy going to be a big factor coming into this tournament?
The best part about what the teams have done is they've retained at least 2 players.
Yeah.
The 2 best players of each of these teams. So the synergy between them is always there, and the additional 2 players who are coming in are also coming from a different team sometimes, and sometimes individual who have played before in another team altogether. So somewhere I feel, yes, it might be a little bit of an issue for the synergy to be built up in the later stages of the tournament, but to kick things off, I don't think so they're going to be having any kind of issues.
Now, there are, of course, 2 different contrasting factors. Like we talked about how Team Seoul, of course, they are the defending champions. They haven't changed their lineup since last season, and now, of course, they come in here with the same set of players, with the same set of teams as well. But on the other side, you've got so many other teams who've kind of completely changed their face, and I really want to know which are going to be the teams who are going to be playing well in the first game. Of course, we do have the teams up in front of our screens. We were talking about Team Seoul. We also have Big Brothers who have made that important addition of Kyoya into their lineup. But Arka, you tell me, which is the team that stands out the most in the first game of BMPS 2023?
Being the recent champions of the officials of BGIS 2023, I somewhere feel Gladiator Esports would want to step it up, retain that crown for themselves. At the end of the day, it's about you being the best among the best, right? It's going to be the emperor among the kings, and I somewhere feel the IGL of Gladiator Esports would want to crown himself the emperor as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. You've got Gladiators, you've got Megastars Esports as well, you've got WSB, Great Esports. 4 Troublemakers is a very interesting name, by the way. We've seen them during the BGIs, and we've seen how problematic this team can actually be, especially in cutting off other teams' rotations, in completely choking down other teams. And all of these teams, of course, Group 1 and Group 2, they are going to be playing the first map on Erangel. Now, we, of course, don't know who is going to be winning, but I want to ask your prediction. You've said Gladiators, but at the end of the day, are Gladiators going to maintain that lead? That is something which are going to be finding out. But coming back into the roster shuffles and that conversation, of course, we've seen Team X-Park making massive changes. We've seen Team Godlike making massive changes. We talked about Big Brothers as well. This is one young team that came out of nowhere, especially with that young lineup in BGIS. And now they've added an experienced player in the form of Kyoya. This team I'm looking to see in the grand finals of BMPS. What are your thoughts, though?
I would like to agree for what you just said right now, because they are one of the strongest challengers out there, and I'm recently able to understand that several teams which are actually playing over here, they're fearing the side of Big Brother Esports, and I somewhere feel that fear they can capitalize on it and eventually put a lot of points on the table when it comes to finishes, because ultimately position points, any of these teams can bring it up in the map of Miramar, in the map of Sanok or Vikendi, in case they choose to go for the heal battles. So let's see how things will turn out. But as I said, this is going to be the most unpredictable tournament which has ever taken place so far in the game of BGMI.
Unpredictable. That is the key word, of course. And speaking of unpredictable, I think nobody predicted that Saf was going to be the MVP in the finals of the
Yeah,
BGIs, right? A young player coming out of nowhere. I mean, these are the similar adjectives that we used to describe Big Brother esports, but
yeah.
now they have become a very prominent threat, especially I think for Team Soul and Gladiators. Now they know that these youngsters, they're pros right now, and their path to glory has been set. But it's not just these teams. I'm looking at Four Troublemakers as well as T7S. These are some new teams that I'm looking forward to. Even Megastars Esports, as a matter of fact, the initial Team Mayavi lineup. I kind of was a big fan of this team, but I want to know from you, Cypher, Blacks, this combination, can they do the same amount of destruction?
No, before I come back to Team Mayavi or Megastars, the current Megastars, I would like to go back to the MVP point which you were pointing out. Saif being the MVP of the grand finals, but when it comes to BMPS, there was one standard set by Goblin.
Yeah.
71 finishes is what he had by the end of that series, and not only that, it was 20 points more than any other player out there. He was not only the MVP, he was the rampage freak, he was the fan favorite. So I somewhere feel that this time he might be under a lot of pressure, and that could somehow hinder the performance of Team Soul. Now coming back to the topic which you were referring, the Megastars, Team Megastars, I somewhere feel coming under a new banner altogether. They've bought them, probably invited them or bought them. There's some doubts which still needs to be clarified, but let's speculate that Megastars are now acquired this lineup altogether.
Yeah.
With the new banner coming up, I strongly feel that they'll be able to perform much more better, because they had some other pressures altogether being under the name Team Mayavi. But let's see how they perform.
Absolutely. Now, Goblin is a very interesting name which you picked up. And of course, I think he is going to be the face of all the big teams who are out there, right?
Yeah.
All the big names in the community. Not big names, I would rather say that the fan favorites in the community out there. I think he is going to be the face. But there are certain young names that I've always kind of liked, right? For example, Simple and Dude were a couple of players from BGIS that I think are going to be performing really well coming into this tournament. Gladiators, as a matter of fact, haven't really changed their lineup, and I think this team is looking extremely strong. And Destro recently said in an interview just a couple of days earlier that he was sort of didn't really care about all the other events that was happening. His main focus was BMPS, and I think with that sort of a confidence, this man might be looking to add another trophy into his cabinet.
No, that's what I said. He could be the emperor after all. But Delta PG, you were referring to another MVP over here.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm bringing him up in this conversation is, yes, you have Goblin, the previous MVP of a tournament, and then we have BGIS person as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be hitting the skies as the first map of the day, the map of Erangel on our screens, and I'm pretty excited. Salty, the flight path like this, what are you expecting?
I think this is a lovely flight path, to be honest. The perfect way to actually kick things off in Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023, ladies and gentlemen. A flight path which starts off from Yasnaya Poliana and moves towards Georgia Pole. A very horizontal flight path, just like you mentioned, Arka. And I think majority of the teams will be looking at the northern hemisphere of the map itself, right? Severny shooting range, regions nearby Georgia Pole, Hospital, School, Puchinki are also going to be in the reach. But I'm actually a little concerned about Gladiators, because are they, or rather will they be able to get to their drop location in military base?
I mean, Gladiators have another drop location, right? And we can see them heading towards that right now,
Yeah.
towards Kameshki and Stolber region. And having a secondary drop location will always help you in a lot of ways, especially in a flight path like this. So Gladiator Esports making them Kameshki and Stolber their home, whereas RGT, this is going to be one of those teams I'll be looking out for as well, because they tend to go towards the side of Milta Power region, but again, they're also one of those teams who can challenge players who, if they're trying to make it inside the circle, if they have the center.
Now look at that entire stack toward the Georgia Pole region. I mean, you mentioned about RTG, but now we have four troublemakers. I think 4TR Sook, you've got Team OGs as well, you've got Team Together Esports, and so many other teams in that Georgia Pole area, honestly. And these are the early skirmishes that we wait for. But speaking of early skirmishes, ladies and gentlemen, the first circle to drop in BMPS 2023 is going to be a massive shift on the right-hand side. Look at that monstrosity. What is it? But before we talk about it, we have an early action happening. GT Eggy has been knocked down, and Blacks is chasing him with the vehicle itself. And now the first man is down. This is such a great start.
I would like to bring in a small stat over here, my friend, because Eggy has been the second person, the second contestant when it comes to the MVP of BMPS 2022. He had 50 finishes and he was right behind Goblin being one of the MVPs, and him getting taken down from the get-go shows that the other teams are actually aiming for the big dogs out there and they won't be hesitating to take them down early on.
And speaking of the big dogs, we do have Team Entity right in front of our screens. And it's definitely a very healthy collision at Pochinki. You expect these drop collisions to happen. WSB and Entity. Of course, here in BMPS, they're here to prove themselves, prove their worth as the best in the business. But no early shots have been taken as of yet. They have sensed each other's position. They can hear the footsteps. And I think this is a fight which is inevitable. This is going to happen, Arka.
Big Brother Esports dividing themselves between school as well as the apartments of school. Now this is going to be a very interesting one as well, because the last time I saw Big Brother Esports, they were never to the center of the map from the get-go, and this is for the first time I'll be able to witness them, you know, right to the dead center of the map. With a circle like this, yes, it gives them a little bit of a chance to welcome players into the circle with a pour of bullets, but will they choose to do so?
You know, I think so, to be honest, because with Big Brother Esports, without really having blind esports without really having blind esports in the lobby itself, I think there is not going to be any sort of troubles for this team itself.
DOD, another team, another pro team. It's good to see that we have transitioned from a phase where we were used to call undergods, then we went to underdogs, then we called them undergods by the performance they were showing, and now all of them over here on equal grounds. All of them are pros who are capable of pulling off something wonderful. And yes, BMPS has always been that platform for these teams to come out and show that they are the best among the best. And I do believe that few orgs, especially like Team Soul and Godlike, which we were referring to, they have a statement to do. They have a statement to prove that they are one of the best, and that's why they have the biggest fan following out there.
And to be honest, I mean, we've always talked about fan following, and we've used it to gauge teams and how famous they are in the community. But to be honest, the names that have come up during BGIS as well, right?
Yeah.
We have to talk about that as well. So in terms of the pathway to BMPS 2023, we've had this massive tournament, a grassroots level tournament, which did give us a few superstars.
Yeah.
Big Brothers, we were talking about them, they were one of them. For Troublemakers, we were talking about them, they were one of them. And I think these are the teams who can actually surprise the big names. You were talking about Team Soul, Godlike might actually be surprised. But speaking about being surprised, I think Gladiators, right now they're still in Kameshki. They've got that lovely split which is working, and the circle sort of favors this drop location as well. I think they aren't really going to have any sort of troubles up until the fourth or the third circle.
This is what happens when Lady Luck kisses your forehead from the get-go. I mean, literally. Gladiator Esports, let it be any team who went to the eastern side of the map. All they have to do is not be tensed, loot up to the fullest intent, and then try to, you know, get those fights in. But towards the side of Pochinki, which we were seeing, two teams were there, very close proximity to one another, but still I see no battles take place. That shows that all these teams out there more concentrating on getting those proper loots first, which they were failing to do previously, and ending up giving up their life. Yes, the Pochinki is where we were speaking about. Entity, I love their drop. I just would take another minute to explain that.
Yeah.
They dropped a little closer or towards the middle part of Pochinki, looted that region, then came to the corners of it. So they looted maximum amount of region compared to the other team. So they'll be well prepared comparatively to WSB, who's their nearest neighbors.
Yeah, but I think there is sort of like an invisible peace treaty which has been signed between these two teams, because no shots were being fired. Of course, there was a massive Cold War which was happening, sensing each other's presence, trying to sniff them in thin air. But it seems like Team Entity have decided to sort of back off from this fight, to not take it. Because, to be honest, in terms of pros and cons, if you do a SWOT analysis of this particular fight, doesn't really have a lot of benefit. This is the first game of a big tournament. And for you to take this early fight, for you to take a drop collision in Pochinki against a very well-known team, that's not really the wisest of decision. And I think Entity, after moving away from Pochinki, I think they will find themselves a good location inside the circle itself. Even BB, right? They've rotated well, and now they're moving towards Mansion. They already have Sarvit placed over there, and I think Kyoya and Uzumaki are gonna be following up suit pretty soon.
The important part for us to look right now is the region between ruins and school. The one entry part of the circle which is completely empty and nobody is actually choosing to go that way. Previously that was the hot spot for most of these teams to take a rotation when it's a circle like this, but ultimately everybody wants to go from the southern side of the map because everybody are thinking the same. We can expect the first contact to occur anytime soon. DOD Halu right now had a very good chance. If he had taken the shot a little bit earlier, probably he would have had a better chance to do a chip damage to the opponents, but ultimately nothing right now.
Yeah, nothing right now, but it seems like Team Megastars Esport Gaming, in fact, they have a little bit of a scuffle going on against Team GT right now, because I can see Prince and others, they have huddled up in this region, and Thunder was trying to block their presence. A couple of shots fired, but nothing more than that. I think Team Megastars will be forced away from this particular position, especially with the way GT came in. But once again, another silence, which we are sort of anticipating, another disengagement between these two teams.
Shelter region. That region has got 4 different openings, and we have seen a circle like this will have 4 teams so close to one another, but yet so far not taking those fights until the circle pushes them to do so. So I would love to see if teams think the same as well. But as of now, we'll be looking at the side of Team Seoul, who are taking a rotation towards the southern side of this map again. They're still in the main lane, I do agree. But again, these circle rotations have been crucial for the side of Team Seoul. If they survive until the 3rd or the 4th circle, nobody can stop them getting those finishes. But ultimately, if they make it a little late and get gate kept, it's going to be a different story. But the circle this time, it's going to betray every single team out there who have gone to the western side of the map from the get-go.
You know, Arka, I think there is one person who is going to smirk at the corner of his eye. That's going to be Destro, because Gladiators, what a beautiful position they have right now. From Kamishki straight downwards, they can find that easy rotation and they can hold that position forever. But look at that swarm of vehicles that is currently proceeding inside the circle itself. You've got Metal Wings, you've got Team Entity, you've got Big Brothers. Kyoya is charging towards Team T7S, and that is something which I want to see. If Team Big Brothers, especially this new addition in the form of Kyoya, is going to perform right from the get-go, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. But this is another team that I'm going to be talking about, Team Great Esports. Like, I love this team. Not really a lot of firepower in them, but with the kind of positioning that they have, especially the way they flow in between circles, it's absolutely amazing. And you'll see this team pop off in the top 5, top 3 positions, left, right, and center.
Yeah, and same goes with the side of Team OG. The team which we have right now, let me correct you guys, it's going to be Team OGs and not the Team Orangutan, because I got confused in the beginning and I don't want my viewers to follow my footpath. But yeah, footsteps. But yes, OGs, this is a different team altogether, and they were also very strong when it comes to the league stages as well of the BGIS, and I saw them assault some really good teams in those frontal battles, so I would love to see them replicate the same as well. But as of now, it's going to be GT after an early damage which they've got. Again, they'll be choosing another fight altogether. It's going to be DOD versus them, as Jackson in the open might get punished with the sliver of HP, hides himself behind the counter.
Oh no, this is problematic for Team Gujarat Tigers. Look at this. They are being swarmed by Team Duotai from multiple directions. One of their player actually goes down. AJ will try to move out of the situation, but in a third party like this, where you also have TT7S, that is going to be extremely difficult for you to do so. Jackson goes down. I believe that Team Gujarat Tigers, they are definitely struggling right now, but even Team T7S has sort of been spotted, and Team Do or Die, they're trying to take them out. Is this team looking to actually live by their name? I think they are here to finish everyone.
GT, not the right kind of start we were expecting from a team like that.
Yeah.
As I said, they had one of the MVPs of the previous tournament or the previous BMPS, so I was wanting to see them prioritize the circle a little bit earlier, have some hard compounds rather than being out in the open. Yes, failing to stick to the textbook basics will be losing 2 players early on itself. They have 2 more players who cleverly ran away from those fights, and which is a very good thing for us to see.
Very good things for us to see, but Gujarat Tigers, it's going to be problematic for them to secure good points from this particular game, especially from that early loss. Now, we understand every single team will try and rotate early, but it seems like Team Seoul have done a very wise thing to do. They found this little bit of a dip right on the southern edge of prison, and they are going to be holding it for as long as possible. Now, they know there are multiple teams who are rotating right next to each other, but not a lot of shots being fired. Right now, Neo is charging on those bullets. It's Team Empire who is on the rotation. Rockstar has been connected, but not really a lot of damage that has been dealt.
The resources, he needs to maintain it, Neo. He's got just 144 bullets, and the gun he's using is M41. M16A4, and it's a burst gun. You're going to be losing 3 bullets every single time, but Goblin, he doesn't want to let go of whatever he does. All the hard work is going to be reaping benefits as he gets the first finish for himself. The right kind of start for the side of Team Seoul. Yes, the dunes is going to be helping them for a brief period of time, but just in case somebody comes in closer to them, good grenades to this dunes will be the death of dunes for the side of Team Seoul.
You know, I'm actually a little concerned about their positioning as well, because so many teams coming in from the northern frontier. Look at this. The map feed explains it so beautifully. You've got Big Brothers, you've got GT, you've got TM, and so many other teams coming in from the northern part of the circle. I think for Team Seoul to defend that position, it's going to be extremely tough. But Great Esports, they are currently under fire, and it's Gladiators who are looking to invade into their compound. Of course, Delta PG will be moving up. Slayer has been picked off, and now only 2 players survive. I don't think it's even a battle. Gladiators, they are just choke slamming players left, right, and center. Especially Shogun leading the charge. And look at this riot from Great Esports. Will be forced to take an exit from this particular fight because there's no way they were being able to fight.
Now, somewhere from far away, it's got to be TTE who wants to be a part of this action as well. They've done the damage against the side of Gladiators. Shogun is down on his knees. He's done the job so far. Now he needs to be revived. And also, will they be ready to take the fight against the side of TTE? By the looks of it, they have retreated after doing the damage against the side of Gladiators. But again, you know, Gladiator Esports, the execution was perfect. 2 players depending on those throwables, and then you have Shogun, you know, I'm just going to let loose of myself, go in and take the players down. And it seems like they've still not stopped themselves, as they've got 1 more in their name.
1 more in their name for sure. Team Together Esports right on the edges, because they know, I think that is one of the safest places, especially in a circle like this. And now look at the monstrosity, man. Team T7S just sniffing the presence of their arch nemesis. Right underneath, that's Team OGs. All 4 players in the 2 compounds, in the replay as well. Shots coming in from Team Do or Die. An entire vehicle that was being exploded. And so many bodies hitting the deck Arca. This is the right start to BMPS. That is exactly what we wanted.
So much of action. I know the audience are actually loving this. Now it's going to be the fight between 2 other pros. One is going to be T75 and OGs. Now, the big question arises is T7 prepared for any kind of backstab which might come in towards them? I know they're holding the corners of the circle and Gladiators are not far away from them. But yes, it's important for them to understand that once they involve themselves too much into a fight and the third party comes in, they might get taken down. The grenades are doing the job. God is going to be confirming as well, as it's going to be Entity Gamla Boy now coming in. And Somras is also going to be helping him out from far away. TS5, it's going to be Sandhu with that DBS who wants to finish the job for the team.
Absolutely, and now look at this. Mohit is still trying from inside the smoke clouds. Of course, will deny lines of sight, but Team OGs, will they be able to hold on to this amount of pressure? That is a question, especially with Gladiators joining the mix. And it's going to be Dustin who is going to be leading the charge. Sandhu has been completely caught, but his nade has actually found Destro. He's still trying to fight for his life, but he's not going to be holding on for long because Gladiators, they are going to be finishing the entirety of Team OGs. But the battle is still not over, especially with Team TTE just in the vicinity. They're not in a position to fight Arca.
The grenades, it needs to connect. In case another grenade connects, it becomes easier for the side of Team TT.
Wow!
To rush in. There it is, the follow-up grenade. Two players down on their knees. Just in the last man standing will have a great opportunity over here to pull off a 1v2. His location has been compromised. Now doesn't look back to the corner or the blind spot, which has been completely covered by them. Pikachu suddenly did the biggest mistake of turning out to be in the open, but ultimately They shine out bright over the side of Gladiators, who gets finished off. They've got n number of finishes for themselves, but have they done the job over here? As Big Brother Esports, they're going to be coming in and they want to be a part of this fight as well.
Oh wow, that was a drop shot, and I have to be honest, Big Brothers, what an entry into this fight, and all of a sudden, Team Together Esports, they've sort of been shut down. Big Brothers, this is just absolute insane, to be honest. Third parties after third parties, and now Shoigot with his DBS, of course, is just singing the songs of death, but for how long? Sarvit is going to come in from the back lines, and he's going to force him to take that exit. Big Brother Esports, they've done a very good job. They've timed this fight to perfection, and now they have got 3 finishes. This circle sort of enticed every single team to take early fights, Arka.
I mean, I told you that Gladiator Esports are going to come in if 2 teams are pretty much involved in a fight like that, but I never expected Big Brother Esports to be a part of this. Around 3 to 4 teams just got washed off at one corner, and what's important for us to watch out is, will somebody pick up all those first stage for themselves and still look forward for any kind of heal battles if necessary, which is next to impossible if you ask me, because Big Brother Esports love to take fights rather than heal battle, but still, it's a possibility.
Absolutely, but now look at this. Even Gujarat Tigers, they've spotted down Team Entity. Shots being fired, and majority of them connect. Kamla Boy is quite low in terms of HP, but what can Gujarat Tigers do? They had lost Jackson and Eggy, which means that their mobility has sort of been limited. They can only take shots where they are actually safe, and Team Entity, it seems like they're not in a position to fight back. No shots being backfired against Gujarat Tigers. It's just AJ who is dishing out all the damage, and Gujarat Tigers, it seems like this team is sort of resurrected from that initial damage that they faced.
Now, for me, the team to watch out for is going to be the side of Megastars. Not far away from the side of Team Entity. I saw them at the corner. Look at that. Holding the corner of the circle, expecting the next circle to immediately take place. And that is when they'll make a move to the center of the stage 4 circle, which might be coming up on our screens anytime soon. But ultimately, we'll have to see where the other teams are stationed. Yes, Entity to the corners of those shorelines. And it seems like they're expecting the circle to be forming in towards them. But will that take place?
But now, once again, just look at this replay. This nade coming in from Kronal just absolutely destroyed and shattered the hopes of Gladiators getting this chicken in the first game of BMPS 2023. I mean, that was a move and a half, to be honest. But even Team Together Esports, right, could not really get the opportunity to celebrate because even they were third-partied by Big Brother Esports. And now Big Brother Esports, they have had the last laugh. They're the ones who are controlling the entirety of the northern part of the circle. And I think they have a lot of space to move. Speaking of space to move, I think even Team Megastars have a lot of space to control.
It's important for them to actually, you know, make it inside the circle because they are far away from the circle itself. But ultimately, I would also want to see how WSB are going to tackle a situation like this. But yes, this is the circle which Team Soul were looking out for a perfect start. They have the northern part of the circle completely in their favor. All they have to do is eliminate the side of Big Brothers and DOD. In case they'll be able to do it successfully, then they'll have a greater run altogether. But Team Soul versus DOD, probably this is the next fight to watch out for.
They are in a very tough situation, Arka. I mean, in a sandwich situation like this, where your backs are being charged by Big Brothers and your front lines are being covered by DOD, I think Team Soul have a decision to make, which team to isolate and which team to fight against. We just witnessed Goblin taking that brunt of that grenade itself. But now I think Team Soul, they have sort of realized that, alright, fine, we can still survive right beneath this ridge and we do not have to take any fight whatsoever. Even Team Big Brother Esports as well, they've sort of shifted focus and now they're slowly creeping towards do or die. Another nade that has been lobbed into the air. Is this going to connect?
No, it's still not connecting, as it's going to be those smoke grenades who's actually, you know, being like a bait to allow DOD to make it a little more closer to the hardest compound they have, and from there on they can continue their assault. But this could be the end in case they stick to this position, because that's the epicenter of all the action which is taking place, and everybody would want a piece of this pie. Get as many finishes as possible, as Sky will now expect his teammate to come inside that building where the revival might be coming through. Big Brother Esports, a great opportunity for them. One good grenade inside that shack, and that's goodbye for the side of DOD.
One good grenade, just like Kronal did, just like Destro did. I think a similar performance is needed. Elsewhere, of course, we still have Team Entity led by Somraj. This player has achieved so much in the past, but he's yet to reclaim that throne for himself once again. Just look at this fight happening. Thunder inside the smoke clouds. Gujarat Tigers, they managed to survive this monstrosity. And now Megastars, they have completely been dwindled down. Smoke clouds being deployed everywhere, and in the blindness, It seems like this team has sort of survived and did the unthinkable once again.
Yes, Gujarat Tigers right now doing the unthinkable two-man standing, but still not down. They're proving everybody that if you still have last man standing also, you can fight your way to get that winner chicken dinner. But ultimately, it's going to be the side of MW who are on our screens right now. They're trying to do their best to take the best of this circle, or probably get as many finishes as possible before they make it inside the circle. But the circle shifts into the favor of Team Soul. As I was saying it, if the circle shifts towards them and they're in the final circle, you can expect the first chicken dinner to go their way. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. But yes, Metal Wings trying to spread their wings and take down the side of Entity. Can they come out of this fight without being injured?
Oh no, Amijord. That was an absolute disaster. Zord was the one who actually lobbed in that grenade, and his own teammate was knocked out while the rest of the pieces fall like House of Cards. Entity, they managed to survive, but what a disaster for the other team. Once again, it's going to be Gujarat Tigers, it's going to be AJ, it's going to be Raiden. It's a 1v1. Shots gun been deployed, but from the back lines, it's Team Entity again, and Gujarat Tigers, they're still surviving into this fight.
Gujarat Tigers, I just love the way they're controlling that shack region. They have the deadly DBS in their hand, and they know that the blind spot for that is just to make sure that the players rush in from the doors, and all you have to do is make sure your trigger discipline is perfect. But at the same time, no throwables was used out there to lure that person out, and I don't understand why they're doing so. But Big Brother Esports versus the side of Team Soul, two big bulls locking horns, and which among them will survive for the longest time probably will be writing history to get the first chicken dinner of the day.
We might just be writing history. In fact, Arca, we are writing history with this first game of BMPS 2023. Team Soul, of course, in a commanding position, and now they have such a great terrain to control. They've got this little bit of a ridge with which they have a natural piece of cover. They are not open in terms of lines of sight against any other teams right now, which they can use as an advantage. And especially when the circle is favoring, I think this is going to be a frag fest. I love that 2-2 split as well. Two players just designated to hold back Big Brothers, but I think that is going to fall apart because Sav, this man, is going to knock down Goblin, but Neo is going to trade fire.
The trade between Soul as well as Big Brother Esports is going to help other teams to somehow make it inside the circle and find themselves a proper footing. Uzumaki, one of the best IGLs in the recent past, now down on his knees. Can his teammates helping out? AJ running out in the open will be punished by the side of Team Entity, and Somraj, he's running out in the open as well. With a circle like this, you can't just, come out in the open and showcase yourself to the others and try to take those finishes, as you'll be getting finished off. Sar with the last man standing. A grenade we can expect to be lobbed in inside this hard compound in case that grenade connects, and that's goodbye for the side of Big Brothers as well.
Goodbye for Big Brothers, goodbye for Entity X VST. We only have 3 teams left in the first game of BMPS 2023, ladies and gentlemen. 10 players surviving, not anymore, because Big Brothers are going to bow out of the first game itself. Team Soul in a commanding position, 4 finishes for this team, and an utter control over the circle itself. Team RTG, possibly a team who can do an upset in this one. 4 players still survive. It's going to be a Mexican standoff 4v4, Arca.
Yes, a 4v4 with the circle completely favoring the side of Team Soul. I just love the strategy coming in from the side of RTG. They're putting up smokes every look and corner of the map so that they can somehow make it inside the circle and then go in for the frontal battle. But what they do not realize, it's the uphill battle against the side of Team Soul, which could actually backfire against them. Team Soul having the real estate for themselves. Goblin might take that rotation towards the left side and counter them out, creating a blind spot for the side of Team RTG. Road to Glory. We were speaking about Game for Glory, and it seems like some team wants to make it Road to Glory for the first game.
Exactly, but it seems like Team RTG, they are making some micro movements inside the circle itself. Now, I love the smokes that have been deployed, right? It denies the lines of sight, and now Tokia is going to announce the fight open. Omega, the leader in charge for Team Soul, has been dropped down, and now it seems like it's going to be an uphill battle against Team Soul. Neo in charge of taking down Sisu, but that's not going to happen, Arca.
Oh yes, Neo is just waiting. He knows that it becomes easier for him to take down players in a closer range. I don't see any DBS in his hand, but I see a DBS coming in from one of his teammates. So it's important for Goblin to now step up, come in a little more closer. But I love the strategy of
Here they
RTG
come.
using the vehicles, coming in a bit more closer. Goblin is waiting it out. He'll be putting down Sizu as well. Now his concentration is towards the side of Tokia. He'll be landing that as well, ladies and gentlemen. The first winner chicken dinner will be going in the hands of Team Soul. A perfect execution. The professional teams. It's going to be the team, the defending champions of BMPS 2022 over here, showcasing how to do it. 8 finishes and a good one to start things off.
You know, Arka, to be honest, I've got to say this. If God himself was writing the script for BMPS 2023, he would have written the exact same lines. The defending champions getting the winner chicken dinner in the first match of the next season. How better could have been? I mean, the final fight, we've got to talk about it. RTG. It was a brilliant attempt, especially with that first nade coming in against Omega, knocking him down.
Yep.
4v3, and then slowly they proceed to take charge. But how beautiful was Akshat and Goblin, that combination once again. We call Akshat the clutch meister. Man knocked down 2 players in a matter of a flash.
I mean, I would like to bring in a little bit of a stats over here. Goblin was the MVP of the previous season of BMPS, and Akshat was the Lone Ranger, and he was the 3rd person to have the highest number of finishes. Both of them performing again is a good ray of hope for the fans of Team Soul as well. But in this game, I just love the way they played.
Absolutely, especially the circle also favoring them. And you know, especially in a game like BJMI, you've got 2 things to favor you. First is going to be your circle, second is going to be your luck. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of luck favoring you, I think we do have something for you guys. We're going to be talking about it after you see this nice little video. We do have a surprise for all of you guys. Just wait and watch out for it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Fool's Blessing collection is finally out. And of course, I mean, I would love to say that the DP28, especially from this collection, is kind of like my favorite. I used to love the DP28 back in the days, but now that it's got attractive colors and great skin added onto it, I think it's the best thing to kind of add to its arsenal as well. If you guys want to be sort of different, right, not really be default, just try and participate in this contest, spin the wheel, get yourself these exclusive new cosmetics, because this is going to help you differentiate you, because I hope your gameplay already does. Your attire should also do the same thing.
Absolutely agree.
Like yours.
Yeah.
I like your blazer. I love your blazer.
I mean, you've been a mind reader lately. Whatever I want to say, the first thing is you're going to be speaking those words. Yeah, I think I'm going to match myself in the game as well. I'm going to be a little unique. So the next time we play, I mean, people can witness it on our streams as well. But coming back to what happened today, we were speaking about Goblin. If he's able to survive until the final moments, what Team Soul can pull off after the 3rd or the 4th circle, in case all 4 men are standing. I just loved every single bit of that final circle, because it was Goblin who did not come in the forefront until the opponents came a bit more closer and they were in the range of DBS. Until then, he was holding back. He was like, you guys grab all the attention. And when the time was right, he stepped forward, took those final 2 finishes, and the perfect ending for the side of Team Soul. And I do believe in the highlights we'll be able to witness all of this action take place. But any other game, any other team you would like to specify?
To be honest, there were multiple teams, like be it Team Entity or Big Brothers. I think these 2 teams had very valiant efforts in order to get themselves this particular game in their name. I think Team Soul, one beautiful thing which they did was just isolate themselves from the entirety of their crowd, right? They were not attracted to all the gunfights or all the battle that was happening in the northern part of the circle, and that sort of helped them, especially when the circle hard shifted away from the crowd. Team Soul was the only one who had the advantage, and now look at this, right? So many teams just got sucked into this little compound. I would rather call it the compound of death, because look at this. Team TTE coming in, you've got Gladiators coming in, you had so many teams whose graveyard was just these 2 compounds.
I mean, Yeah, in a circle like that, if you too much commotion is taking place between you and another team, a third party is eventually going to come in. But
Yeah.
this was the moment where I felt that team Megastars made a big mistake, because Black had an MG3, and that gun in the final circles can do wonders. It can be the perfect counter attack for the side of DBS, but ultimately pushing yourself too much into that shack actually paid a very heavy price. And Somraj, he knew that he had to clear off his back lines and immediately put them down. But Sarvit, this is praise. It's like precision, pinpoint precise.
Absolutely. And speaking of the way controlling players, I think Somraj also did a very good job. Their rotation throughout the circle shifting, I think, was absolutely brilliant. And then this was the final fight that we were talking about, of course.
Yeah.
Team Soul versus RTG 4v4. Akshat, brilliantly done. I mean, he saw this player, he saw a second player as well. Two players knocked down in such quick fashion. I think majority of the time when Team Soul has had success in early game phases, I think it has been because of Akshat and his calm and composed nature in the final circles. This man has nerves of steel, I think.
I mean, that's why he's called the knight in the shining armor for the team. Whenever Team Soul needs, it's going to be Akshat who steps up, and he's going to be like, guys, just take some rest. I know it's my job right now. He removes his t-shirt. He's a Superman out of nowhere, and then he flies to lift his team up. But let's not forget Goblin as well.
Yeah.
These two players were the only two players who had DBS in their name.
Yeah.
I know Neo also had one, but basically these two were the people who said, in a close range battle, nobody can stop us. Our crosshairs are perfect. We'll be able to press the trigger perfectly when the player is coming in front of us. So they took cover behind the rock. That is Akshat taking cover. And then Goblin, he was the madman. He's running out in the open. There's a person who is going flat on his belly, still not stopping, pumping. And then he's like, where's the last guy? I need this final finish. It was great ending. It was the perfect start for this tournament and a great ending for the map of Erangel.
Absolutely. It definitely was a great ending. But we always talk about ending, but I think this is just the start of what's about to come, to be honest, because now it's a long journey ahead. Team Soul, they definitely have had their flag hoisted right from front, but this is where you continue that momentum, right?
Yes.
And a way to kind of do that is, I wouldn't call it defensive, but I think this is how Team Soul likes to describe it. They like to just sort of stay away from all the action initially, and then inside the final circle, all of a sudden they have so much real estate. They have all four players. They can check on multiple angles and stop multiple teams, especially when they were in that third-party situation against Big Brothers. I thought that there's going to be some sort of a problem, but even that did not happen. So I think a sort of a congratulation has to be given to Omega as well as all the management behind this team as well. But now the Team Soul has got the first chicken dinner. I think in the map of Miramar, there is going to be a little bit of a change. Who do you think might actually get the winner chicken dinner in the next one?
I think it's better I answer it after I look at the team list, because I know there's going to be a shuffle coming up in the next one. We're going to have different teams playing it out. But yes, in the map of Erangel, it's not only the side of Team Soul, it's also Big Brother Esports who played so well. Because Sarvit, for the first time, I see somebody next to a shack and a vehicle is on the wall like this and he's sitting below the vehicle, not being visible to anybody's crosshairs. He proved to us that you can find corners in the map where you can still hide and pick up some finishes for himself. They've got a decent 4 to 5 finishes by the time I saw Sarvit was the last man standing. If he hadn't gone out from that hard cover to revive one of his teammates, probably we could have expected him to pick some more in the final few moments of the game, but they've done the job for the team.
Absolutely. And of course, once again, look at this. I mean, the Fool's Blessing. That weapon is, ladies and gentlemen, finally out. I mean, how beautiful this skin is, to be honest. I've been kind of awestruck by the way it's been constructed. I would love to have it inside of my game as well, but I don't really think I have the skills to actually take this weapon up.
Don't worry.
In fact, I think Super Johnny is the best person to actually equip this weapon, because he's sort of the most skilled amongst all three of us.
Yeah, agreed. And I'll be looking forward to buy this before Johnny does and go a 1v1 against him, because the hit marks is also going to be going in my favor. But yeah, it's a healthy competition between us as well. I'll be always happy because, it's going to be all about the pros, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be the best amongst the best. So since we three are the best, and let's see who's the best among us.
No, so I think the players who are playing on the battlegrounds, they're the pros. We're the peros of the community. But anyways, enough of banter. I think speaking of pros, right, you've got to give it to one man who's comeback was very good.
Yeah.
It was Somraj from Team NT. I was constantly watching Team NT and their movement, the way
Yeah.
Somraj led his team. I think, first of all, the rotations were precise. It was absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
But also the way they took fights, right? Every single player in designated positions, and they knew their roles. That is one of the reasons why I think at the end of the game, they had about 8 to 9 finishes to actually, and
Yeah.
also coming inside the top 5. They got a lot of points from this game, mind you.
I mean, the synergy we were speaking about, in this roster shuffle, which team will have the greater synergy
Yeah.
will always come out on the top. Yes, Team Soul. And the second team was obviously Team Entity. Secret, Gamla Boy, and his teammate have been playing for a long time
Yeah.
now. So, obviously, we saw them. They did not have to communicate in the final circles. They knew all they had to do was clean the ground, make sure they get as many finishes as possible. With a circle like that, he knew that somebody is going to be there to the death center who might welcome them with a pour of bullets. So, the strategy was pretty simple for them. Pick up as many finishes as possible, and once you make it inside the circle, it becomes much more easier.
Absolutely. But, we've been talking about the circle for quite a while. But, Arka, what was that circle right on the first game itself, right? I did not really expect that, especially when I think about 40 to 30% of the circle was just completely outside the map itself. Like,
Yeah.
it was, and this is what forces these teams to take these early fights. We witnessed in like the third or the fourth circle itself, there were about 50% of the lobby which was
Yeah.
being whitewashed, and that primarily happened because the player density inside the circle was just so high. How do you counter such circles, such obnoxious circles, where you know that you're so far away from your drop location all of a sudden?
I would not be in the action. I would just make sure I play like Team Soul, stay away to the corners of the circle, find spots inside the circle where you expect least IGLs to place themselves over there. At the end of the day, your analyst and your IGLs will know as to which is the rotation of the other teams
Yeah.
or where they might rotate through. So IGL will, give himself that element of doubt that this is where the team might not present, and place himself in an odd position where nobody will expect them to be, and ultimately stay away from the action.
Yeah.
After everybody have done the job, then when you know they're vulnerable and now is the time for you to strike, that is when you step out and pick up those finishes.
I think you've sort of explained it in a very simple way.
Yeah.
And it is how simple it is, but when it actually comes into action or executing it, it becomes extremely difficult.
Yeah.
I think Gladiators also have a similar strategy, but they could not sort of utilize it in this game. But look at this.
Oh.
The MVP of today was Prince OG from Gujarat Tigers. 4 finishes and 80% contribution. My man just almost single-handedly kind of held his team in positions where I thought that Gujarat Tigers, they're going to be eliminated right from the get-go itself.
Yes, they lost 2 players early on, and then after that it was a little hard for them to continue doing so. But ultimately, looking at the top 5, we're able to see that DOD have got Balu. Even he was doing a great job, even though he did not connect the first few shots. Later on, it became easier for him. Sarvit as well was doing an amazing job as well. But I would like to hold my nerve for now and watch this take place. Look at what Goblin is going to do.
Yeah.
It just waited for the person to take that final moment, and then
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just transition onto the results of the first game. Team Soul getting their chicken dinner, 8 finishes in the bag and 23 points in totality. A very good first game to be, in fact, and RTG as well. I mean, 5 finishes, 12 points, 17 points in total. 3 teams, Arka, have got 17 points. BB, Entity and RTG.
because of the finishes which they've got, right? And then we have the side of GT who have also got 5 finishes for themselves. WSB, GDR and DOD, all of them will have to thank their assaulters for picking up those early finishes, or else I don't think so they would be placing themselves in the first page. Going down to the second page, it becomes much more easier for us to break down because, yeah, they were not involved in any kind of fights from the beginning. The position points is not in their favor, and probably the next match they play or the next game they play, they'll have to step up twice as what they've done over here.
Exactly. I think they have to sort of judge the circle very quickly, especially from its first renditions. We're talking about Team Together Esports, we're talking about Team OGs, Metal Wings as well. I mean, I'm kind of very surprised that this team could not really do much, especially given their position in Lipovka, and practically they were being uncontested throughout the game itself, but still they could only acquire 3 points. Team Megastars is a team that will have to hold their horses. We've always talked about how aggressive this team is, and this aggression sometimes leads to their demise.
I mean, I would say it's not the aggression, but it's the lack of resources which they were carrying. They could have used throwables to lure out one single man. that greed of getting that one finish point inside a shack costed them 3 players, and then eventually all of them got cleared off with the snap of a finger. But yes, GR8 were also one of those teams which I'm shocked to see at the bottom over here, because they were also one of those teams which you correctly pointed out. They are at the center of the circle, and if they do have a circle, they assault and make sure that they do so much of damage that the other teams won't have any kind of vest or helmet in the final moments of the game.
Why I was talking about great esports during the commentary as well is because of the fact that this team was a very well knit outfit,
Yeah.
even in the BGIS. But with addition of Daljit and Slayer, they have that tinge of experience right now as well.
Yeah.
And with that experience, I think the amount of performance or the amount of points that they have acquired in the first game will not really do justice. I think they have got fans who are waiting to see this team pull off big chicken dinners. But having said that, the first game is done and dusted. But not really a lot of games for all of these teams. We talked about the format as well. How 96 teams get shortlisted down to only 16 teams in the grand
Yeah.
finals, and they only get to play 15 games in the course of the month, out of which one is done Arca. Do you think these teams, especially the ones who haven't really performed in the first game, will have enough opportunities?
I think they'll have to thank the officials for giving them a format like this, because just in case it's not the first game.
Yeah.
Imagine the first week goes bad for them.
Yeah.
They don't have to break their head. They can come back the second week, perform very well,
Yeah.
and make sure they gain those bonus points which they've lost in the first week, and then catch up to the team on the top of the table. And that's the best part of this format. Many people were, who texted me on Instagram were like, it's becoming hard for us to understand the format. But once once the game goes forward and you understand what the teams are going to get rewarded, you guys are going to thank the officials for bringing up this.
Yeah, I think that kind of justifies well, right? The bonus points sort of give you
Yeah.
it's sort of a lifeline, right?
Yeah.
You come back into the competition, you think second week you did phenomenally well. Well, you have got 25 points extra for doing
Yeah.
that as well. And the cumulative standings, of course, the top 96 will be calculated. But having said that, I mean, every single game counts. 15 matches is all that you've got. We were drawing parallels, right? BMPS 2022 we were talking about. 24 teams playing 48 matches and then drawing out to 16, whereas 96 teams playing just 15 games and then drawing out to 16. Competition definitely is tougher, Arka.
If you see BGIS, the competition was already tough.
2,000 teams, of course. It was crazy.
Exactly. And if they were able to pull off something like that, then BMPS is a cakewalk for them.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, as you said, it's the fight between the pros,
Mhm.
and they have to be prepared for every single battle they take.
Absolutely.
And somewhere I feel they're all prepared for it. It's just that if they're consistent enough in every single game, it becomes easier for them.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty sure the pros are good enough to actually handle the pressure, because what is a tournament without that pressure? The
Yeah.
pressure adds stakes, that adds responsibilities, and that adds excitement as well, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure you guys are also excited for the next game which is about to come. It's going to happen between teams from Group 5 and Group 6. Once again, Group 5, you've got God's Reign, you've got Autobots. Blood Rose is going to be a team that I'm going to be fanning out for. RGE, you've got Redemption Cruise, Seven Shore, Genix FM, and ECE.
Now, Group 6 is also pretty interesting if you ask me. We have Metal, we have Wind, we have TMZ, we have BR, we have Fly, we have GWL, UK07 and UP50 as well. The reason why I called Group 6 pretty interesting is because Metal has been doing great in the recent past when it comes to third-party tournaments, and they're trying to, somehow build a proper synergy and prepare themselves for the Pro Series. And in case they're able to replicate the same performance over here, they might do wonders as well.
Of course, I think Medal Esports, they have continuously been consistent throughout the circuit as well,
Yeah.
be it in official tournaments or be it in third-party tournaments as well.
Yeah.
Even this new outfit which came out, right, Wingard Esports, you've got to talk about them. Took in some great players. They have got Max in the lineup. They've got Avi in the lineup as well. I think this is a very well-knit outfit. I'm really excited to find out how they are going to be performing. But one team that I really want to talk about, Arca, is going to be God's Reign. And that beautiful run in India Korea Invitational. I mean, God's Reign, I think they've won hearts of every single fan out there. They might just be able to kind of continue on that run if they do well in BMPS.
Yes, the addition of OAs is what they'll they thanked, and
Yeah.
they'll have to thank further on as well. I'm expecting to see him play as well, because in India versus Korea, I didn't see him play many of those games. He was just enjoying in the back lines. He was guiding his team. He was telling them to take those rotations. But he's been the master when it comes to the rotations inside the circle. Nobody can crack the code like he does. And he's been there for the longest time possible in this community. So he knows every single brain out there, and he knows how to counter strategize them as well on an instant. So I'll be looking forward for a team like that. And also Reckoning, they picked up the side of Team Punk and his teammates, who have been playing really well when it comes to the rotations inside the circle as well. So let's see how it goes.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, even Robin sort of openly acknowledged how much of an input always puts, especially in with his experience, especially with giving innovative ideas of rotating inside the circle. And I'm pretty sure, especially when BGMI gods offer you circle like that in Erangel, I'm pretty sure in Miramar the action is going to be double. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just take you straight to the land of the deserts. It's going to be the second game of BMPS 2022, and it's going to be the map of Miramar. And I think my friend Super Johnny is going to take over.
It's good to see that I'm going to have my old pal as my co-pilot after a really long time. Was looking forward for you, Johnny, to come in over here, because the map of Erangel was special for most of the fans out there. But this flight path seems to be special as well, as the two ends do not have any kind of places, but rather flying over Los Leones, dissecting the map almost to the center, will be allowing the teams to go into the drop locations. But before we start off the map of Miramar, your small thoughts on the map of Erangel.
Oh, I mean, Erangel was very exciting to witness. First of all, I mean, it's glad to be here. Finally, the Pro Series. Woo! And again, as we mentioned, I mean, Salty said this perfectly. Like, no one could have written the script better. Imagine the defending champions coming in and winning the first game of the day. Nay, the first game of the entire series. That's the best way you could start the second edition of this Pro Series. But now, it was just game one. The team doesn't even have an opportunity to build upon that consistent, to build upon that momentum. Because guess what? Group switches.
Exactly. And not only group switches, there are new teams who are playing out here.
Yeah.
And they have roster changes as well. So it becomes much more interesting for us. I've seen that you've been a person who tries to crack the code of all these teams out there. But suddenly when you see so many roster changes, I mean, how can you even think of... Let's take Autobots, for example, right? Sirvi as well as Manti was not playing with them in the recent past, and all of a sudden those two have been added over here. Good assault power. How do you crack the code now?
Not just assault power. I mean, the last time we saw Autobots in the past, we were seeing like, alright, the potential is there, but in the heat of the moment, the decision making is lacking. And with someone like Sirvi being present in a lineup now, that aspect of the game becomes a little bit easier to deal with. Now look at what has just happened. They saw 4 teams drop along with them close to the city of Los Leones. You never know. Even if the plan was to loot at the edge of the cities, the team has just picked up vehicles and rotated out. They're looking to head towards Chumacera, Ladriela, the west and southwestern side of the map, and that is where they want to begin their game from, which is a much safer approach to have. You do not want to take those fights early, or any fights early for that matter, which I think might not actually be an option for UP50. We did see Medal Esports present towards their western side towards that factory, and Adnan, he's making sure he's keeping the vision, making sure he's keeping the players of Medal in check, but that's not the only team close to them. They have another threat right next to them, but talk about threats, and it's going to be Aladdin from Reckoning, who's taken a hit.
Again a new addition, again a change in the roster. Aladdin is going to be the lone man over there, away from his teammates, will be paying a very hefty price of giving up his life and that one finish point going in the name of BR. They're going to be happy with the start like this, but again, Aladdin coming in to join the side of Reckoning. What do you have to say about that? Punk was there. Yes, and then we had the complete set was there, right?
Yeah.
We had Punk, we had Immortal, we have Hunter, you know, we had Aimbot, and then Aladdin comes in.
You can call them the complete set, because we did see the same lineup, a different banner a few weeks ago, somewhere else. And to be honest, I mean, the performance was there. They were doing quite decent for themselves, just because the raw experience this team has is a lot to overwhelm. You can't really put them down under pressure in any situation. They will figure out a way out. These guys know how to look at the bigger picture and play for the rankings and the points in the overall leaderboard. But now, taking a hit in the early stages of Miramar, we know they're going to be lacking a lot of firepower, a lot of information in the mid-game stages, but the ball is in the court of the players of BR. What are they going to do? Are they going to go on a hunt? Are they going to follow the players of Reckoning Esports? Because that will also be an opportunity for them, considering you have a long line of fire available on this map.
I still feel they can replicate what GT did in the previous game.
You
they
think
lost
so?
a player early on,
yes.
And it was not just any player, it was Eggy, who did amazing in BMPS 2022.
True.
He was the second in line with the MVP with 50 finishes, but still we saw Aladdin is also no less of a filter for the team. Even he's got taken down. So somewhere I feel the stars are aligning similar for the side of Aegis as well. But let's see whether that's going to be the reckoning as well, whether that's going to be the case. But the gods is where I would like to keep my eyes on. They've been the talk of the town lately in most of the places.
Yes.
They've been cursed with the second position, which they want to break eventually.
Hey, let's address the elephant in the room, right? One of the biggest changes we've seen in the scene, it was Robin swapped for a Waze in this team that was, well, everyone thought they were doing really well for themselves, especially with the lineup getting their synergy in, getting on the same page slowly and steadily, and all of that work that you've put in now, you have to do it all over again because the brain of this body has been swapped.
I would still feel it was the perfect jump because it all happened before all the roster shuffle happened in the community.
Is true.
They were the people, they were the pioneers for the first big jump to take place. But ultimately, yeah, if you pull the right chords early, the music comes out perfect.
Yeah.
And they've done the job, is what I would like to say. But coming back to BR Titans, and this is also one of those teams I would like to see perform because these young names, these young pros, I would like to call them young as of now because they've recently come into the pro scenes.
And I think they are actually pretty young.
Consider, practically speaking, yes. So I want these young pros to actually challenge the big dogs out there.
True.
So that it becomes a little more easier for these orgs to scratch their head and again go in for this roster shuffle.
Exactly, and in the last few months, one of the teams that actually made it happen, I mean, they've surprised everyone. You talk about the professional players, the big names, the new names, they've surprised everyone, was a team we saw in the previous match, Big Brother Esports.
Yes.
They've been doing so well for themselves, and that is the team that has opened up so many eyes, like, yes, it is actually possible. You don't need a lot of back-end support. If you just have the drive, if you just have the will to push through the hurdles, you can also put up a tough fight on the biggest stages of them all. Big Brothers have done that. It's time for one of these newer teams to sort of follow that same path, and I think it is going to happen in this Pro Series. Because as you and Salty were also talking about it, it is so tough to compete over here. But it is not just going to be tough for the newer team. It's also going to be the same level of difficulty for the older teams as well. It's a fight for survival, and whoever makes it, makes it.
When I look at Big Brother Esports, one thought comes in my head. You know, until the first person climbs the peak, everybody feels it's tough.
Yes.
As soon as a person does it, and then everybody are like, you know what, he did it, why not us? So I hope that's the example which Big Brothers have put over here. But for now, we'll be looking at Team BR. That's going to be BR Titans, yes.
It's a party bus, and right now they are on their way to invite Hunter to join them from the side. Oh, they just pass him through. He's still in that shack behind them, and BR, they haven't really bothered to check. I mean, they did not have any information to work with, to be fair, but Metal Esports Paradox, he has a lot of information about the two players in front of him, and he has a UMP to work with as well. A perfect weapon for the close ranges, but steps back, a misplay, and is going to take a lot of damage from that Molotov, to be honest, for no reason.
Oh yes, the Molotov was placed perfectly, if you ask me.
Yeah.
UK7, they knew all they could do is just evade this person to go a little far away so that they can re-strategize. But yes, one shot falling back, trying to find an off angle. Least does he realize the top dog has got a grenade in his hand. Now the push is going to be inevitable from the side of Metal because they're regrouping. The pack of wolves is better than a solo lion rushing in.
And they're being extremely, extremely clinical about this as well. Look at that. Every single angle is being checked. Beast needs to be careful. He's going to be spotted out in a few seconds. And even though he still tries to make a run. Hides behind the containers now. The entirety of Metal Esports in front of him. Beast, he's not going to be able to survive. Goes down. One shot right behind him. Is trying to survive as well. Is trying his level best to fall back. But UK07, the one big thing where they are lacking is numbers. It's a four-man squad from Metal Esports. And no matter what happens, it's going to be the players of UK07 falling down.
I just love the way he was able to retaliate, put on top dog. But Siam, as soon as his bullets got emptied on the Scarrel, he switches to Mini in that close range, not even opening his scope. He's like, you know what, I can get this. I've already done the damage. Wait. He sticks onto it, being persistent, will be rewarded with that finish as well. A great job being done from the side of Metal.
You see, it was a good fight, but you still have to say it got a little too haywire over there because Metal was relying on that flank push from both the sides of the factories, and they did eventually lose one of the players. It was a little bit of a panic, but still it was a 3v1, so easy finish to Secures. But for the side of God's Reign, things are not looking so easy. They have just lost one of their players. Aquanox was knocked out. He hasn't been finished yet, but Wingard Esports, they're going to have the line of fire to secure that finish for themselves.
Somewhere this is a point of concern for the side of Gods as well. Aquanox down on his knees. OS has always been the survivor for the team, or the lone wolf for the team, who always goes, picks up his teammate.
Yeah.
He knows the value of having all 4 players in the final circles, and that is one thing all IGLs need to learn from OS. Now the revival will be coming through, but how they were able to evade wins from coming in closer was also pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to be quite intense to see how this fight goes down. Wingard, I mean, expectations are going to be there from them as well. As you mentioned, you guys were talking about Rex, and now you have to say Simple and Dude. These two were very impressive when we saw them in the BGIS. I mean, at one point we were hailing them as the upcoming talent in the country, and it is their opportunity to prove they have what it takes to be in the list with the best of the best. God's Reign, they have the opening, going for the push on the church. And it's going to be an easy one as well, but Wingard, they have an opportunity to recover there. Oh, it's not even going to happen. Rex just gets finished off.
OS, he knows every look and corner of every single map out there, and I just love the way they were able to converge from all different directions. OS, from the top, all he has to do is watch out for that God Max below and just pump it up to his skulls, but God is very, very keen on the sound cues he's getting. He knows there's someone up top. He's not even moving an inch, not giving away sound cues as well. Gods have no idea where this final player is. But what's more important is his teammate. Will he give him the right kind of cover fire from a distance? It's got to be, are we grabbing all the attention for OS? One good Molotov or grenade can do the job from the side of Vince to at least damage OS.
This is very clinical from both these two gentlemen over here. Oh! Can't really do much about that, can you? Aquanox just running into the face of Godmax with that DBS. The easiest knock and finish of his life.
The last man running for his life.
Yeah.
I know it's a clever thing to do, but it's painful to see your team gets finished off that quickly. But yes, you have to give it to the side of God's Reign. So strong when it comes to their coordination. You saw them from 4 different directions. Even though Aquanox were knocked out, they were still looking forward to get that real estate for themselves. They footed themselves in all corners, and once they got the first knock, everybody rushed in from all corners.
Exactly, you're either going to have one opening, or best case scenario, you're going to have 2 knocks from the opposing side, and you will have to figure out which angles are the ones from where the opposition can recover. And if you can put pressure on that angle, then you leave them no escape, and that is exactly how God's Reign was able to pin down all the pressure from Wingard in one direction, and they just forced the players to line up and pick them off one after the other. It was just brilliant, but this was just their first fight of the game. They are still, in fact, all the other teams remaining. I mean, you might have brought Wingard down to their last player, but they're still there in the game. The competition is still there. The threat is still there.
In the map of Miramar lately, I've observed one more thing, that the last man surviving will also go in for those heal battles.
True.
Yeah, so I would love to see whether Win's last man will actually choose to go in for the heal battle, or will he take those fights and, you know, is going to be like, you know, 2 points is what if I'm able to get. Why not? Yeah,
I mean, every single point is going to matter. In fact, especially once you get to the end of the week, the bonus points kicking in are definitely going to help you out quite a lot. But talk about help. And Immortal, he's going to need a little bit of help. Lining up the spray on Baymax does not really succeed. And Baymax able to make the escape. But now Redemption Crew, they have the information of Reckoning Esports and the opportunity to gatekeep them. But even before they can think about capitalizing on that opportunity, they're going to be charged upon by the players of BR. And this time, it is going to be the lineup of BR Titans, who managed to secure 1 knock and finish from the side of Redemption Crew.
That was almost redemption against them as well. Because if they'd got that knock, probably they would have been persistent to get that finish as well. But the circle, look at how the circle is formed up. Gods, that name OS is still standing out for me in the center of the circle, and that is how well he can rotate inside the circles as well. Autobots, let's not forget that team as well. They have got the northern side of Los Leones, no hard compounds for themselves as of now, but in case they regroup and make sure they end TMZ, they're going to have the complete Los Leones for themselves.
Yeah, man, since you have brought up the name TMZ, this was my favorite team during BGIS, but I don't know what's happened. I mean, TMZ was looking like they used to cause so much trouble running into fights. As of now, they're just sitting on the northern edge of Los Leones, and I think they are actually playing a little bit safer, which is a good thing inside a Battle Royale game, so I'm not going to hold it against them, but I would love to see these guys in action again. And I think with Blood Rose Esports charging towards them, in fact, getting quite close, that might actually happen in the next few minutes.
I mean, the grassroots tournament which took place, the BJIS, it seems like, you know, it's still continuing, if you ask me.
Oh, it gave us so many good teams, so many good players to look forward to.
And another opportunity as well in BMPS.
Exactly. One step and it just opens up a whole different world for all of these teams.
Exactly. So let's see whether who is going to be actually holding this opportunity by its throat, you know, shoving it in their pocket, and you're going to walk off with this great opportunity.
Yeah, that sounds very aggressive.
But still, they need to be aggressive at this point of time, because most of them have just let go of those great opportunities. Right now, another opportunity for the side of TMZ. Your favorite wants to pick up another finish or probably finish off a team, but it seems like they're getting crumbled like a cookie, as it's going to be one-man Karan picking up a grenade. Perfectly placed grenade is going to be doing a lot of damage. Will get a knock as well. He'll have to make it inside the circle, but eventually it's going to be BR from the other side. Will be finishing things off for him, but Optimus from far away, again the last man standing for the side of TMZ. All he can do is watch his teammate get slaughtered.
Exactly, he can't even step out of his cover to do anything, because with how Karan Jyoth was taken out a few moments ago, BR and the players from TMZ have realized that 7 Show from that hilltop right behind them have a clear line of fire available, and that's going to be so much pressure to deal with. But talk about pressure, and we have BR Titans yet again finding themselves against the players of Reckoning Esports.
Ooh.
They started this. BR Titans started this by picking off Aladdin from the side of Reckoning. Can they finish this fight?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Punk is going to allow them to finish things off, as he's been always that person to put a full stop against any team which take a fight with the side of RGE. 3 players, still the aggression is on. Still they're looking forward for fights. But yes, a good call coming in from the side of BR as well, as they have to make it inside the circle. Shot being missed. AUG coming in as an addition as a default gun.
Yeah, but who stops their vehicle in the middle of nowhere like that?
I mean, I guess he saw someone in front of him and he was like, you know what, I can't go there. I just need to take a U-turn from this position itself, and then got shot. But he has to thank his stars he's still alive.
That is true, because in a normal scenario, anyone made a mistake like that, that was an instant knock finish. Your vehicle gets blown up and you have nothing left. Your teammates are there watching and asking you like, what were you doing, my brother? But as you mentioned, I mean, stars aligning for the players of BR Titans, and they need to make sure that they make this second chance count. Because if they miss this opportunity, then they might not get a lot of them in the future.
Now the circle as well, we need to see how many teams are actually inside the circle. Gods were outside the circle all of a sudden. BR were outside the circle. We saw that Reckoning were also in the northern eastern side of the map, specifically is what I'm pointing out right now. All of them need to make it inside the circle. Now, there are several teams. As we can see in the minimap right now, Autobots are ready for any team to make it inside the circle. They'll be giving them shots. Siam coming in the crosshairs of Skills, who misses not much, but this time, since he's missed it, Medal is given a little bit of a chance. But INF from the backlines, they could be a little bit of a trouble for this team.
Exactly, that one team can change everything, and I think even Autobots now getting a little bit distracted by the players of 07, I believe, but need to be a little bit more careful, because Medal Esports, let's not forget about them, right next to you in front of the ridge, and Medal is just waiting for opportunity, waiting for the players of Autobots to over-engage, over-peak their angles, make those mistakes so that Medal has an opportunity to secure those knocks. But look at this, Redemption crew are just holding on to the back lines. Payne was knocked out, but Reaper right next to him does allow his teammate the opportunity to go for an easy revive.
Somewhere far away, it's going to be the 2 big bulls locking on. So on the finish feed, I just saw Reckoning versus the side of God's Reign. The fight which I would love to witness. But as of now, yes, Reapers are trying to do their best. This is what we were speaking about. You know, they can actually get as many finishes as possible because they've got the perfect corner of the circle. Now, respecting the circle is going to be their top priority, which they're actually doing right now to make it inside the circle. But least do they realize they're a little bit late in doing so.
Exactly, and this delay is going to cost them their life and the finish points from this game, and the placement points as well. But Rockets Rios, he does take those shots on the players of BR Titans, but it's going to be the Titans who end up surviving. Killflex is going to be dropped down to the floor, and it's going to be Medal Esports from the backlines who end up picking up that finish point. An amazing job done by Medal. And a few moments ago, we saw them struggling to gain an entry inside the circle. Guess what? They were patient enough, and now they have the access of the circle they wanted.
Now this is where we would like to learn and see how OAS will be able to pull his team
no.
through it. All this action, there's going to be shot coming in live right and center. It's going to be Blaze and Ninja Jot, the two-man standing. Ninja Jot is going to stop himself to take that fight and eventually paying a very hefty price. Blaze, the last man standing, will now have to make it inside the circle and play for position points rather than finish points. But ECs have got another team altogether firing towards them, and let's see what's going to happen.
Execute Esports almost getting executed in the middle of nowhere. Biku trying to survive, see the players of Genex FM in front of him, but that's not an easy team to deal with, especially with how the lineup has come together this time around. It looks like they've regained their old aggression that they were looking forward to. God's Rain, Blaze, as we saw a few moments ago, the team crumbling as they try to push for the players of Execute Esports, but now down to their last man, and especially with Seven Shaw ruling this map from that high ground for so long. They've caused so much trouble for every single team around them. But the question is, how many finish points have they gained for themselves from all of this? Because now everyone inside the circle will also be aware of their position. And if they mark those exits, Seven Shaw, they're never getting down from that hill.
BR's position is also pretty interesting if you ask me. High ground as well as hard compound for themselves. So they could also do wonders if the circle shifts a little bit towards them. Look at that. They're going to be shooting towards the side of UP50, who is not far away from them, making sure that they strike fear in their hearts so that they don't come in closer. Towards the western side of the map, Autobots are still standing strong to hold back the side of Medal Esports, and that love story is also taking a lot of time. As of now, UP50, again, smokes are going to be deployed, making sure they cover all their blind spots, especially the high ground, which is right next to them. And teams from that position can put them down very, very easily.
Let's see Optimus. He's trying.
Last man.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid being put down as well. Although he's giving away a lot of footsteps to the opposition. Servi from the side of Autobots is going to be dropped. Mr. Spray catching a spray with his body. Not really the way you're supposed to do it, and it's going to be the players of Medal Esports gunning him down around that house. Autobots, not a lot of hope left alive in this match, but Medal, they're ruling over this lobby. Look at how they're moving around. So amazing. And all of this confidence, can this pay them off with a chicken dinner?
I think so. I spoke about Medal right from the get-go that they're one of those teams who have been doing really good in the recent past in third-party tournaments, and the way they've executed the side of Autobots, who are having the circle for themselves, who are in the greater advantage when it comes to the gatekeeping scenario, now getting finished off and having that complete western side in their favor. Nobody to backstab them as well. 7 shows on the other side with the DBS doing wonders over here, getting a 1v2 or probably a 1v3, and then the whole team almost getting squashed off by that vehicle. Goat, if he hadn't put that man down, probably that would have been the end.
That would have been the end, the drive over the entire team, but luckily for Seven Show, they do manage to survive, so they are going to be happy with that. But ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 7 teams of this game. 24 players still surviving this matchup, and Seven Show right now, as we mentioned, the high ground advantage which they had up until 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago into this match, has made sure that all 4 players from their side are going to be alive. The other team that was able to do that was the side of Blood Rose Esports, but they've just gone ahead and lost Harshu in that fight.
I mean, immediately, Medal Esports, after they do the damage, they've rushed in.
Yeah.
And I just love the way they're taking control of all this topography which is in front of them. There is a smoke which comes up. Top Dog is rushing in. He knows that he can do a really good assault. He's got around how many? Probably 2 finishes is what he's got. Paradox gets finished off thanks to Mad Wreck from the other side with the deadly DBS. But since they've got one corner of the compound for themselves, all they're going to do is watch the others come and assault the side of BR and then pick it up. But Jen on the other side, out of nowhere, this rotation has to be one of the best rotations so far in this map.
Yeah, but it also makes you question, like, what is this team doing? They were all the way towards the northeastern edge of the circle. That was a straight line entry, but they've gone all around the zone from the northern side toward the northwest, and they find themselves against Medal. Now, Medal will not go down without a fight, and they are definitely definitely getting those trades in. Gen X FM down to 2 players. From the side of Metal, we have Top Dog still holding on to that slope. But one good nade can end it all. And this one is going to be from the side of Gen X FM, as Metal Esports are going to be wiped from the map.
A double digit when it comes to finishes for the side of Gen X FM. I wasn't expecting them to get so many finishes, and 7 shows on the other side, slowly being one with the nature, if you ask me, sticking themselves to that walls out there so that they don't get finished off. But BR Viper still alive. He knows that he needs to clear off one side of this ridge and then only concentrate on the other side. The divided attention can actually be a little bit of a problem for the side of BR, if you ask me.
True,
but
I agree.
But they're holding on really well, looking at the situation right now.
They're not overheating.
Yeah.
Not overcommitting to any of these fights. They are playing for their own position, playing for their win, rather than the destruction of the rest of the lobby.
Yep.
7 show on the other side, holding on to this western half of this dip. I think their intention is just to avoid the players of Gen X FM when they try to climb up, but it's not going to be easy. Gen X FM, though, the Molotov from GOAT is going to burn Moksha alive. That could be the opening 7 show we're looking forward to, but it's still not going to be an easy fight for them.
2 grenades being cooked in from the other side and 1 from the top. It's going to be Pasha cooking up a grenade from the top, eventually gets punished off. It's going to be Gen X on the other side, Vishu. Even that grenade has not done too much of a damage. 7 shows. This is an opportunity for them to strike. 3 players from the eastern side, 3 players on the top, and having so many throwables in their hand. All they have to do is wait. Let time reveal all these players and then take those fights. As Moksha is going to get revived immediately, you have to give it to Madrek for running out in the open and getting that revival through.
That is true. Moksha was in a very uncomfortable position where he got knocked out, and Madrek took all of that risk to get his teammate back into this fight. Gen X FM again with 4 players in this matchup. But one more team, as you were talking about, Patience Sarka, we did see the players of UP50. In fact, we are still seeing them, and they've been holding on to their spots for the last 3 minutes. And they have been so patient, waiting for an opportunity. And I think their opportunity will present itself soon, as the players of 7 Show have finally decided that they have had enough. Now it's time to go for a push against the players of Blood Rose Esports. Wait, what? Are they going for a double push? Taking the fight against the players of...
I don't know. They were not expecting that Molotov to actually connect, and once they understood the Molotov is connected, then they changed their plans. But adapting on the get-go in a map like this, in the map of Miramar, is not going to help you out. So you need to stick to one fight, complete that fight and then move forward. UP50 KSR, he's doing everything possible to survive for the longest time possible, so that it becomes easier for him to strike when the iron is hot. Viper with another grenade. Mr. IGL with a Molotov. Can they connect?
It's going to be difficult, and I believe 7 Shaw with a push towards this broken building. They might have just made a mistake, because now there is a very high possibility of 7 Shaw getting sandwiched between the players of Gen X and Rose Esports. Gen X, they are looking to go for a push. Goat with his nade is trying to deny the players momentum, and even if one nade lands perfectly, it does enough damage for the players of Gen X FM. Are not at 100% HP when they come in towards the broken building. The fight can go in the favor of 7 Shaw.
7 Show, I just like that strategy. What they're doing is throw up grenades, push Gen X to go to the left side, to the western side, and then it becomes easier for them to take control on the complete eastern side. And if they're doing it as we think they are, then that's a great strategy to work things around.
Again, another question over here becomes, does Gen X FM know that UP50 is there?
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, if they did, then probably they would have actually committed to that fight, but their concentration is more on BR. They think that they're clever right now, trying to step away from that compound, allowing BR and 7 to actually take the fight with one another. But least do they realize, the more they stay away from these two fights, the attention is going to be, heading in towards them, with UP50 trying to take that rotation to the western side. So all of this possibilities coming through. Let's see which is the first point of contact.
Exactly. These 3 teams, these 4 teams, in fact, have been holding against each other for a while now. And it's just a few more seconds before the wall of death, the blue zone, forces Gen X FM and UP50 to jump on that high ground, try and take the face-off against the players of 7 Show and Blood Rose Esports. Atlas, Adnan, along with KSR. It's going to be a difficult job for them to secure those finishes. But since the players of Gen X FM have lined themselves up along that slope, UP50 has an opportunity to pick them off one by one.
Yeah, and also if Seven Shore as well as BR come out in the open, they're going to be punished by both these teams. It's going to be Gen as well as the side of UP50 who might put them down. There it is. Atlas is going to be keen. And eventually will be getting that knock as well. It's going to be good putting down BR, and this fight is going to be inevitable. Throwables from the side of UP50 will be the perfect counter strategy for this, but Gen X on the other side understands that UP50 are not far away. The shots are going to be exchanged between these two as well, as UP50 inside. It's going to be Atlas getting finished off. The last man standing, Adnan, as BR. Now this is going to be so hard for him to survive.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to survive, but I think we know which two teams are going to fight it out for the win. Blood Rose Esports still in this matchup with two players. UP15 in an uncomfortable position, and they are going to get destroyed by the players of Gen X FM, as Madrek with the DBS wants to go for the finishes, but no! He misses so many shots and is going to be punished. Gen X FM in a position where they thought they were never going to be. Two players left standing against the players of Blood Rose Esports, and now it's just going to be Mox, the final 1v1. We won for the win against these three teams. Still, all three of them are in this fight. UP50, they're looking to bring their numbers back for the advantage. And is that actually going to be a possibility, or has Mox made a big mistake? And the first one is actually going to be true. Last fight, Rickson, and he goes down. It's going to be UP50 out of nowhere. The second win, the second chicken dinner, and an impressive one as well. Patience paying off.
Oh, yes. All these three teams had their patience, and everybody have been rewarded with several finishes out there. But I would like to bring in that the maximum amount of finishes in this lobby will be going to Gen FXM.
Yeah.
Gen X FM. I mean, they've done a great job.
Yeah.
15 to 16 finishes is what they've got, if I'm not wrong. And let's see whether I stand corrected when the points come out on the screens.
We're gonna find that out, because they did in fact secure a few extra finishes in the midst of the chaos in that final fight, and before that I think they were already at 12.
Yeah, 12 or 13 is what they had. So apart from that, UP50, you have to give it to their patience as well, waiting for the right time to strike. At one point of time, when he understood that, this man is running out in the open, he taunted him. He just fired towards him and then hit himself. And all he had to do is wait for BR to finish him off. And that's pretty clever. You need to understand the topography and play according to your advantage.
Plus, if your opponent makes a mistake, you can't just spend any time thinking, hey, what just happened? This is a little bit weird. Just an instant punish. Because Madrek, that push with the DBS, that should have been the end of UP50 right
Exactly.
there. He gave him few extra seconds, whiffed a few shots, and instantly it was the players of UP50 coming out on top. Because as soon as your ammo is out, and in fact, I believe Madrek was out of ammo in both his weapons, so he had nowhere to run. You have a line of fire from the players of Blood Rose Esports. From one flank, you have UP50 right on the other side of the ridge, no escape, and that one mistake costed Gen X FM the win of this match.
We have a special video for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the video and we'll speak further about it. At one side, I have the suspense of who's going to win this with so much roster changes. And then we have promos, which is going to keep us even more in suspense.
Yeah.
I mean, the officials exactly know how to play with our emotions.
Exactly. Plus, we find out all of the new stuff that's coming out every single time we are here. And it's along with you guys. When you get to know is exactly when we find out as well. So it's a surprise for us.
Yeah, exactly. But coming back to the game, which was pretty surprising if you ask me for the final fights. You were speaking about the line of sight, right? But at the same time, if he had pushed himself a little bit over the horizon and, committed to that shotgun, he was scared that, once he's coming over the horizon, the helmet is going to be visible, he's going to get headshot, or probably he was thinking that a DBS is also present on the other side. Sometimes you have to be that mad dog. Just need to go in and finish things off.
That is true. I mean, that actually also could have worked, but I think we're going to relive all of the moments from this matchup, because there were a lot of them, and especially starting from the early fights, because it was an interesting moment. Reckoning Esports did not really think that it was going to be an early hit, but they still did manage to do quite decent, I have to say.
Yes. The highlights on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is how things started off, where we saw Reckoning is the first team to lose a player. I mean, BR, from then on, they survived until the final moment. They were the first point of contact to the last point of contact when it comes to the map. Shows that, they were here for some amount of finishes. God's Reign, this was the only time they shined, and after this, it seems like there was a dark shadow over them which didn't allow them to shine.
I mean, I can't make sense of that push that happened out in the open against Execute Esports, because you have the entirety of your eastern front taking shots towards you, and you know there are like two teams present on that high ground. You're making a run in an open field, and even the position where you're headed, there's a team already there. It was a YOLO move, as I'm going to call it from now on, because either you make it to the other side or you are done. And God's Reign, we did see, in fact, that they were finished off. This was one of my favorite fights in this game as well. Medal against Gen X FM, an important one for both the teams.
Yeah, I somewhere thought that Medal pulled it off.
Me too.
Because they put on Autobots who were in hard cover, were inside the circle, and then they put 3-man down, the last man standing. If not for that grenade, and if it was a frontal battle, probably we could have expected Medal to be the top contenders of this map itself. But ultimately 7-3. I would like to give credit to this man Goat. Every single time his team needed something, let it be the throwables, let it be those shots, he was always there to deliver.
Exactly, and even in the last fight where we saw the players of 7 Show push towards the players of Blood Rose, the man took a UMP against a TBS and did secure the opening for his team. His teammates failed to follow up, but Goat has been phenomenal on individual level, and we're going to be hopeful that from the side of 7 Show, the rest of the team also steps up. They start feeling a little more confident about themselves, because this game from the side of 7 Show was actually very good. I like this performance.
I mean, most of these teams are performing well. No wonder we are in the Pro Series. I mean, after BGIS, there were pointers where we could say this team is not performing here due to this reason.
Yeah.
Now that has become so minimum that it's becoming hard for us to find reasons to not call them pros. So let's see. It's just the beginning of this tournament. It's been just 2 maps. The first one going in the favor of the favorites, and the second one, that is where a new favorite has now emerged in the map of Miramar. The next map is going to be the map of Sandhawk.
Oh yeah, Sandhawk is one of my favorite maps, to be honest. I love the action that we get, especially in the recent days, in the last few weeks, in the competitive circuits that have happened. I mean, the Camp Alpha Island. I mean, all of a sudden it turns out everyone's eyes are towards that Camp Alpha position, and that has caused a lot of interesting scenarios to develop. But talk about interesting things. We have the Fool's Blessing, and I heard Salty was trying to see if he could 1v1 me with the skin.
Yeah, I really want to. I really want to push my luck. I know it's going to be a little hard.
Yeah.
I understand. But somewhere I feel that, it's just that confidence boost you get when you have these skins for yourself.
Yeah.
And it's so easy for you to find it. All you have to do is get into the game, spin the wheel, and then you'll have a great opportunity to have one of those skins for yourself. And also, it's a Scar one. We saw Scar was the ending gun in the map of Miramar. So if you have a skin with a deadly gun like that, it's the perfect combination.
Exactly. So do go ahead inside of the game in the reward section. Do check it out. And if you do get it, do let us know as well. I mean, we're going to be happy for you.
Yeah, exactly. Luck doesn't favor everybody.
Yes. Not you specifically. I realize you're very upset about this. Role's not working out for Arka quite a lot. But anyways, I mean, hopefully this time around you're going to get that Scarl skin for yourself. And maybe you can beat Salty in a 1v1 sometime. But for now, let's talk about the individual battles that took place, especially that final top 4 situation, the King of the Hill fight, as we're going to call it. We did see Blood Rose holding on to that broken building for so long. 7 Show. The players from the side of Gen X FM were there. We saw Medal Esports also a few moments ago. What do you think, I mean, one of the other teams could have done to actually snatch the win away? Especially, I mean, UP50, we talked about them. I felt they were going to win because they were keeping their heads down, not making any noise, and they were keeping themselves protected while the other 3 teams were busy fighting amongst themselves.
See, one thing which teams would have done is manage their resources. Imagine if you had throwables, any of the 3 teams in the final circle. Put 1 grenade on this side, 1 grenade on the other. You don't have to, do so much of a hard work. So ultimately, everybody had, run out of resources. No smokes, no grenades, no Molotovs. Even though 1 Molotov did fall in towards the side of Blood Rose, it's just that the luck didn't favor that person who threw it. So no knocks came through.
They didn't think it was going to connect. You called it out during the game as well, because they were running towards the compound, through the Molotov, and then instantly ran back towards the players of Gen X FM. And had they known, all right, this might get us a knock, or had they been confident in their own skills to find the opening once they went to the broken building, it would have been a different story. Maybe we could have seen 7 Shaw get a little bit more refills from the crates of Blood Rose and then take on the fight against UP50 and Gen X FM later on. for the chicken dinner, but that did not happen. But moving forward, I think, again, as you mentioned, all the teams are very closely matched. It was just small little errors or small little decision-making
Yeah.
miscalculations that resulted in fights swinging in one way instead of the other. But as of now, with the first two games, I think the rest of the teams are also watching and they're going to be picking things up.
I mean, if you see the favorites of this map, especially the side of God's Reign and as well as Reckoning, the way they performed was a little bit shocking for me. Reckoning Esports taking those fights outside the circle, being so overconfident that they can somehow make it inside the circle with nobody shooting in towards them. The same story goes with the side of God's Reign, where they knew that that is the corner of the circle where there's so much of fight taking place. I mean, I've rarely seen OAS taking such a decision, and he paid a very hefty price over here.
That is very true. I mean, we keep talking about that one push because God's Reign, before that, we saw the team fight. We saw how that team fight went. And that looked like the God's Reign we all wanted to see.
Exactly.
Everything laid out perfectly. Players positioning themselves, setting each other up instead of running for the individual finish or the individual play. But that one rotation, I think it was just a small miscalculation. It could have worked out either way. Maybe the plan was to slam the vehicles into that ridge, try and take one fight and avoid any pressure coming from the hilltop. Did not really happen because another team had closed in onto that open field towards the east. And that was one of the miscalculations that happened. But you never know. Maybe they can come back.
There's always one thing which I've learned from OS whenever I've tried to, decipher his strategies. It's just that he doesn't want to be a part of the action. He would rather take the brunt of the blue.
Yes.
And he would, go away from that fight, get the damage of the blue, somehow make it inside the circle, heal, and then take the fight.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he didn't think that as well. Probably he knew the fingers were hot, and then you're like, we can just head on and get those finishes as well. But all of it failed.
Hey man, look at the lineup he has to work with this time around. I mean, you would want to take fights with these players around you, but I guess if we talk about taking fights, we also have to talk about the man who was winning fights for his team, the MVP of the game. It's going to be Insidious from Gen X FM.
Yes, Gen X have done a great job. See, 10 finishes already with still 5 teams out there. Shows that they would have got at least 15 to 16. Make that 12 with this finish coming up. Oh, they failed at 12. Okay, I somewhere felt that, they've got more. But still, the top 5 over here, 5-5, 3-3. Decent amount of finish being shared by most of these players. Aquanox still out there, even though they got eliminated so early. Gen X, we have 2 players out there. 7+5 shows that no wonder they had so many finishes in their favor. Then we have BR getting 3 and 7 show getting 5 as well.
I mean, we have already established GOAT is an absolute GOAT. 5 eliminations from an individual, especially in a team that was struggling position-wise for so long in this matchup, which still managed to secure all that number and put it on the board for his team. It was incredible. But now we have to look how those individual performances converted for the teams. Ladies and gentlemen, the point standings of the previous game on our screens. And we have Gen X FM leading the charge with 23 points, all thanks to those eliminations that they got.
Now, people do tell me the point standing forces teams to actually go in for that chicken dinner, try to play it safe. But I have an answer for you guys. This is Gen X FM showing you guys. All you have to do is think of finish points. As you clear off teams out there, you'll be on the top of the table no matter if you have got chicken dinners or not. One other team which proved to us in the bigger picture has to be Gladiators winning it with no chicken dinners.
Oh yes, that was again a historic moment, not just for that particular tournament, but I think it was the first time anyone has seen it happen. No chicken dinners on the board, but still a stark difference. And again, it is consistency in every single game. You do not necessarily play to win one game of BGMI. If you're playing a tournament, you're playing to win the entire tournament. And I think that is something that all of these teams can focus on as well. Also, Gen X FM, I mean, that was a wonderful performance. The fearless Marathas back on the board. But now, I believe, is when they will start feeling a little bit more resistance.
Yeah. Speaking about resistance, these are the teams who are feeling the most. As you can see, from the 9th to the 16th position, the number dwindles from 2 to 0. Shows that neither did they have finish points, nor proper possession points for themselves. And hopefully, we'll be able to see them bounce back. As I said, the format is designed so well that each of these teams do not need to be disappointed at the end of week 1, because week 2 and week 3 could be a new ray of hope with the bonus points up for grabs.
I mean, it is definitely going to be a new opportunity because you will have a lot more information to work with what are the changes that the teams have brought in, because you guys were also talking about it, and I think it is again a conversation that's happening in the entire community, the roster changes that have happened over the last few weeks and what their impact is going to be like. this is the first platform where we get to see what the impact is going to be like. It's a long league, it's a stretched out league. I understand it's a little bit more fast paced with how the format is laid out, but that will give you the best opportunity to observe how the IGLs make their changes, how the individual players that have been swapped in, swapped out, how they're adapting to the new teams that they're a part of now.
I'm able to see one pattern taking place, that for the first time it's going to be the IGL who's the center of attraction for all these teams out there. And there were several times we saw Sensei used to say that, I'm an IGL who wants to build a team around me. Jelly used to say, I'm an IGL who loves to build the team around me. Whereas there were several others. I do believe that Godlike were also looking forward for it, but it was more about Johnny being that free man, and then, you try to protect him until the final circle so that he can do his assault. But eventually, now Jelly jumping into that position is again going to restrict all these people who claim themselves to be the best assaulters out there. Listen to your leader, stick on to your roles, and then we'll see wonders take place.
Yeah, and the exact opposite of this spectrum is God's Reign, as we talked about them, where in the IGL itself is being swapped out. You have I don't want Oasis the new man in the lineup, although he's one of the most experienced.
People are still going to listen to him. That's the whole point.
People are still going to listen to him. I mean, he's the new player, but again, one of the most experienced players in the entire community. I mean, this man has been through a lot in his professional career, and all of that experience can definitely help his teammates out. They know it as well. They have a lot to learn from him, and they're willing to do it, willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that for now, God's Reign is going to be the team sitting at the top, and they have one more opportunity to make it happen.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll be going into the next map. It's going to be the map of Sandhawk. But before we step actually into the game itself, we'll be looking at which are the teams which will be colliding in this small map. Again, we're going to bring back Group 2, who have done a great job in the first one. Team Soul registering themselves that chicken dinner will now have an opportunity to strike the second time. Big Brother Esports, Team Empire RTG. We have MW, which I almost get confused to Midwave, as actually Metal Wings over here, and I have Entity, GT, and OG.
I mean, Group 2 was also very fun to watch, especially Entity. Looking at that name just makes me happy. Team Soul, that win was amazing. Big Brothers, as we talked about them, one of the most impressive teams, one of the best finds of BGIS 2023 and the BGMI community, one of the best finds for the BGMI community in India. Big Brothers, Team Empire, they have been quite exciting to look at. RTG, that last game, that first game of theirs was very incredible, but now they go up against a team that has already warmed up on Miramar, and it's going to be just the flow of playing games back to back that might be that slight edge that teams from Group 5 will have to work with, just the back-to-back matches that they're playing. Other than that, I think it's going to be a different game entirely for everyone. Maps changing, group you're playing against is changing.
Yeah, and the best part is we have seen both these groups collide before. We had the first game Erangel and the second game Miramar, so both of the teams are now coming into picture. Now I would love to see whether a consistent performance from the teams who have played Miramar is just going to get showcased in the map of Sandhawk, because your crosshairs, that long distance would have allowed you to, somehow be ready for it. But at the same time, it's going to be Team Soul after pulling off something in a close range. They're also prepared for close range battles in the map of Sandhawk. So it's going to be a very interesting fight, if you ask me.
It is going to be interesting. Plus, I think this is just my personal opinion on it. I believe Miramar does allow you a little bit of margin of error to work with in terms of poor positioning. Because as you mentioned, long distance fight means if you are whiffing your shots, the opponent will also whiff a few shots. They're going to miss a few times. And that is the opportunity where you try to save yourselves, try to find the second chance to try and take the fight. In Sandhawk, that's not really the case. If you try to hide, there's going to be a man lying down behind you in the grass that you have not noticed for the 5 minutes.
At the same time, the adaptation between no matter how close you are, you're still far away, to no matter how far you are, you're still close to one another, is going to be so different for the teams who have played the map of Miramar. So let's see how teams are actually going to cope up. But if you guys can predict and tell us which is the team which will be winning, we would love to know in the chat out there. Tell your friends as well, because I've seen lately most of your friends would want to come and join over here, and they would have been like, we don't know where to catch all the action, which is very rare in the game of BGMI. But send them the links, let them all come out here and enjoy the best of the best battle it out over here.
Exactly, and you can also let us know which players or which teams you think have been the most impressive. Do make sure to hit our social media handles and drop a comment supporting your favorite teams. But, ladies and gentlemen, you guys see the counter on your screens, right? That means we are just 10 seconds away from jumping into the map of Sanhok. It's going to be an exciting game. And as I say that, the Big Bird is about to hit the sky. And as the Big Bird hits the sky, ladies and gentlemen, I believe there's going to be a little bit of a switch up on the co-pilot seat as well. The last time it was Salty who just jumped out of the plane, abandoning his position. And this time he's actually jumping back in mid-air. But as soon as he joins it, we're going to speak to him. But for now, we have the trajectory of the plane starting from the southeastern edge of the map all the way from docks, and this time going towards the northern side. Not east, not west, right in the center. It's between Khao and Haten. How are you doing, Salty? How does it feel to be back?
It feels great to be back in the cockpit, to be honest. Just flying this big bird up in the skies, just like you mentioned. But let's just talk about the passengers who apparently have actually dropped down to the battlegrounds already. Now, we do have a little bit of a cluster. We do have a little bit of a initial scuffle going on towards the side of docks. It seems like Entity, they are very well split out. And Sue has actually been knocked out already.
Oh my god, this is something that you would not expect in the early stages of the game. And it's going to be Sue knocked out. Nowhere left to run. Or actually, he does have a lot of way left to run since there is no one around him. He just dropped and misstepped, or actually slipped a step and fell and got knocked out.
That's one way to die, to be honest. But thankfully, he's got his friends to back him up.
I was just going to say that for a mistake like this, do his teammates let him die?
I think that's not really a bad option, to be honest. But I think his services are going to be required. He's been a great addition to Entity, especially in that great game of Erangel. I think on the map of Sanhok as well, he is going to show his worth. But let's just talk about the circle, Johnny. I mean, we witnessed a monstrosity on the map of Erangel. Now on the map of Sanhok, a circle of which almost 40% is in the waters once again.
Yeah, we love this though, right, Salty?
I love it.
Yeah, same here. I mean, see, Sanhok already, as you mentioned, it's the smallest map in the game. Along with that, if you add 40% of the zone into the starting circle itself, that means the teams are going to be forced to be much closer to each other than they expected. And that transitions into a lot of fights.
Possibly not on the map of Sanhok. There might be some notorious teams who just prefer the first aid kits and the med kits later on in the game as well. We'll find out. A lot of these teams on the southern shoreline might just be looking exactly for that. But we do have two teams extremely close by. One of them is going to be Team Empire. One of them is going to be Seven Shores. I think players have been spotted. And just as I about to say it, Jadoo is down and out.
Ah, Jadoo. Well, this time, he won't be the one showing the magic trick. Instead, he's going to be the one who's going to be forced to disappear. Seven Shore, again, off to a great start. The first finish of the game in the hands of this team, which has been quite incredible. But look at this. Wait, what? What is going on over here? This is an awkward situation for Mr. Spray. Has the door open of the shack, and is just trying to use the third-person perspective to keep an eye on the players of Big Brothers, but the players of BB, they have closed in, and Mr. Spray, he needs to be extremely careful. He's called for backup already. The other players from the side of Autobots are trying to make the rotation, but will they get here before Mr. Spray gets finished off?
Sweaty fingers from Mr. Spray, kind of misjudged in terms of getting inside that compound. It seems like Saf from top. This is such a good position. And Mr. Spray has been knocked out. This is such an obnoxious position to come from. And Mr. Spray did not expect that. Saf, how wonderfully this man has transitioned. He's not a young player anymore, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, he has a lot of experience under his belt now. He's been on LAN, and we've seen him perform over there as well. It was a historic moment for Big Brothers, but that was just the beginning of it all. Seth, as you mentioned, Seth, Sarwit, Uzumaki, and look at what is the addition Big Brothers has made. Kyoya has been introduced into the lineup. This team is going to look even more deadlier than before. And as we were talking about Autobots versus Big Brothers, the previous fight, I think after losing Mr. Spray, Autobots can't really commit, even though it's going to be a 2v3 situation. It is close to even odds for either sides as of now, because Big Brothers will also have the opportunity to call upon their teammates who are not too far away, just a little bit south towards Paradise Resort. And as soon as that backup is here, the fight again switches in the favor of BB.
I think that exactly is going to be the case, and you can't even blame Autobots in that situation because the fact that the circle pushes majority of the teams from the southern part of the map towards the north, right? There's going to be a swarm of vehicles coming in. Autobots wanted to spread themselves out, and I think Mr. Spray was sort of designated to guard that southern shoreline of the team, the quadrant which they were trying to form. BB apparently were in that position. Man was designated to scout out the south. He was sort of dug 6 feet under in the south.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, moving forward, switching over to the position of Hathin is where we are right now. The players of God's Reign, we have seen them reign supreme on this Camp Alpha Island for a long time, but every now and then they do end up making a few mistakes that cost them a lot of points on this map of Sanhok. This time looking to avoid the same, an early switch from the players of God's Reign. I think they're going to look to cross the bridge over, move to the main island of the map and play between Cow and Paradise Resort or somewhere close to the northern shoreline.
They can actually play a spoil sport for a lot of the teams who are rotating, who are still rotating actually. Gujarat Tigers being one of them, Team Empire being one of them as well. And I think Team Empire is already spotted with the X-ray as well. God's Reign, they will obviously not have any sort of information right now, but will slowly discover the presence of others. But we have to talk about one thing, of course, the combination of the teams, especially for this particular matchup, right? The best from the map of Erangel and the best from the map of Miramar, I think, come together. This particular map of Sanhok, I think, in its ending stages, is going to be an absolute blast. I think the floor is going to be lava.
For sure, it's going to be lava indeed, but this lava lets a few players survive at least. But talk about survival, we're going to have the players of Gen X FM. I thought they were going to look for a hunt. I thought they were going to push for the fight, but no. A safer approach being taken by the players of Gen X FM. They've tried to avoid the fight, just continued along their merry way and are looking for a safe haven for themselves. But talk about looking for a safe haven. Look at this. It's a boat party for Team Soul. Moving up north, they're going to try and make that water creation towards the city of Hathin or maybe towards Cow. But they have to move in as quickly as possible because otherwise, if they are late, they're going to face a lot of resistance when they try to approach the shoreline.
I'm actually scared about Team Soul right now. Of course, they are trying to be the fishermen in this one, but I just hope, number one, they have enough gas cans, and number two, they just find the right docks to actually enter the map and enter the battlegrounds once again, because we saw how the circle forced these teams to kind of stay towards the shoreline, which just means the majority of the shorelines is guarded. Where do Team Soul come back into the map once again from? Speaking about Team Soul, it seems like Big Brothers are not far behind. Kyoya, of course, has been shut down in that sniper tower. But of course, he has his teammates to back him. Autobots would want to seek revenge.
That was such a good shot from the players of Metal Wings. I mean, it was an amazing start to that fight. Gonu, though, what can he convert this into? His teammates in the backlines are waiting for a little bit more information to work with. But while Metal Wings are struggling for info, Big Brothers, they're building their star player back into this fight. Kyoya getting the revive.
He has definitely been revived, but Metal Wings, I thought that they were sort of preparing for the ambush, preparing for the inevitable, and it seems like their movement is still signifying that. Look at the radar. You still have those 8 players on your screen right now.
Seth, one nade. Only one nade in the backpack, but if that one nade is perfect, he can take down at least 2 players from the side of Metal Wings, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to be a little too difficult of a task for him to pull off, especially considering the players of Big Brothers are now spread on this hilltop. They have to be extremely careful. Metal Wings, they have an uphill fight, but Big Brothers, they have to protect their ground at all costs. In the meanwhile, the Redemption crew, Baymax, getting dropped by Gamla Boy from Entity Gaming.
Entity Gaming has been looking very deadly, especially in their new attire right now. With the addition of Su786, I think this team is sort of going the distance. Right now, just like you mentioned, Baymax has been knocked down, but they still have one more priority. They're still 600 meters away from the circle itself, which on the map of Sanhok can actually get a little tricky, especially when the circle enters into its second stage. There are multiple teams guarding the southern shoreline, so it's going to be a little tough for them to enter. But I think their first priority will be securing the finish and then scouting out if the rest of the players from Redemption crew are still there in the vicinity.
Clearing your surroundings is always going to be important, but you have to be cautious with how you do it as well. Gamla Boy just making sure that There's going to be no threat lurking behind to cause trouble for his team. Baymax eventually is going to bleed out. But as of now, I mean, if we look at the zone, I mean, a lot of these teams have already found a safe haven for themselves inside the circle. And in terms of the teams rotating, Entity is going to be the last team approaching the circle. Look at that, along with the players of Road to Glory. Of course, Entity, we see them towards Cave, just north of Camp Charlie, west of Cave. Road to Glory following the same path as Entity. And if either one of these teams gets delayed, especially Entity, that's going to result in a very entertaining fight in the middle of the blue zone.
One team I'm actually quite happy for is going to be Team Soul, because finally they've found that finish line with the boat itself, and now they are back inside the battlegrounds once again. But they are being guarded by God's Reign, as you can see from the map itself. But I think God's Reign aren't really interested. They have their focus elsewhere. Even they are sort of trying to guard their backs, guard the southern lines as well. Not really a lot of presence, but all of a sudden the action drops, the pace drops on this map, and we know what happens on the other side of it.
The pace never started. I mean, it never kicked off, to be honest. I mean, we're just in stage 2. It's just 3 bodies that have been dropped in total. No squad wipes have happened. And this is comparatively a slow Sanhok that you would witness against the norms, against the rest of the Sanhoks that we have seen in the past. Ooh. But a quick check out from Blaze. He goes in, checks out the players of Team Empire, then falls back, joins his teammates. But now God's Reign, they have this crossfire set up to stop the players of Team Empire from moving any further inside of this matchup. The only way this setup works is if the zone moves away from TE. If the zone is on these two teams, then they still can't fight.
The zone, I think, will be on this team because it's still pretty big enough to house majority of the teams out there. Out of the 16 teams, I think at least 15 or 14 will be inside the circle in its next rendition. But I just want to find out where it ends, because this is a rather very interesting circle. Takes out majority of the northwestern and the southwestern islands out of the picture. You know you're going to be playing on the mainland itself. Does center on Paradise Resort, but surprisingly enough, there is nobody there as of yet. Everybody is just trying to play it from the vicinity, and I think that is where the empty lands are, and that is where a lot of dead bodies are going to be seen.
Normally, Big Brothers face a lot of resistance for that Paradise control, and they're forced to fight for it every single time. The one time there was no one who dropped in Paradise Resort to challenge them, they ran up and out to take a fight, and now they're going to be thinking, why did we ever do that? We could have just stayed back home and taken and had a much easier time inside of this match. But talk about easy times. Metal Wings not really having an easy time, but a fun time, in fact, inside of this matchup. They do find themselves against the players of BR, and even though the line of fire is not available, even though both these teams are quite hesitant to take the fight, at least they are trying to make sure that the opposition does not get too far away from them when the time actually comes.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm not really sure if Metal Wings, they are going to be pretty happy with the situation, because the way Blood Rose played the last game, I think this team is pretty heated up right now. And in such close proximity, especially with how this entire team spreads out in a 4v4 fight, I think it's going to be extremely tough for Metal Wings to try and counter that. You did mention the fact that Big Brothers and Paradise Sword was a possibility. That entire fight of Metal Wings and Blood Rose is also happening in a similar situation. So Big Brothers and their participation is also a possibility, while we look at RTG. Tokia has a little bit of a line of sight on towards Entity Gaming.
Oh, he sees the players. He wants to take them down, and the players of Entity, they get away on a bike, out of all things.
I mean, you've got to play background music from Doom all the way in this one, because I think this is exactly what happens. Gunshots being fired. Team Execute Esports, if I'm not mistaken, was in the rotation path of Team Entity, but as soon as they heard the gunshots, especially I think coming in from Somraj, Team Entity stopped dead in their tracks. Now look at this, right? Once again, Somraj, I think the decision is to just leapfrog Team Execute Esports and move closer to Paradise Resort. Is that going to be the safe haven for every single one of these teams out there?
I think so. I think Paradise is going to be the prime spot for this matchup, and it's going to be very interesting to see how, in fact, these teams try to fight for the control. But let's see, right now, no one is there stepping foot in that direction. Everyone just assumes, oh, it's Paradise Resort. Someone is going to be there. But So far, it's just fight happening around that main compound, around
Yeah.
that central building. No one has, in fact, tried to take the control of the central building as well. But Blood Rose, they're the first ones to arrive. Not exactly in Paradise Resort, just in the factories outside towards the southern side. They have to climb up the hill. They have to climb inside the building to try and take control of the actual resort itself, and if they get in now, it's going to be uncontested. A few more minutes later, Big Brothers is approaching the Paradise Resort building from the northern side.
You know, had it been any other compound, Johnny, I would have said that that compound was the secret sauce to victory in this matchup. But considering it's Paradise Resort, I think it's going to turn into a factory of hell, just like you mentioned, because it's not just one team who can completely dominate the entirety of that territory, even though it's the center of the circle, even though it has that elevation. I think the amount of entry points there are in Paradise Resort, it's going to be a very tough task to defend that point.
Looking at how these teams are playing right now and how the circle is moving, I have two predictions. Either it's going to be a team that manages to hold the Paradise Resort for themselves that wins the game, or it's going to be a team that's just going to be outside of every single fight. They're not going to have a lot of finishes,
Yeah.
but they will have the chicken dinner.
Are you talking about Team Soul?
No.
Team
It
Soul
can-
usually do that, right?
can be
Just stay
anyone.
outside of the fight every single time. But inside of the final circle, they do kind of exert that authority. But you've got to talk about Team OGs as well. I mean, they definitely are the ones who are sort of, usually staying away from the fight, not really taking part in the engagements. Even right now, they are outside the circle and are being marked by
at
Team
this.
God's Reign, right? Look at every single sideline. They're just looking at God right now.
Ninja Jord against OG God in front of him, and it's going to be God who's going to be taken down. It was just a few shots, but the precision from Ninja Jord is always going to be something to admire. An easy knock and finish converted by the players of God's Reign, but still looking for a few more, and they're playing along this western edge, which is going to be quite interesting considering they know for a fact that's going to be a lot of rotation, resistance that they will have to face if the zone moves away from their location.
Zone moving away from their location. We'll have to find out where it goes exactly. But on the other side of the zone, we were talking about it. We just witnessed the western edge of the circle. And right now on the eastern edge, you've got Team Road to Glory once again just holding the periphery of the circle. They know there are presence. They've heard the gunshots as well. They've heard the vehicles rotating, especially Metal Wings. Metal Wings is an outfit. They don't really move silently, do they? They like
Yeah.
to make the noise.
It's Metal Wings, man. Metal Wings are going to make a lot of noise.
Yeah, but sometimes it feels like being in the stealth mode also helps.
It does, to be honest. But I don't think that's going to be the team style. They do want to take that fight aggressively. But look at this. What is this shift of the zone? Moves between Tatmok and Paradise Resort. Everyone who thought, oh, we're going to go to Paradise Resort. We're going to hold a position around the main compound and we're going to win this game. Guess what? Think again, my good friends, because out of nowhere, it's going to be actually Autobots who have the prime position in this game. And if you remember, we've seen multiple circle like this before, and always the priority is either going to be the compounds where Autobots are, or it's going to be the hill that is in control of the players of OG.
Even for OG, right? They are being under fire right now. Reckless has been taken down. We just witnessed God himself from Team OG was taken down right now, and it seems like God's Reign, they've sort of understood the weakling. They've sort of understood that the heals is what we exactly want, and a 4v2 isn't really a tough job for us.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. They have the numbers advantage to work with, have found a way inside the safe zone as well. It's down to Sandhu and his DBS. Looks for the opening.
Ooh.
The damage dished out. The players from the side of God's Reign are going to be extremely low. But this time around, it's going to be God's Reign still trying to reign supreme. They've lost one of their players who has been finished off instantly. Ninja Jord is knocked down. But Blaze, along with Aquinox, the dynamic duo working in tandem, all they have to do is take down this one-man Mohit from the side of OG. Before that first aid kicks in, he was almost picked off. The spray inside the smoke does not really catch the opposition off guard. Aquinox and Blaze down to 50% HP. Mohit, he's still struggling. He's still trying to survive. He's out of utility as well. The Molotov towards the left is going to force him to peek only from the right-hand side. And if he does that, the players of God's Reign are going to know exactly where the shots are coming from. Ninja Jord, he's getting the revive. But did Mohit see Blaze run into that smoke? If yes, maybe he finds the opportunity for the second knock, but the answer was no. And now Mohit He's in an unwinnable fight. It's a 1v3 that he has to go through.
A 1v3 for sure, but it seems like Team OG, they definitely have penetrated the shining armor for the gods himself. Mohit, first 1v1, connects the shot with the DBS. The first person has been down, but now it's Aquinox. Once again a DBS, and this time it's a 1v2. Man is still surviving on a sliver of HP, but 40 bullets on that M4 chamber might just be enough. Switches onto that DBS, and now it's a final circle. It's Ninja Jord who is still charging towards an MVP title. Man in form just saves the gods yet again.
A massive, massive sigh of relief from the players of God's Reign. Almost getting wiped out over there by just one man with a DBS and a dream. But look at this. The players from the side of Blood Rose Esports, they are going for the push against the players of Big Brothers. Big Brothers, they've lost two players. Sarvit and Uzumaki have been taken down. Kyoya and Saif still in this building, still looking for the fight, looking to survive. But these aren't the only two teams. There's a third team present towards the northern side, Entity Gaming. And Entity, their job is simple. They're just going to wait for anyone who survives this entire collision, and then just make sure that they aren't surviving anymore.
Exactly, right? I mean, to be honest, this is exactly why I said Paradise Resort, it's not going to be a safe haven. It's going to be the factory of hell. And it seems like Big Brothers, they definitely are struggling. And I think they will struggle even further, especially, just like you mentioned, Entity's positioning in this fight and the way they have kind of shifted the power dynamics towards their favor. I think Gamla Boy has such a good vantage point for himself. But the rest of the team, their priority has to be simple. They still has to travel 200 meters. Saf has been spotted as well, and now the blue zone damage kicks in.
Oh no, but along with the blue, the damage from Somraj's M4 is going to be much worse for the players. And it's going to be 7 Shaw going to be dropped as well on the map. Entity, they do manage to survive. Somraj going for a run. Kamla Boy, he's going to try and make sure his teammate has some form of backup to work with. But down to 9 teams, 32 players still present in the match. Entity, they have the edge of the zone, but Metal Wings is standing in front of them like a huge brick wall. And Troy, he's trying to negate the damage from the blue, but the Molotov, manages to avoid, just pixel perfect jump and manages to avoid the damage from the molly.
Stuck in between a rock and a hard place. It seems like Metal Wings, they've stopped Team Entity dead on their tracks. Where are they gonna go right now? Fang, of course, respecting the circle. It seems like Team Metal Wings, they've got that natural terrain to use as cover. But Metal Wings, they've lost a player already, and it seems like Entity Gaming are also going to be hot on their tails. Shots coming in from elsewhere, and even Amijod is going to bite the dust.
Metal Wings, the struggle for them, it's real right now. It's going to get worse and worse with every single second that goes by. Because as we were talking about their position, surrounded from every single direction. Even the entry inside the zone, it's going to be extremely difficult for them. But on the other side, we have the players of Team Soul who've managed to protect themselves. All 4 players still present and together in this game all of this time. And they haven't taken a lot of fights for themselves, sticking to their usual game plan. 4 eliminations on the board, looking for a few more now, as they have figured out the players from the side of 7 Shaw are right next to them. And while Neo, along with his teammates, are lining up the nades, 7 Shaw, they're looking to gain the advantage in terms of map control, but it's not really going to work out. Team Soul starting things off with a brilliant opening with the nades, but as soon as we find that opening, it's going to be Draven from the side of 7 Shaw, who retaliates in kind with Goblin knocked out. Akshat is going to fall next, and it's going to be down to Omega to help his team survive.
What a beautiful position coming in from Draven. I mean, nobody expected this high ground for this lad, and this man single-handedly destroyed Team Soul and their hopes. I kind of felt like the silent finishers were almost there in that situation to take down Team 7 Shows, but that was not the case. Slowly and steadily, it's going to be on Omega to try and resurrect the team. Only 3 first aid kits is all that he has, and I'm not really sure if he's going to survive for long.
He's definitely not going to survive for long, so you are right about that, but let's see. I mean, maybe he can secure a few extra finishes before he goes down. It's not a lot of work for him to pull off, actually. 7 Shaw down to their last 2 players. And I am pretty sure as well that Reckoning is going to make sure that these 2 players aren't going to be in this game for a long time. Draven already getting finished off, in fact. And it's going to be Omega from the side of Team Soul who gets that finish. So that extra point that they were looking for, they do have it in the end. And we're also down to the top 3 teams. Autobot still alive, looking quite solid with 3 players. On that southwestern edge, we have Reckoning towards the northern edge and 7 Shore towards the southeast. But guess what? Guess how many teams are inside the circle?
Only nobody.
Yeah, zero. Right now, zero. It's one man who has managed to find his way inside the zone. His two teammates are outside.
Yeah. I I think that's CV. But you know what the fun part is? I think Autobots have sort of been forced out by from their stronghold by Reckoning. And it seems like Autobots are trying to cope up right now. Of course, the circle shift is going to help them, but for how long is the question? Because as soon as they kind of step out of this compound, it's open terrains whatsoever, and that's one of the reasons why you see so many smoke clouds being deployed. And now it's RGE just going on a manhunt.
It's a 4v3 situation. Reckoning Esports against the players of Autobots, and Reckoning, they are not looking to back down. Look at the spread from this team. All four players pushing in tandem. Autobots not being allowed a single second to breathe. Skrills brings out that car to look for some cover, but it's not going to work out. The vehicle gets blown over to the other side. Skrill does manage to survive, but now Autobots have managed to bring this fight down to a 3v3. But even before they can capitalize on the advantage, it's going to be Immortal from the side of Reckoning Esports who finds their trade. And again, Reckoning sit there with a man advantage in their hand.
Autobots, they were being brave and they were being delivered the circle itself, but it seems like Reckoning, they're making noise and they're singing the songs of death, slowly proceeding, dancing across the circle. Just one man left to be dealt with, and it's Sirvi who has been dug 6 feet under. That's the finishing blow that they were looking for, and that is the winner chicken dinner that this team was looking out for. A very high sought after chicken dinner, but how beautifully executed.
It was beautiful as well, but I have to say I feel bad for Seer because the last shot we have of him is him getting hit with a stun and just sitting like this.
I mean, imagine, right, being in an open area like a Reckoning were from that point on, right, having the courage, having the nerves to actually throw a stun grenade against your opposition. It does take a lot of nerves and a lot of experience.
But to be fair, I don't think they had a lot of utility left to work
They
with.
just threw whatever they had. In the backpack, could have probably thrown a pan as well.
I think I think we might not have seen it, but they might have thrown a pan as well. Because we do see this in competitive games every single time, especially during the last fight. You throw whatever you have. Empty out everything. Throw whatever you are capable of throwing towards the opposition. Just make sure the other guy is not able to peek and is not able to take his shots. And that was the objective of Reckoning Esports. That is why that 4-man widespread was there. Because if one of them was shooting, the other man was on a reload, then they switch positions, then the guys in the middle start shooting one by one. So at any given point, the other team is trying to deal with pressure from at least one or two players. And in a formation like that, especially when you have the opposition pinned down in one shack, they have no escape.
Exactly. And I think that one player from Autobots did try a lot with the vehicle itself.
Skrills.
Could have been a game changer maybe had he survived with the vehicle, had he completely split Reckoning in two halves, but that did not happen.
Yeah, but welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. I keep enjoying that video, man.
Yeah.
That promo is so amazing.
I
Have you tried the spin yet?
To be honest, the Fool's Blessing,
Yeah.
it's called the Fool's Blessing because you need blessings for it.
Oh.
I haven't really been lucky in terms of getting something good. I've been looking in for the DP28, but I think you guys who are sitting and watching from the other side, you guys might actually have Lady Luck blessing you. Maybe. Wait, when I say Lady Luck, I do not mean to like draw parallels with Fool's Blessing and Lady Luck's Blessing. I did not mean
Hey, if you do get a drop, do let this man know. Make sure he's jealous of whatever you're receiving. So do go ahead inside the game. The reward section is going to be right there. Check it out. And again, if you receive something, let Salty know. Make him feel good.
That's not how you make someone feel good. Just, maybe you can let me know that you got to get a good skin, but get me some good skins as well. But anyways, we've talked a lot about good
Yeah.
cosmetics. I'm pretty sure I'm not the one with the best collection. I think you actually have a good collection yourself, especially your M24. You're actually good with the sniper rifles.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm good at in life with the bolt actions. That's it. But in this game, we did not see bolt action. We saw those assault rifles in action, and of course, it was the players' patience that I think was one of the big factors, because every single team we saw do well. You talk about God's Reign, who were able to secure decent finishes. Team Soul, they held back for so long. Autobots held back into those compounds for so long. Reckoning Esports were present towards that northeastern side, I don't know, God knows for how long, and they just kept their heads down. So this match, as much as Sanhok usually is about winning those 4v4s, protecting your position, this one was just about surviving. Survival instincts, if they kick in, you manage to find a safe spot, you win.
I think survival instincts definitely kicked in for God's Reign as well, but I'm sort of a little underwhelmed with the way they kind of proceeded at the fight against Team OGs, because I'm pretty sure that's not how they pushed, especially having played against international counterparts as well. I think God's Reign have much more experience and much more synergy to do better than that. But in this game, apart from that, I think there's been a lot more incidents happening, especially Team Soul and that debacle against Seven. Sure, Draven single-handedly just destroying the team.
Yeah, and what was weird about that fight was, as you mentioned, Team Soul also saw the players of the opposition from the side of Seven Shore actually cross towards that rock. They saw Draven cross over, and yet it felt like the entire team was completely unaware of where the man was shooting from. The only thing I can think of that can be the explanation for a position, for a moment like that, is just lack of communication in the heat of the moment, because Team Soul was also worried about shots coming in from the flank, or at least one of the teams actually trying to put pressure on them. Seven Shore was in front, so they're obviously going to be concerned about that fight. But again, in the heat of the moment, sometimes you are a little bit too focused on what you are doing. Even if you go down, you just let your teammates know, oh, I've gone down, but you do not necessarily communicate that this is the position where I got shot from, this is where the threat is from, and since all your teammates are along with you, they're going to be next.
Exactly, and I think they kind of secured decent number of points from this particular game. 5 finishes and not really a bad positioning. Couple that with the chicken which they had, but I think Team Soul are on the right track, but these micro mistakes which they are making, I think this is something which they have to fix along the way.
Plus, we haven't even gotten to the fun part of this tournament, the format, the bonus points. I want to see where all of these teams are going to be, what their standings are going to look like when this group ends their week, because that is when the bonus points are going to be handed out.
I think if I am not wrong, it's going to happen very, very soon. I mean, but anyways, we still have 2 more games left to go, and I'm sort of, to be honest, very excited, because right now we've seen Erangel, we've seen Miramar, we've seen Sanhok, right? And every single time the circle has played a big factor. The teams are looking very aggressive. The teams are looking very hot. The initial conversation which me and Arka were driving, whether all that roster shuffle is going to cause problems in team synergies, I think I haven't seen an inch of it.
Yeah, as of now, it has not been there. As of now, I think, and one of the reasons Arka also mentioned this as well, is because this time around, one thing that has happened is the rosters are being forced to play very specifically to around how the IGL wants to lead the team and how the IGL has led their previous lineups in the past. So it's the other 3 players that are being forced to tweak their play style, tweak their mentality. It's a much difficult execution to make in terms of when you're looking at the team rebuild aspect of the entire game. But if you can make it happen, especially with in a position like this where everything is just starting off fresh, you have this day 1 of this very big tournament, and you will have a lot of information by the end of the first week itself to work with. If you can make it happen, it is definitely going to give you a good reward in the end.
Good reward in the end, of course, but I'm pretty sure one player is going to have a very good reward, and that's going to be the title of MVP on the map of Sanhok. This time, it's going to be Gamla Boy from Team Entity. 6 finishes and 85, almost 86% finish contribution. Man has been single-handedly doing all the heavy lifting for his team.
Yeah, he has been. I mean, Gamla Boy was very incredible in this matchup. 6 eliminations, as you mentioned, 85.7% contribution. But every single time we see a player with this high of finish contribution, the question is, what were the teammates doing?
I mean, the entirety of Team Entity were in a very weird position right outside of Paradise Resort, where their focus was to get those finishes from that particular battle against, I believe, Blood Rose Esports. But, of course, they did not really prioritize the circle. Speaking of prioritizing the circle, it seems like even Ninja Jod, right, 5 finishes to his name. Man is still charging towards that MVP award that he's been doing for a while right now. Saf is still there, Goblin, and you've got Rico from Team Autobots.
Yeah, Rico and Autobots, I mean, this is also another team that we need to focus on. Let's look at the standings. 12 placement point, but still in that struggling of a position from that shack. They still did have 5 eliminations to their name. But of course, the winners of the game, Reckoning Esports, 9 eliminations secured, and I believe a lot of them came from that final top 5 fights, because before that, Reckoning Esports, they were taking their sweet time, a few points here, a few points there. They were collecting those finishes, but it was that final fight against the players of Seven Show and the players of Autobots from where they got majority of that chunk. And well, 24 points, that is a good start.
Absolutely. I mean, you also have 18 points from Seven Show, Autobot 17, Team Soul 13 points, not really a bad performance. But on the other side, it's not really a lot of good news, because Genix FM, who performed so brilliantly in the last game, in this one, just get completely whitewashed. OGs over there with just 1 point, and Redemption Crew with just 2 points. It looks a little lackluster, to be honest.
It does, to be honest. I do agree with you on that, because it's not just Genix FM or Road to Glory. Blood Rose Esports, they were doing so well in the map of Miramar when we saw them a few moments ago, but now it feels like they've completely failed. Gujarat Tigers on that 9th spot, finishing with just 4 points. With how that Wrangle game went for them, I mean, if you can lose one play and still manage to make it into the top 4, that is absolutely brilliant from a team like Gujarat Tigers, and that is usually what we expect, considering what the lineup actually is. But again, inconsistencies on the first day is something that's not necessarily something new we have seen from this team. I think we need to wait for a few more days to see exactly what is going through their heads, because today is all about testing the waters.
Testing the waters for sure, Johnny, but I think that is exactly where the problem lies, because this is not BMPS 2022, ladies and gentlemen. This is BMPS 2023. It's a ticking time bomb, Johnny. Every single game that you play, you keep a counter, you keep a check, because you only get 15 games to be top 16 out of 96 teams. How difficult is that?
You know what's even more difficult to do? To get this fool's blessing, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful Scarel. You still haven't gotten. I heard you were talking about DP a few moments ago when we saw when we saw this on our screens, right? And before that, I heard you were trying to 1v1 me.
Yeah, 1v1 you with the Scar, because I think I'm not ready enough to actually witness or actually hold this monster. It's so pretty, to be honest. Just look at the color combination. Look at how beautiful it looks in your arms. I'm pretty sure I am not worthy enough to grip. You know,
I'm not either. If you get it, if you go ahead inside of the game, go to the reward center, do make sure you're checking out the new RP that's going to be there. And of course, if you get one of these new skins, do make sure to let us know, because we might not be worthy, but you, my friend, you're going to be the worthy one. Just like being able to lift Thor's hammer.
Exactly, I was about to say that. And you know, it's always nice to just not be default. It's always nice to just have something different, to be a differentiating factor from your friend. Just like these pros are, they are playing at such a level where the pressure is so high. You know, speaking of pressure being high, I think the pressure is going to be very high for teams like Genix FM and Blood Rose. One good game and all of a sudden a downfall. How do you deal with something like that?
Genix FM, it's going to be a little bit more tougher than Blood Rose Esports, because Blood Rose Esports are yet to regain their old form in what we saw them in during the BGIS. Genix FM, though, it's a very drastic fall. Their game of Miramar was absolutely phenomenal, and 20 plus points coming in, even though it was a 3rd place finish for them. And from there, they just end up finishing last on that Sanhok. But still, that was a game that is done and dusted. Maybe they're going to try and bring themselves back when they play their next matches. But for now, as we move on to game number 4 of the day, we have a little bit of a switch, Salty.
Yes, we do have a little bit of a switch. Some new names coming up here as well. You've got Group 1 and Group 3 duking it out against each other. It's going to be Gladiators. You've got Team Megastars. You've got WSB, Great Esports, and all the other teams that we witnessed from Group 1. But from Group 3, this is a new addition. Now, they're only going to play, if I'm not mistaken, one game today. So it's going to be pretty interesting. No, they actually play the next match as well. Team X Park with some amazing addition in the form of Spray God. I want to find out how that actually shifts their gameplay. You've got Lucknow Giants, you've got THW, ORB Hydra with a new lineup coming in, and then you've got version 9. I'm very excited for this game, Johnny, because a lot of new fresh faces coming up.
Exactly, a lot of fresh faces combined with a few legacy teams, as you mentioned, X-Pac, Lucknow Giants. Those are going to be one of the few, in fact, two of the few legacy lineups. Then, of course, one more interesting name that I have to point out is going to be the side of Claw. We've seen these players in the past, and they were absolutely incredible. The most unorthodox team you could ever witness inside of the BGIS, but now we get to see them in action again.
I think you forgot one particular play. I think you've forgotten Lynch, Johnny. Lynch from ORB. I still remember man had about 15 or 16 finishes in just one game. Yeah, and I'm not really sure if that's going to happen once again, though, because that is a performance of a lifetime.
The only thing I'll say about Lynch, his 15 elimination in a single match record that he set, by the way, is... make sure you do it in the first game itself, because your teammates are motivated. The other teams fear you for the sake of their lives, because that time it happened in the very last game of the tournament that Lynch was playing in. And that is when we went all out. Imagine he played like that from game number 1. His teammates would have been so confident. The other teams would have feared for their lives while running into a fight against ORB, and you want the other teams to be afraid of you. But this is a new start this time around for the lads of ORB and for everyone else in this Pro Series. And maybe, you never know, he can turn his fate around this time.
Absolutely. I think there is a very nice opportunity. Just like you said, I think the platform is set, the stage is set as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to actually move to the cold lands. In about 20 seconds, we are going to be heading into the land of the snow. Of course, we've seen Vikendi pan out in a different manner, especially in the BGIS. It was notorious, it was infamous for being slow and the zones not really shrinking. Similar situation is going to happen, but teams, are they going to approach it differently?
I don't think so, if I'm being honest. It is Vikendi. It is how the map is supposed to be played. The map allows you to play for survival, and if that is the easiest approach you can take, why not go for it?
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the big bird once again is back on the skies. And this is going to be me, Salty, your pilot. Our journey, of course, does start from Milna and ends towards in the northern hemisphere of the map itself. A very straight line flight path which kind of heavily focuses on the left hand side of the map. Dobro Mesto might be a good drop location. Movatra might be a good drop location for you. Maybe Krichos, Zabava, Coal Mine, or even Mount Kresnik, as a matter of fact, might just be good drop locations. But I'm actually more concerned about the teams trying to go towards on the right hand side of the map itself. Cosmodrome, Podvosto, Cement Factory, even Castle, as a matter of fact, might just be tough drop locations for all of these teams. So far, I think, Arca, there might just be a new drop collision right on the lands of Vihar. You've got Team THW, you've got Team ORB in very close proximity.
You were speaking about several teams out there, and all of a sudden I realized that there's some big dogs fighting it over here.
Oh yes, for sure.
Because Gladiators, Megastars, WSB, all on one side, and then you have the side of Team X-Park, then you have Hydras as well. But before I speak further, there's a fight taking place where LGs versus the side of GR8. One of those teams which is liked by the casters out here are having a little bit of a trouble as they're getting washed off. And Lucknow Giants, they'll be wanting to finish things off on a good note.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rage God does really have the UMP, but not really a lot of bullets on that chamber. It's going to be Wraith, and of course, he's going to get taken down. Rage God, he only has 2 bullets in that backup chamber, but it's not going to be enough for him. Lucknow Giants, they've got their first 2 finishes, but what now? Great Esports, they've got 2 experienced players in the form of Daljeet, in the form of Slayer, who's still kind of hoping for the best. But are they aware of Dawn's positioning? That is going to be the question. It seems like they're not. And right now, Daljeet, so far, just completely out in the open, might just have spotted Dawn. And from the backlines, it's going to be someone else. So much damage being dished out. And Great Esports, they're in the middle of nowhere, Arca. This is just so disappointing and disheartening to see such experienced players going down in this fashion.
They're not counting the bullets as well, my friend. Oh, there is Prajwal putting down Slayer. This could be the opening they were looking out for, but Prajwal has not any kind of, helmet whatsoever, but that's not going to matter as Ghosty will be putting Daljit down, and very rarely have I seen Daljit getting taken off that easily.
I mean, there was nothing that he could potentially do, but look at this. Once again, there is another player, Zap, in the middle of nowhere, and even he's going to get taken down. We were talking about the cold dot atmosphere. We were talking about how Vikendi does end up panning a little bit slow as compared to the other maps, but it seems like this game has had a very rough start, has had a very aggressive start. Team T7S, a good early finish for them, a good early point secured. On the other side, an entire team has been wiped off Arca in the form of Great Esports. Not really a very happy outing for them on Vikendi.
I mean, I would say that they're not having such a great outing throughout the day itself if you see the way they've been playing. But yes, it's just that the format is in such a way it allows them to go in and rectify these small mistakes and come back stronger. But let's see that's going to be the case. WSB Raiden on the other side is now trying to grab all the attention of T7 so that it becomes easier for his teammate to somehow hit the shorelines and regroup with his teammates.
I think as a team as experienced as WSB sort of did not really experience somebody else encroaching their drop location, somebody else like T7S challenging them right from the get-go itself, and that is one of the reasons why I think Raiden had to move out of that situation. Zap in that fight was the sacrificial pawn, but what about now? Of course, we did see the circle pan out as well. It's sort of like a default circle which might end towards Krichos or maybe Goroka. But I really want to find out, why is WSB so split up? Why are the teammates just so away from each other? Because this is exactly what happens when you move away from your friends, right?
I mean, drop collision. They were not expecting a team to be landing right next to them. As soon as they saw it, the call came from the IGL to split, and they did not expect to actually, deviate so away from one another. Now they're facing a little bit of a wrath of all the teams out there who have got guns. But coming back, I would like to grab all your attentions towards the side of Team Xbar.
Okay.
The roster change which they have in the recent past has been amazing, if you ask me. You have Sarang coming in. You have Spray God coming in. One of those legends who's done amazingly well in the map of Miramar as well as in the map of Vikendi. Then you don't have Scout playing for them. That's the best part of it all. He's going to be just sitting it out and trying to, cheer for his teammates so that they can do much more better. I somewhere feel he's going to allow them to kind of get that synergy, but Rage God is just going to live up to his name, be as aggressive as possible. So probably if he had been a little more persistent, would have got a knock against Maximus, and he's still looking forward to be that pest against them as he can get that knock. All he has to do is just wait it out, predict where the player is, but ultimately since he's healed right now, I hope that Rage God has got the right kind of backup.
Of course, he does have that one nade to actually work with as well, and he's sort of found out where exactly the player is. The attempt was to damage the vehicle, but I'm pretty sure that's not really going to do a lot of harm. But looking at the radar and looking at the way Team Lucknow Giants are, forming themselves, are spreading themselves out, it seems like they're sort of backing away from this fight. They have had 4 early finishes in the form of Great Esports, so not really required for them to overextend against THW. And it seems like there is another presence in the form of ORB as well. Shots being fired, Lynch taking heavy fire damage, but in that situation, it seems like ORB could fly away in the vicinity.
Lucknow Giants. I mean, this is one team I'm a little surprised by their regression. I understand that the complete squad is well known for the regression, especially in the tournament of BJIS as well. They were keen in taking those fights whenever necessary, but the way they're starting things off over here is also a little bit shocking for me, if you ask.
Shocking for sure. But look at this. I think Sidhu's position might as well be a little shocking for Duo. I'm not really sure if Danav has that marked up, but Sky takes a lot of damage initially, and now Sidhu shows himself up, deals a little bit of damage, and gets back once again. I just hope they have all of their players in tandem working in this 4v4 fight. But also, there is another presence in the vicinity, and it's going to be Team Together Esports. I'm not really sure if version 9 are aware of their positioning. They are certainly not, as Popeye gets taken down. This is exactly what I was talking about. And as soon as that man goes down, Sidhu is also going to enter the compound himself, protecting from the shots coming in from TTE.
I hope Popeye gets revived and a can of spinach is going to be handed over, because it's not going to be easy for him to take those fights. But ultimately, these were the hooligans I was speaking about. It's going to be Team Xpark coming way too close towards the side of ORB Esports. And once they understood that there might be somebody in the vicinity over here, they immediately changed their positions, probably get away from that vicinity, find another place for themselves, because Goroka, all of a sudden, is kind of filled with teams.
Yeah, I mean, in Vikendi, this is kind of the format, right?
Yeah.
Wherever the circle does form, teams do tend to kind of huddle around that central part of the circle itself, because majority of the times we don't really tend to see the circle move away from its central position. So Goroka, since I said that it might just be a good position for all these teams, yes, there is a massive cluster, but we also have to talk about this cluster which is happening nearby Coal Mine, in between Coal Mine and Cosmodrome. You've got version 9, you've got Team Do or Die. Team TTE, thankfully, have actually moved past that particular situation. They did get that confirmation of the finish onto Popeye, and now even they are moving towards Goroka. Now, this is going to be an interesting fight if they do manage to fight against Team Xpark. I want to see what Spray God has to offer for Team Xpark.
One side is Team Xpark, on the other side is Gladiator Esports. Another team who really wants to make a statement out here. They need a chicken dinner. Before we speak further, right now we'll be looking at how Popeye might retaliate from this fight, as DOD coming in way too closer towards the side of V9. Sidhu trying to connect those shots. Danav has got that grenade in his hand. All he had to do is cook and make sure that he lands it through that window and get that knot against the side of V9. Avinash is going to be the person to do so. He's going to be lofting it upstairs when nobody's going to be home. But 50/50 minutes, Thompson. Trying to be a mafia, I understand. But with least number of bullets, if you try to do so, I don't think it's going to be easy for you to pull off a fight.
And this is what happens in early collisions, right? You don't really get the time to get yourself advanced weaponry, to get yourself enough ammunition to last the entirety of the game itself. And version 9 and Do or Die were engaged in this battle for quite a while right now, and it seems like it's not really happening anywhere. Of course, two finishes were being secured, one of them by TTE, one of them by Do or Die. And by the looks of it, it seems like Do or Die, they're prepared to actually charge up against version 9. Slowly and steadily, the invasion is going to come. So much influx of utility being thrown in, nades, smokes, to try and just flush out these players out in the open.
Obviously, it's the man advantage which is giving them the confidence. But yes, respecting the circle is going to be the top priority. 40 seconds left, and they know that, you know, in case they extend this fight too much, probably they might have troubles. Sidhu taunting the opponents, making sure that, you know, he tries to get a knock against them. Did he do the right thing? Does DOD now turn around, try to find an off angle against the side of V9, try to put them down, since they'll try to make it inside the circle from here on? That's the next big question.
Definitely, it's going to be the next big question. But for version 9, I think the retaliation effort has to be very, very high. They have to sort of pull off a page from Gujarat Tigers and their book, especially what they did on the map of Erangel, losing out 2 players early on, surviving with the 2 players, not only getting inside the top 5, but also getting a couple of finishes on board. But that is a very tough task. On the other side, look at the map itself. WSB is still very, very spread out, and T7S is still very hot on their tails. And now this is something which I'm not really a very big fan of. This situation for WSB, I've never really seen them so scrambled, Aka. What is wrong with this team?
As I said, probably they're coming up with a new kind of a strategy, trying to see how many first aids they can rake up, you know, trying to loot different compounds around that region so that they can go in for the heal battle just in case things go down south. But again, all these are just speculations. Looking how Raiden is committed to clear off the side of T7S, I don't think so that the other players of WSB will have time to go in and get those first aids. Making it inside the circle, prioritizing the circle is going to be their top priority. As I can see, Anuj and his teammate have already somehow been closer to the circle. But Gladiator Esports.
Gladiator Esports, right? I mean, this is a team you expect those early chicken dinners from. And I think this map, especially the map of Vikendi, kind of suits the way they play their game, because this team likes to stay safe majority of the circles. They will play the edge of the circle gameplay throughout the map's throughout different circles as well. And in the final circle, they all of a sudden start showing their true colors, just go all guns blazing. I think this is a strategy which does work on the map of Vikendi as well. But right now, they definitely are huddling close towards that region of Goroka. They have got a compound for themselves, but they're not really too close to action, so they definitely have that time to breathe.
One other thing about Gladiator Esports, which I used to love, is trying to take those fights in the mid phases of the game. So that, you know, in case they get finished off, they have that average 5 to 6 points through finishes and 1 or 2 placement points, which they'll be able to strike that average of 6 to 7 points in every single game, which right now I feel they're lacking. And I hope to see them take 1 or 2 fights because they have a very strong firepower. They proved themselves in BGIS, Delta PG, Shogun. They can do a 1v2, 1v3 against all the teams out there. We have Destro, who's always been the leader, who leads from the front and not by force. I still feel that, you know, we need to give them a little bit of a time, and then probably the true colors of Gladiators will come out in front of us.
That I'm pretty sure of, especially with the kind of confidence that they have. But they have one team right in front. That's going to be Team Hydra. A new look Team Hydra that we just saw announced in front of us. But we're yet to see this team perform. Starboy just trying to create that flank angle with that vehicle itself. But he will be extremely shut down, especially with the early shots coming in from Gladiators. Justin just trying to eye him out, trying to monitor his movements as much as closely possible, and shots being fired. Not a lot of damage being dealt towards Starboy, and instant retaliation coming in from Team Hydra.
I like the counter strategy coming in from the side of Team Hydra.
Yeah.
They were prepared for it. In case somebody shoots our player who's moving around as a scout, we're just going to make sure that we give him the right angle cover fires, and that is how he was able to survive that fight as well. With the next circle forming up, the third one, the circle of betrayal, probably is this time it's not going to call himself that, and it's just going to favor all these teams out there. The late rotators inside the circle are also going to be welcomed with open arms with a circle like this. But what's more important is to see how the next circle is going to play. The map of Vikendi is somehow different when it comes to the fourth circle.
Exactly right. I mean, this is how the circle sort of dictate the play. Even inside the fourth circle, you have so much space for all the 16 or the 15 teams out there that you can comfortably position yourself. Team Hydra has been constantly looking out for information, trying to create that virtual heat map on their head. And Starboy is the one who has been responsible for majority of those scouting missions. One of the reasons why he's been taking that additional bit of damage. Currently, he's still holding on to that western part of the circle itself, where I think Team T7S were trying to enter the circle from. Gatekeeping missions from Team Hydra very early on in this game. This is something which is very interesting. They're not prioritizing the center of the circle. Instead, they're trying to cut down rotations for other teams. Does this surprise you, especially for a new look lineup like this? They are trying to go in aggressive as soon as possible.
Now, what I feel is they're trying to stick to the circle which is closer to the blue zone. And with circles like this, we have seen before, the formation always happens somewhere closer to the blues itself. So they're trying to get that Tovar region or probably the Villa region itself, try to see if they can get a backstabbing scenario or fire coming in from 2-3 different directions so that they can be prepared for it. But yes, Spraygod and his teammate from the side of Hydra. There are 2 Spraygods, by the way.
There are 2 Spraygods.
Yeah, one from the side of X-Park and one from the side of Hydras. And I would want to see which amongst them are actually going to be named Spraygod by the end of this game.
I would love to see that that fight between Hydra and Team X-Park. Not because of the fact that they have got 2 Spraygods, but I also think they are sort of starting to look very similar to each other in the way they play, right? Hydra, initially they were holding the edge of the circle. They were trying to gatekeep the opposition. Team X-Park has been doing that very comfortably on the map of Vikendi for a long time right now. They don't really charge into compounds trying to ambush other teams. Instead, they would just prefer to stick to the shorelines, try and block other teams and their rotations. And it seems like Dreams is also doing exactly the same thing which Spraygod was doing. So I completely agree with your point, Arka. I think there is a great bit of similarity, and a 4v4 fight between these 2 teams is going to be very interesting. But for now, there is not going to be any fight happening, and this is the beauty of Vikendi. It does test your patience. It tests how patient you are in holding your compound, how patient you are in holding and preserving your resources till the final fight.
Speaking about resources, I would love to see which among these teams is actually planning for that heal battle. There were several teams which I've seen in the map of Vikendi who rely on those heal battles and somehow survive to be in the top 3. The podium finish has always given them ample amount of points to find that average. But yes, coming back to the topic we were discussing, Team X-Park, I feel this Team X-Park is much more stronger in comparison to the previous lineup. I know this is a blunt statement I'm trying to put forward over here, but the previous X-Park, I don't think so had any player who could take that mid-range battle like how Spraygod can, or probably Sarang can. I know Pukar was one of those players who could actually do it, but still, since he had that IGL responsibility over his shoulder, he couldn't commit himself to those mid-range battle. Dreams is always there for the close range battles. We know that Pukar is very, very strong when it comes to the close range as well. So, well-composed Team X-Park. We can expect them to perform much more better. They've been rewarded with a drop as well. So, a level 3 helmet in West. Now they can peek over a few horizons. They can take those peak shots as well. Even they get shot at, they can register the knock against the opponents. So let's see whether they'll continue to do so, because their rotation right now from the Goroka region towards the southern side on the western side of the map is going to be much more crucial, and I hope that Pukar is going to take them in that path less traveled.
I think they are going to be going the path less traveled, because that is what Team X-Park have been doing. That is what pioneer teams like Team X-Park have always been doing as well. And to be honest, in some ways, I also sort of agree with your opinion. Spraygod might just be a healthy addition. Depends on how he kind of gels up with Sarang, because Aditya and Sarang, this sort of became like the notorious duo in the community, and they had really great synergy, and that is the only thing which I'm worried about. Spraygod, if he can gel with Sarang really well, I think this team is going to be unstoppable.
Stand me corrected if I'm wrong. I think Sarang and Spraygod actually have performed before in the same team.
Maybe.
I mean,
I think
there's
we'll
been
have
so
to
much of roster shuffle lately that everybody have a question mark in their mind, apart from those hardcore fans who've been following them up close. But no matter what it is, it feels like Team X-Park has been playing according to the callouts of their IGL and have been performing phenomenally well, as Pukar is now going to be the scout, allowing his team to kind of, get into fights with the others, trying to get as many finishes as possible. But now it's going to be the side of TTE. Wants to get a little bit of an action, wants a little bit of V9 for themselves, and let's see whether they'll be able to register a knock or not.
Team Together Esports is also a very interesting topic, especially Para, BTC and Sevi plays, right? Initially, in the last season, when they were playing BGIs, they were playing from the lineup of CS Esports. Now they have switched their teams. Now they're playing in from TTE, and they've been doing so brilliantly well, especially for CS Esports right now. I feel for TTE as well, there's going to be some great performances coming in, especially with the kind of position that they're holding, just away from all the action. But look at where the circle is shift, and Team Claw right at the center of it all.
I mean, forget about Team Claw. Gladiator Esports, out of nowhere, the position they're holding is so perfect at this point of time. They can actually start assaulting all the teams out there. But again, coming back to the rotation of Team X-Park, seems to have backfired a little bit, with the circle shifting a little away from the predicted position. But I would still say that Team Megastars, the new lineup, the previous lineup of Team Mayavi, now being acquired by the side of Team Megastars. I just saw a small post from them while I was out there. But before I step further into it, there's going to be a knock and a finish against the side of Team V9, as finally the patience is going to be in the favor of TTE, as they've taken their time, they've understood when to strike, and when they've struck hard.
They absolutely have, right? And version 9 slowly suffering a slow death in that situation. But look at this from DOD. It's going to be a nade which just knocks himself over. I'm not really sure what just happened, but ORB, they are going to be thanking their gods. And now it comes in from Lynch as well. This is a perfect time for Team ORB to try and go on the assault. But from the back lines, it's going to be Avnish who finds 2 knocks for himself. Almost another one, and lovely performance from this team. Do or die. They are refusing to die in this particular fight. Another
another 1v1, but now it's gonna be Vision from Team ORB with the shotgun himself, just shooting down his opposition. Once again, the action does not stop, ladies and gentlemen. Team Together Esports are right now up against Team WSB, Arca.
Team WSB, it's got to be Raiden in the close range. He's got that deadly DBS. All he has to do is step out of his comfort and take those fights. Eventually gets shot at, immediately falls back. This is one of those DBS users who I love the most because he understands that he shouldn't extend too much. There it is. A grenade is going to be tossed in. The perfect counter strategy coming in from the side of TTE will be rewarded with 3 more finishes in the name, as it's going to be another team getting finished off. But what am I reading on the finish feed? I see the play zone is eating up the side of Team X-Pac.
It might just be, but look at this, legit from Team Megastars. Throwing in those nades, throwing in those utility. He knows exactly. He's heard the gunshots. He's heard the explosions as well. And now Thunder has closed in the distance. It's just Savvy Plays who is just holding on to his dear life by a sliver of HP. The smoke is disguising his presence. But for how long can he hold on to? It's a 1v1 against Thunder. And he finds the knock and the finish. This is good stuff from him. Will he be able to isolate every single fight? That's the question. But from the distance, it's going to be legit to put a full stop on his life.
Now, the way Megastars played, that was phenomenal. I do understand that they had to converge with numbers, not as a single player. If there was another person walking through that smoke, we could have seen another person get eliminated as well. But they've done the job. They've got this complete southern side of the map under their control. All they have to do is wait out for the others to get finished off and then continue their assault. But they've also lost one of their primary players when it comes to the side of Megastars. As I was saying, when I was sitting out in the previous game, I just saw a post from the side of Megastars telling that we are announcing our lineup over here, and from here on this team is going to be playing under our banner. So that means Team Mayavi is no more Team Mayavi, and there's not going to be anything as such.
Absolutely. But look at this, Gladiators once again just holding the northern part of the circle, just like you mentioned. They had a good position, but the circle apparently shifted. It's not really a big problem for them. They're just approximately about 150 meters away from it, but it's just the presence of ORB. Speaking of ORB, this was the fight that we were talking about. Do or die, they're going to be kicking themselves because Bhalu knocked himself over with the grenade itself, and that was the start of it all. That was the influx of version 9 players in that particular fight. But ORB, the way they have recovered from that fight, it's amazing. Even Thunder, as a matter of fact, shouldn't really have gone in with the greed of finding the finish himself.
Speak about greed, I'm able to see that it's going to be Hydra, so trying to spread around the topography, trying to take as many finishes as possible. They're going to be aiming their crosshairs towards the side of Gladiators, who are now coming to the center of the circle. I don't see any kind of knocks being registered, but what they're doing is they're taunting the bear, which is trying to get to, which is hibernating at this point of time. Puka far away with a beautiful grenade, gets a knock. Follow-up grenade also got another knock as well. So let's see what's going to happen next.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the radar. There are so many teams, so many colors. Even Aman, as a matter of fact, is trying to hold on, trying to blow up the tires of his vehicle. On the other side, Team X-Pac trying to make their presence felt from the back lines. It's going to be Vision once again. This man just comes in clutch, finishes off another team, and Team X-Pac, a fan favorite maybe inside of this lobby, they have been shown the exit door once again. Megastars, though, just holding long against Team 4 Troublemakers. For how long will they be able to stop them? Molotovs and nades and smokes inside of the compound itself to try and deny lines of sight, but no damage being dealt so far, really, Anka.
The circle betraying all these teams out there. Now the Gladiator Esports have a greater advantage against the side of Hydras. Will they be able to hold them back? But as of now, it's going to be Team Megastars who are on the receiving end of things. Legit and Cypher are the two men standing, still relying on throwables rather than pushing in. The strongest forte for them has to be the frontal battles which they take with that DBS. But are they ready to do so, as Sock will be coming in a bit more forward with that probably the grenade which was trying to cook at the last moment cancels it as well. So let's see what's going to happen next.
Oh no, legit. He was the last player who was still surviving. Megastars once again just being so lackluster in that fight. They had the advantage in terms of getting that first knock, but that was about it. When they charged in, when they invaded in, they went in blind, and that was not how you do things. On the other side of the circle, of course, Team THW just falling back, backtracking from this particular fight. They wanted to third-party Team 4TR, but it seems like they have been pushed back. A very good defense and a compound hold coming in from this team, but they have to exit it very quickly. 4 vehicles. In fact, they have 4 vehicles to try and rotate inside the circle and can also be used as pieces of cover when they actually enter the circle as well.
Gladiator Esports getting squashed from the center. Hydras will now push forward to get the prime position inside the circle. There were moments where I saw that Gladiator Esports were trying to hide themselves from the crosshairs of Hydra, but eventually got taken out.
Absolutely, but look at this team THW. Malik definitely had a line of sight on his arch nemesis in the form of Claw. Team Claw have been holding the central part of the circle for a very long time right now, and it seems like they've got the prime spot. And the outsiders in terms of 40R, they're being stopped. Aman all by himself. The shotgun has been doing magic for this lad, and it seems like he is just continuing his run of form. Only one player in the form of Suk just left in the back lines. He definitely has that ridge and the rock as pieces of cover, but for how long will he be able to hold his teams and their hopes?
Now this is where Hydra will be thanking their stars, will be thanking the patience. That rotation towards the side of Villa has paid them a very, very good way. All that hard work, and from here on, all they have to do is pick up those finishes and get that chicken dinner in their name. You were speaking about Lynch, who's going to be far away in the blues. I really want to know how many first aid this lad has got on himself, because if he's got more than 10, then it becomes easier for him. No, it's got to be less than 5, so hardly 5 to 6 minutes, or randomly 1 minute is what we'll be able to see him stay alive. But how many finishes can he pick up before that? As Starboy gets taken down, it's going to be Claw versus Hydra.
It will be Claw versus Hydra, and it seems like Claw, they have sort of been betrayed by the circle right now. Hydra, of course, just lying there in the back lines. Their Starboy has been picked off. But without their Starboy, can they shine as bright is going to be the question, as the sky, of course, and Vikendi just turns dark for them. Maybe Claw is going to be their arch nemesis. All 4 players standing strong right behind that fence, but still has to traverse these 50 meters, which might look like a few kilometers for them because it's an open terrain. It's not going to be easy.
Hydra, a successful revival might be the last thing which Claw was wanting. Now they're putting up smokes to make it inside the circle, making their pathway obvious. And in case Hydra is a little persistent to shoot through all these smokes, probably will have a greater advantage. Since they've made it inside the circle with a little bit of a hard cover, now the assault begins. They've got a knock against the side of Claw. Striking fear in their heart was the first priority for them, and it seems like they've done it successfully.
A guerrilla warfare breaks out, ladies and gentlemen. Dura OP just opening fire against Phoenix. Finds a knock for himself. Zeref in the backlines, just trying to heal battle against his arch nemesis. And Aman still holding on. It seems like Team Hydra, they're on a roll right now. Their confidence is inevitable, and their victory is unstoppable as well. PMWI-IGL in a 1v3 situation cooks up the nade, but that's not going to be enough. He's going to be eaten up and chewed up, left no crumbles. But 8 first-hit kids on Zeref, that's not really going to help him right now.
I'll tell you another factor which you're going to be shocked at. 13 to 14 finishes is what Hydra has got so far, and probably they'll be registering the final one as well. We were speaking about Team X-Park Spray God, but it seems like Hydra Spray God is going to be the new gods amongst them all, because he has done a great job. The DBS in the final circle has paid off well as well. 10 finishes is what they've got at last, and Hydras have done a great job so far.
I mean, their positioning in this entire game was absolutely brilliant. Right?
Yeah.
I kind of mentioned how Claw was sort of holding the central part of the circle, and they kind of had the advantage in the entire game.
Yeah.
But the way Hydra came in, when the circle shifted away from them, Claw were completely starstruck. I think they could not really decide on how to proceed inside the circle. They tried different strategies. Smokes, they tried to move in from cover to cover, but Hydra was just a stronger outfit, in spite of the fact that Starboy was taking down initially a 3v4 fight.
I mean, I still have to understand how come teams don't come up with one strategy, which I've seen long back from the side of Team Soul. I'm meaning to say the inception of Team Soul, where Mortal and his teammates were there. What they used to do is they used to not use the smoke as a cover for them to make it inside the circle, but rather use that smoke into the faces of the enemies so that the vision gets blocked and it's easier for them to maneuver and make sure they get in a bit more closer. I do understand the FPP comes into play, and somebody through the smokes will be able to detect you, but still it gives you a greater advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, that in itself was a very good idea, to be honest. I think if any of the players are hearing you, maybe they can
They can
utilize
try.
it in some other map. But of course, speaking of some things which you guys can also try and we can also try, is going to be the fact that there's a fool's blessing lucky spin which is happening, for which there's going to be a video which we have prepared for all you lovely people out there. So just go out there, watch this video, and let me explain to you how to actually participate after this.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक। हाँ, इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाट पूरी खाने को जा रहे करे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है।
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion. तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना।
Bolti Band. What is this supposed to be? Is it supposed to be like a way? I just spotted Mr. Ocean Sharma inside it. What is he doing in? Is he trying out his career in acting?
I don't know. As I said, the officials, especially Crafton, are very good in bringing out surprises. Johnny was telling that people might think that we know about the promos, but we actually don't.
Yeah,
We-
I thought
we-
it's gonna
we
be.
don't-
I thought it's gonna be something else completely.
Yeah, and we were thinking about the fool's blessing.
Uh-huh.
It seems like we are being blessed to be fools over here, because that one was a really good promo. And yeah, one of your favorite casters are also out there. And I hope that you guys can catch all that action on our socials as well. So immediately go check it out. Probably, tagging him will be a better option for you guys.
Absolutely. Just go follow all the socials. You are going to be updated as soon as Bolti Band comes out on your nearest screens. But of course, we are going to be talking about the highlights of this particular game. And it all started with Lucknow Giants just showing their wrath against this particular team, Great
Yeah.
Esports. And Great Esports, like, what really went wrong for this team? Went down without any fight?
I would say lack of resources. They got down to a compound where all four of them were just caught off in the
Yeah.
very same spot, and they had to share amongst them all. Probably that was the big mistake, but yes, that is for us to decide later. But this was one of the best grenades I saw from the side of Colonel, where he put down Zeref, and it became much more easier for them, but they couldn't capitalize from then on.
Couldn't capitalize from then on as well. And Team TTE, right, there were multiple third parties happening in this situation, and it seemed like Para BTC and Sevi Plays are going to stitch together a partnership in this one where they will be able to outshine Megastars, but that did not really happen. Even Team X-Park, as a matter of fact, we thought that playing the edge of the circle is going to benefit them, but when they actually tried to enter the circle from that northwestern counter, they were being countered very comfortably.
Yeah, the rotation fell a little short. Yes, Pukar did try to think out of the box, try to travel the path less traveled, but eventually got taken down. But Hydra, they have to thank their stars. Every single finish they got out there was written in their name. And also, let's not forget, the rotation towards that Villa region and trying to check out who's there around the Villa region actually paid them off really well. But one other team I would like to speak about over here has to be the side of Gladiator Esports. There was a circle where nobody was inside the circle, right? One side was Hydra, one side was Gladiator Esports, one side was, I think it was LG or somebody. And Gladiator Esports chose to go to the center of the circle in the open fields, which was a little bit shocking for me. And ultimately what happened after that? Hydras were able to finish them off in a snap of a finger.
Absolutely. I think this is what they sort of start specializing on, right? We talked about how Starboy was constantly rotating with his vehicle itself, trying to create that virtual heat map, trying to get information of where the teams are across the map, where the teams are stationed across the map. They use that little bit of piece of information, and when they saw that, all right, fine, this is a fight which we can take, this is a fight which is going to be advantageous for us. I think the rest of the players, especially Spray God, was just absolutely fantastic in just dishing out the damage and getting those victories, getting those 4v4 fights in their bag itself. And Hydra, this is just the start of a new legacy, it seems like, because this is a new lineup. This is possibly the first game that they've played, and they've done so beautifully. I'm not really sure if the next game is going to be a successive performance for them as well, but this is definitely a good start, Arka.
I would say that the confidence boost after a start like that will allow them to counter strategize and also take those frontal battles as quickly as possible. So they were not that aggressive compared to any other map. In the map of Vikendi, as you said, if somebody is able to adapt to that thin line between being a little bit defensive, then suddenly becoming aggressive and picking those fights, then that team will be successful. And Hydra was the best example for it.
They definitely were the best example of it. But what is the best example for Beauty, Arka? I mean, of course, I would have given your reference or maybe your Blazers reference, but I think you are being outshined by the Scarl, which is
Obviously.
appearing on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, just look at the color combination. Just look at how pretty it looks. I'm not really sure how pretty it would look when I equip it in my game, but I'm not even sure if I'm going to get it in my game as well. But I hope that you guys get it if you try and want to be different from your friends, if you want to have that little bit of an advantage, if you want to just flex against your friends that, all right, fine, I just have a good cosmetic inside the... I think this is going to be the perfect option for you.
Hopefully, we'll be able to see whether we'll be able to flex.
I mean, I'm not really sure if we are we are lucky enough that we are going to be securing that, but I'm pretty sure we're lucky enough. Why? Because we are going to witness one more game. Of course, Vikendi is done and dusted, but we started off the day with the map of Erangel. And I think it's always better to finish the day coming back at home. Erangel is the home ground for every single team out there, and I think they are going to be comfortable coming back and playing this map on the map of Erangel itself.
Now, for those two teams who will be playing this map, obviously they're going to be attacking their stars because they want to end in a very good note. For the other teams who have not performed in the previous maps, will have to go back to their drawing boards, sit and think as to what went wrong, because tomorrow is going to be a very crucial day for them, because 3 days is what the Team Blue has got for themselves. The first 3 days is the only time they have to put a lot of points on the overall standings and allow them to get the bonus points as well.
Yeah, speaking of the bonus points, I think a lot of teams, especially from the blue group, especially some big names in the form of, let's just put examples like Team X Park, as a matter of fact, didn't really put a lot of points on the board. And me and Johnny were discussing how the format is not really forgiving, and this format of BMPS 2023, it's merciless, right? You finish a game without a lot of points, I think you kind of lose out on a massive opportunity of getting that final slot. Of course, you can come back in the second week, get those bonus points as well, but you only have 15 games to perform, Arka.
It's both boon and a bane.
Yeah.
The boon is that, you'll be able to come back again, but the bane is this, that if you fall short just by those 5-6 points and some team grabs away those bonus points, is able to overcome your position, then probably you won't be there in the grand finals. We were speaking about the place, but I would request you to reveal the actual venue as to where this thing is going to take place.
I mean, speaking of the grand finals, it is going to be Ahmedabad. Everybody knows that it's going to be Ahmedabad. I think it's completely spread all over. I've been getting DMs as well that it's going to be Ahmedabad. I hope you're going to be there. But where in Ahmedabad, ladies and gentlemen? Let me just put it out there. Should I just announce it right now?
Come on, because our fans actually need it. Our viewers actually need it, so that they can start preparing for the days to come.
Alright, fine. It's gonna be Eka Arena, ladies and gentlemen, inside of Ahmedabad. It's a beautiful stadium, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna house thousands of you guys, and I can't wait to meet every single one. I'm pretty sure our lovely casters, Arka as well as Super Johnny, is also waiting to meet all of y'all.
Keeping my fingers crossed.
What is keeping your fingers crossed? I'm pretty sure. And all the players as well. I think the most important thing is for the players to keep their fingers crossed to qualify for the grand final so that they can meet their fans, of course. But that is a very long journey. That is going to happen on the 15th, 16th and the 17th of December. It's just the first day of BMPS. So let's just hold our horses. Let's just go from one game at a time. Like we were talking about it, just one more game to go. We've witnessed some crazy action throughout the day. I really want to, understand what's your favorite play so far, because I have mine. I'm gonna hold it for now. I want to know from you, and then I'm gonna tell you.
Goblin from Team Soul.
Not bad. Not bad.
Because he's been that person who has been assaulting. He's been the silent assaulter so far in both the lobbies. In the map of Erangel as well, he ended on a very good note, got the 2 finishes, and was able to, get that big chunk of that chicken dinner. But again, in the second map they played, again he was able to register some more knocks and finishes for himself. So why I bring in this name rather than any other who have got 6 to 7 finishes is because finally this team is able to compose themselves.
Yeah.
The fans were wanting them to play such a gameplay in the recent past, which they were failing to do so. But ultimately, from here on, we'll be able to see them actually do it.
Absolutely. I think this is a very important point which you actually put up. The fact that this team was. Everybody looks forward to this team perform, right?
Yeah.
They are one of the flag bearers for millions
Defending
out there.
champions.
Defending champions, of course. It's not a very easy title. We've seen in football quite often. I always refer to football whenever I'm commenting BGMI as well, because I feel it's sort of correlating, right?
Yeah.
In football, defending a title is the most difficult job for a
Yeah.
team to do, and I think for Team Seoul, they have got the pressure on their backs. They did manage to get themselves the right start, but to kind of carry that forward is going to be a very difficult job, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of a very difficult job, it's always carrying the responsibility of your team on your shoulders itself, and that is one of the
Yeah.
reasons why we award the MVP. For this game, it's going to be Hydra Starboy from Team Hydra itself with 5 finishes and 35.7% finish contribution. What do you have to say about him, Arka?
He did the assault. He was the person cleaning up and making sure that he gets that initial knock and also converting those knocks into finishes,
Yep.
which most of the players out there fail to do so. Especially Goblin, at several times I've seen him actually get those knocks, and eventually if his teams gets finished off, he'll be lagging behind in getting those knocks into finishes. So I'll be wanting to see people like Starboy, or people like even though Spray God, who was also there.
Yeah.
Even though Starboy was the person who was getting those knocks, it was Spray Boy clearing things off. Seeing the rest of his teammates as well, we're able to see that we have Duo as well from the side of Team Hydra, who is also catching up. Zerif did a great job when it comes to his close range battle before he got finished off with that grenade. Hell God as well as Vision as well. The final few moments where he ruined the game for most of the teams out there has got that valuable 3 points.
I think Vision out here is going to be the devil amongst all other teams. 3 finishes, but he wiped off 2 different teams, one of them being Team X Spark. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just transition onto the point standings and find out how many points were secured. And speaking about it, Team Hydra, what a mammoth game coming in from them. 14 finishes to go alongside 15 position points. 29 points, Arga.
I mean, that's what I said when I saw 10 finishes in total. I was like, wait, I can't be that wrong. 13 finishes is what I saw last, so 14 finishes is what they've got for themselves with a total of 15 points. You pointed it out, right? Since they've got the maximum chunk, the rest of the teams, especially from the 5th position and below, will be going down with just single digits or less than 5. Lucky that Lucknow Giants will have to thank for the finish points which they put up. They'll be getting an average of 6 even in this game as well. But yes, no other big names, and now I would like to see the bottom of the table as to where Gladiators, Team X Spark, all of these teams stand.
You know, the bottom of the table, of course, is going to be stacked. But speaking of stacked, I think Hydra majority finding all those finishes has sort of outshined the rest of the competition. You were talking about big names. You've got some big names. You've got Megastars. You've got Team X-Pac. You've got WSB. Gladiators all in the 9th to the 12th position. And then, of course, you've got Great Esports. Once again, a disappointing performance. Do or die as well. Just not really doing what's needed in this game.
Agreed. But again, the time is still not up for you guys. There's a lot more matches to go. Probably you would have played your first or the second game by now. You still have 12 to 13 more. Don't lose your composure, because consistency has always been the key. My co-casters have always been saying this from the BJIS itself, that you need to be consistent. There's a team which lifted up the trophy just being consistent and not getting those chicken dinners as well. I don't think so it's going to be hard for teams to do so. All they have to do is have their composure ready, and then everything follows.
You know, calm and composed nature is always a very trait of a champion, and it seems like you mentioned, right, Gladiators, winners of PGIS, I think that was one of their peak performances, and that was one of the reasons why they were so calm and composed. But changing our topic from this, I think in terms of firepower as well, BMPS has sort of seen these players rise from the asset and all of a sudden just display gun skill which we haven't really seen before. You talk about Team Seoul, you talk about the underdog teams like Genix FM, Blood Rose, you talk about Hydra Esports as well. They're not really scared from taking these fights against the opposition. I think this is a very healthy approach from all of these teams.
Yeah, and healthy approach for the beginning of a game like this, or the first day of BMPS to be specific. But still, it's not yet over. It's just, I would say, the story is yet to be written.
The story is yet to be written. And of course, to kind of write the last few lines of the first day of BMPS 2023, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have Group 3 and Group 6 duke it out amongst each other. The first team, of course, is going to be Team Xbox, Lucknow Giants, and the rest of the competition, THW, FFE, ORB, Claw, Hydra, V9. Hydra, of course, getting this chicken in. They're going to be feeling the confidence. They're going to be feeling themselves. But on the other side, they have some very capable teams in the form of UP50. Now, you've got to give it to UP50 for getting themselves that chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. You've got to give it to Team BR Titans as well for performing that brilliantly. Medal Esports as well. Their performance on the map of Miramar was not really all that bad. You've got Wingod as well, Arka. I want to know from you, just give me a prediction. What do you think who's going to win this one?
X-Park.
X-Park, huh?
I
Fan
mean,
favorite.
I
Man is wise.
I'm not being wise, but rather I would say they are the wounded lions.
Okay.
Because only the rotation went wrong and eventually they had to pay a very hefty price. So in the map of Erangel, I do believe they'll have a better rotation. And in case the rotation comes through, this is one of those well-composed teams who actually know if they have two men standing in the final circle, they can still pull it off. So that is why I'm giving them that element of doubt.
I think for Team X-Park to win, I think Sarang needs to return back to its absolute best. I still remember X-Park were at their prime when Sarang was hitting all his shots. In this one, we've just seen one game, to be honest. But I'll have to judge on the basis of that one game because we don't really have all that opportunity. We only have to judge with the few games that we have. And I think Sarang did not really look in the top form. Spraygod also needs to show his composure and his calm nature as well. So for Team X-Park, maybe there's a question mark. But I think, in my opinion, it might just be Medal Esports.
Medal Esports, the chances are high. These were my two, biggest bets, if you ask me. One was Team Xbox, one was Medal. But somewhere I feel that things can be a little different and we can expect one of those teams who have studied these two teams very well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to hit the skies as it's going to be the final map of the day. And it's going to be the map of Erangel. And what's more important for us to see is going to be which team is going to end the day one in a very, very good note, in a colorful way, as the flight path starting all the way from the side of Stolba, ending towards the side of Quarry. Now, this is the flight path which is still going to be challenging most of the teams out there. I know that there are several teams who are wanting to get to the to the ground first and try to put down the birds which are flying out in the sky. Now, speaking about the sky, my co-pilot has just changed, and now I have Johnny with me over here.
Yeah, apologies, I'm a little bit delayed. I thought I was supposed to get on the map as well along with the players, but no, I've been told to stay back because someone has to narrate the story, and this time it's going to be you and I, Arka.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had an interesting day one so far, and this is the last game of the day, so can't really wait to see what sort of action is going to unfold in front of our eyes. But starting right off the bat, it's clear to see we're off to a standard start. Medal taking control of Kamishki and Stalber. They're used to the cluster that drops down just south of them towards Yasnaya, Lipovka, Prison, and Stelter. But still, the circle of this game is going to be the thing that dictates the pace of the early game and the mid game. So that is a very key piece of information that we're waiting for.
The Georgopol region and the Yasnaya region are my 2 points of concern. I know the circle is going to be betraying everybody to the eastern side of the map, but still the point of contact as of what I can see right now is that Georgopol region. There it is. I was speaking about players who are going to be hitting the ground first, picking up those guns and trying to shoot down the birds in the air. It's going to be Rio who's got that opportunity. All he has to do is peek out from that window and see if somebody is still flying and get those shots since he's busy farming and getting the right kind of ammunition. It's going to be a blessing in disguise for the others as UK70 will now be footing themselves on the ground.
Yeah, and these two are just not the only teams that are present towards Yasnaya Poliana. There were 3 other teams that did drop quite close to the city, and here we have 2 of them, ladies and gentlemen, the side of Wengod, and of course, the one individual from the side of UK07, but we're going to talk about that in a bit as we have the first casualty of the game, and it's going to be Starboy, the star fragger from the previous map of Waken. He is going to be dropped by the players of GWL.
And also, the retaliation coming in from the side of Hydra is also pretty good. Spursh coming out in the open. He least realizes that he has a shotgun as well as a Thompson. He's coming out to save one of his teammates, but least does he realize that GW have a man advantage. They could have committed to this fight, taken down the other guy who's running out in the open, and then thought of falling back. But still, since the damage was already done, they didn't want to lose a player. They've got one finish in their name, which is a decent one. Far away, Claw is now getting into another action. It's going to be chased down, and also shots is going to be connected. And who is it? It's going to be Wingard. Avi, who's waiting it out. He's got that shotgun, opens it up at the final moment, gets that finishes as well. What a beautiful one. I was speaking about Avi right now. The man who can do magic for the side of Wingard has actually done it. The moment he just shifted that gun, I thought he failed, but it was a perfect one.
It wasn't just you. The moment he was there jumping out of the car with the M4, I thought, wait, what is this call? This can be an awkward decision, but instantly, as soon as his feet hit the ground, switches over to the shotgun, and it was just 2 pumps on the 2 players, and they were out. The wind knocked out of their lungs, but it was a very interesting moment because I believe Wingard weren't chasing the players of UK07.
I mean, I have to say this. I love the presence of mind of this single player because he knew that the shotgun will do the maximum damage in close range because there is no helmet and vest.
Yes. Early stage fight.
Yeah, early stage fight. So in case they had a helmet and vest, probably he wouldn't have chosen that gun. But ultimately, whatever he did it right. He has all foremen standing of his team. They'll have to thank God for doing it.
Yeah. You called him a man. I would say he turned into a savior, the messiah for his team in that fight. Because otherwise, we would have been praising the players of Wingard right now. Claw. Because Claw did very well for themselves. I mean, that push, the lineup, the players in the car, everything was just set up for them to win that fight. It was just Avi and the miracle in that one moment. The reason Wingard Esports is surviving. And also, I mean, UK07 is going to be the team that's going to be the happiest from that fight because now the pressure is not on them. They had all the attention focused upon them from the side of Wingard, and now Wingard, they got distracted. They were forced to take the position of Lipovka because to recover from that early fight, now they need to replenish the loot. They need to get that armor, helmet, heals as well. So they want to focus on their objective. That has left UK07 with complete control of Mansion just to themselves.
Now, one more thing about Claw, which I want to point out, is when I saw that player peeking out in that car and trying to take those shots, he was having a mini in his hand. And somewhere Claw underestimated that the opponents won't have a shotgun or an M4 and eventually had to pay a very hefty price. So this is a lesson which is learned the hard way.
Even with the mini man, I think it could have happened. I mean, 2 shots to the head, 1 to the body.
Yeah. Yeah, we are speaking about the Pro Series, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, see, if it was you, me, Salty, anyone, if it was one of us, I think it would be very difficult for us to make it happen. But it is the Pro Series. These players, their mechanics are the best.
Exactly. The best amongst the nation is over here. The 96 best amongst the 2000 is also playing over here. So when you consider all these odds, I still feel they're doing a great job. But yes, coming back to the circle itself, which we spoke very less about, the Southern Western Circle has always been so great that now I would want to see for teams, nobody dared to go towards the military base region, right? Nobody went to the Novorapnoi region. So that were the hot spots for you to get those loots. And also, the circle is also favoring a little bit of the southern island.
So in the recent days, there has been a thing that's been going on. I know the reason why no one's going to military island, right? Especially Novorapnoi. Because Medal, I mean, they used to like to go towards Novorapnoi. But in the last few days, I mean, I've been watching X-Pac and Medal elsewhere. And X-Pac, they have gotten this idea that Medal is a team that's quite easy for them to pick on, so they just keep dropping upon them, and they've been challenging them for that control for, well, at least the last few weeks. Hopefully this time around, maybe the switch up from the side of Medal is going to make them rethink their decision, and Medal can have their home ground back.
Now, there's another one which I would like to bring into argument, but as of now, we'll be looking at the fight taking place on our screens. GWL being a little persistent on taking down the players. The drop locations or the rotation clashes is what these teams want to capitalize on, which is not going to be easy. Now, making their way outside the circle, I understand it's still the first circle, but making your way outside the circle after you damage a team probably would be the wrong decision for you to do.
Yeah, definitely, and especially considering, like, at this point, there's a massive cluster of teams forming towards that eastern side.
Yeah.
Query, Gatka, Ferry Pier, all occupied by the early arrivers, but on our screens right now, we have the players of 5 Filter Esports, and they find themselves quite close to THW. EHW with a high ground advantage have spotted out the opposition, but the line of fire that they would want is not necessarily available to them. 5 filter, they have a lot of cover to work with, and they can hold that position for a good 5-10 minutes.
Let's
depending
see
on
whether
the circle.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see whether the circle is going to favor them to do so. But ultimately, coming back to Metal Esports, which we were speaking about, their
Yes.
drops being changed to Stolber, and then they have the military base.
Yeah.
Now, what do they do when the flight path is again the similar one to the northern side, and they have gladiators sitting in the same flight path? Because gladiators also have the same drop
Yeah.
locations, military
Yeah.
base and Kameshki. And if Metal Esports and gladiators meet at this position, I think now
Oh,
Metal
man.
Esports will have to find another place for themselves.
It's just at that point, if X-Pac, Gladiators, and Metal is there in the same game, then for Metal, it's just a roll of the dice. They're going to test
Yeah.
their luck. Drop towards Talbot Kameshki. If Gladiators drop clash them, then they know they have to pick the fight. There's no other option.
Yeah.
If not, then they have the control of that mountain hill. And if the zone is towards the eastern side as well, then, well, the stars are aligned for them. But in a situation like this, heading towards that southern island definitely does bring a lot of challenge. But talk about challenges, and we're going to have the next shift of the circle. This one is going to take us, well, nowhere, in fact. We're in the middle of Puchinki and Gatka. It's a central shift.
The
A
central
little bit
shift.
towards the northeast.
These are the kind of circle which gives me nightmares sometimes. Because in case the circle again shrinks and goes to that Gatka region where there's no hard compounds,
Yeah.
there are some dunes, you know, from where people can pop out of. There's some haystacks behind which you can hide, but still you're going to be vulnerable to all those throwables out there. A small high ground which is going to be the center of attraction for all these action to take place. I don't know. I don't like such circles, but still, for the assaulters out there, it's going to be a treat.
Me neither. I don't like these circle as well. They force you to rotate early, and you haven't. You forgot about one position towards Gatka. You talked about the trenches. They are horrible. The northern side of Gatka is even worse because you have the threat from the teams of Everest. But the trenches
Yeah.
are absolutely brutal to play from. If the zone moves away from you, the trenches can just turn into a valley of death for your entire
Yeah.
team. So easy for the opposition to line up the nades. But we know every single time it's western zone, it's all about those open compounds. Take
Yeah.
control of the small little squad houses that are present in the middle of nowhere. They give you a line of sight across the entire field. You can see the opposition coming. The only problem will arrive if the zone takes a drastic shift and you're forced to move out and someone knows that your team is there hiding either in a barn house or in a cluster of houses like this, because then they just mark the exits. They wait for you to abandon your cover, and as soon as you're out in the open thinking that, oh, we don't have any threat, anyone holding their angle towards us, you're instantly taking 2-3 shots to the body. Even if one of them connects to the head, it's going to be a massive chunk of damage that you take for no reason. Look at what just happened to Dawn. This
Yeah,
is exactly
exactly.
what I was talking about.
Even those spawn regions, you need to be very careful because there's going to be a lot of crosshairs looking in towards you. Dawn gets knocked out, but still not finished off. Could be a small ray of hope for his teammates to somehow counter-strategize against the side of Team 5 and then, you know, come in and take those fights. But it's not going to be easy because
Yeah.
this team, Troublemakers, they're well known in converting those knocks into finishes. Look at that. Through those pixels, he's trying to put the player down. But at the same time, they're clever enough not to step out because the crosshair is searching for the next person to come in for revival.
Yeah. Now that is just a bait that's been laid out, and if Lucknow Giants end up taking that bait, they might just lose not 1 but 2 or 3 players.
Yeah.
And as soon as the second man from the side of Lucknow Giant drops, we know ORB, they're just going to go for the push. Dawn, a Hail Mary attempt, trying to crawl slowly towards his teammate, is not going to make it, and I think even he knew what the players of ORB were thinking, so he just sacrificed himself for the greater good. That's how I'm going to put it.
This is one of those circles which forces teams to have those early finish points as well.
True.
Because if you have 4 to 5 finish points and you're stepping into a circle like this, even if you get finished off, you have that average. But if you do not have those finals, few finish points, then it's going to be a greater loss for you.
Oh, for sure. I mean, in a zone like this, you can't really rely on the placement points alone, but talk about points. We have X-Pac looking for a few of them. You see the players of GWL in the distance, the shots being lined up by the players, but none of them have connected. I believe the shots are hitting that US, but not the player itself. Zidar is going to be forced out of the vehicle. His rotation has been stopped, but luckily for him, his teammates were right behind him, so they're going to be there for a quick pickup, and the team is going to go along their merry way looking for cover.
Now, Team X Park, I know they did a lot of commotion from this corner of the map where UK-70 is not far away inside that hard compounds, and now they dare to go into the open fields as well. I'm not understanding what actually Pukara is trying to do with his teammates, you know, trying to push them to the fullest limit and see whether they can actually pull off wonders. But still, in case they don't land themselves in the perfect position in a circle like this, they might end up on a very bad note today.
I do agree with that. I mean, for X-Park, it's all going to be about gaining map control, or at least trying to gain a little bit of map control for themselves. Luckily for them, a few of the other teams have decided to push for the center a little bit quicker than they need to. But talk about things being quick, and it's going to be Nick extremely quickly securing the knock against the players of version 9. And now since GWL, they have the man advantage, the upper hand in this fight. What will their next move look like? That's going to be the question. The players of version 9 lined up in front of GWL. Sidhu, they're looking to finish him off with utility itself, even though I think they can just save the nades, try and bait the players of version 9 into overcommitting.
Yeah, this is what, you know, few of the teams still need to learn in the Pro Series. They need to wait it out. That patience and that resources which they're burning right now unwantedly is eventually going to give them another fighting chance in the later stages of the game. But yes, coming back, it's all about the greed of getting that knock and finish. As I was saying, with circle like this, you need to have finish points, and that is why they're ready to, you know, use those resources to the earliest time possible.
In a position like this, what do you think is going to be the best option for a team like version 9? They've just lost one of their man, and the pressure is still not relieved from their heads as THW showing up out of nowhere. Sakira is going to be the man finding the opening for his team, and I think version 9, they might just be out of options. Sandwich, Alien's going to be knocked out. Popeye back on his feet, but how long will he survive? That is the question. Utility lined up from Hellgard sees the last man inside the house, and that is exactly where his crate is going to be. It's going to be TSW wrapping things up. Version 9 eliminated from the game.
I mean, you were just asking me what are they supposed to do. I was about to say tuck your tails and run as far away as possible from this fight. But eventually, since they chose the hardest compound, which is nearest to those fight, now we'll have to pay a very, very hefty price, or already paid a hefty price. Sicaro had just 40/40 bullets, and now he's going to be getting a lot more with all those bodies lying around. But ladies and gentlemen, with the next circle coming up, things are going to turn much more interesting because we have still got all those big names alive and waiting for the right time to strike.
I mean, all of these teams that we were looking at were still out in the open, and there is a little bit of distance between them. But look at this. Pochinki, the main city, the highlight of the map of Erangel, and now it is going to be two different teams fighting for contest during the mid-game stages. We have the lads from the side of BR Titans who might have to take on the players of Hydra, and especially now that is going to be an unavoidable fight since both the teams are going to be forced outside of their city, and it's going to force them out into the open. Whoever takes control of that southern hill is going to turn out to be a king, and it seems like Fly Sports are going to be the first ones there.
I mean, Team X Park has always tried to push their luck with a hill like this next to Pochinki. I don't know how many times they've got eliminated trying to hold that position, but still this time they'll be looking forward to be a little more patient, try to hold on to that hard compound which they've got for themselves, expect the rest of the teams to actually fight it out and then come out in the open.
There's one more thing that's going to be extremely fun now in this game, Arka, and that's going to be mid-rotation collisions, because look at this. Already starting things off, it's going to be the players of UP50, and it's going to be KSR who finds the opening for themselves. But now Wingod against BR Titans. What just happened over here? Wingod going for a push, but it's going to be an absolute fail from there, and Pahadi is going to be dropped, but Skeleton from the backlines is going to look to wrap things up for his team. A 1v1 or 1v2 in fact. That did he just run through a Molotov trying to pick that fight?
No, he did not. It was a little bit from him, a little bit distant from him, but ultimately he did try to do his best. He was not aware of the two players who were coming in from his left side, but eventually all he had to do is walk into the jaws of death and get churned out. Avi has got 6 finishes for himself, and from here on they've got a very good position. All they have to do is pick up all those first aids of the other bodies and then try to survive for the longest time possible. Hydra on the other side, they were at the Pochinki region, somehow sent the side of BR to walk into the crosshairs of wins and then get finished off. Now, this rotation from Hydra is going to predict their future.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely critical. The main threat in their path has been cleared up for them. THW screens, they see 5 filters, and the players of UP50 are not too far away. They're still in these compounds. The sound of the vehicles Sakiro panicking a little bit. The shots do connect and it's going to be through the smokes. The THW find the opening. Nikki in the backline's knocked out. Just one last man, Zodiac, trying to decide the fate of his team. Sakiro with the AKM. The backup is going to be there and the jump shots do connect from the DPS. That was just brutal, man.
I mean, it was all about Sakiro trying to keep that attention towards him. And his teammate was like, you know, this is called a slaughter. Watch me. And he just jumped and pumped that into his head and got that finish as well. We were speaking about this taking place. Sarkar on the other side. What a connection that was with that DBS on a moving vehicle. Has done a little bit of a damage, using those cloud to survive for the longest time possible. Will be getting those finishes as well. It's going to be 2 finishes lying in front of him, which will be counted in the name of UP50. And Lucknow Giants in deep troubles as the last man standing now will be walking in closer towards the other teams who have a greater advantage of finishing him off.
Oh, but Ghosty is not going to take this beat down lying down with a nade. Does find the opening. It's a trade against the players of UP50, but I think that's all he's going to be able to accomplish. Tries to trace the spray onto Sarkar. Fails Sarkar a little bit quicker in that buggy of his. Does manage to make that escape, and the objective for UP50 I think is going to be to try and recover their players if possible. Sarkar needs to take care of Ghosty if he even dreams of getting close to Atlas, because as long as Ghosty is there, there is no way you're getting close to your teammate.
The circle, it's going to be blessed to one team, which is having the hard compound team, X-Park. I mean, Salty did ask me which is the team you think is going to get that chicken dinner. Let's see whether they're going to prove me right. As of now, Ghosty trying to survive for the longest time possible. He won't have any vehicles to make it inside, but also is allowing the side of UP50 to become stronger when it comes to the manpower, as the revivals will be coming through. It's going to be easy for them to hunt down the last man standing. They have to clear their backlines as well before they make it through. Sarkar with the vehicle will be going close towards Ghosty and then falling back inside the circle, whereas far away on the northern side, the last 2 players of Medal, or rather the last player of Medal, is now trying to make it inside the circle.
Lee Sports, Encore. Playing for the Encore for his team is going to be spotted out, I believe, by Lambo from the side of ORB Sports. And as we know, Encore, as you mentioned, is going to be the last player. Does find that extra point for the side of Medal. But is this going to be enough? I don't think so. Even if Encore gets taken out right now, it's just 1 point for placement, 2 for elimination, just 3-point game. Not going to be something the players of Medal are going to be happy about, but GWL, they're looking to take the fight against UK07, and UK07, they're down to their last player. It's not looking too good for them. The nade is going to dish out that extra bit of damage that Shubayu needs to secure that finish, and especially considering with this 3-1 split, they've basically sandwiched the entirety of UK07, because even if Shubayu goes down, he will be able to relay all of this information to his teammates, who can in turn make sure that UK07 is going to be wiped out from this game entirely. But from the distance, it's going to be the flank. In fact, the third party that results in Shubayu taking the damage. Oh, the ammo runs out.
Oh, but still he's got that deadly AKM, 27 bullets. He needs to recharge and then take the fight, because if he continues to assault with the same gun, I don't think so. He's going to have the other one ready, 15, 10, 9, and then finish things off. He's going to be prepared for the next fight as well, as he's got 3 finishes already. Smokes is going to be deployed. He's got a little bit of a cover to work things around. As UP50, he will be waiting to welcome him with open arms.
This is one of the most sacrificial plays I've seen an individual make. He's sacrificing his own presence, his own performance for the sake of his team, drawing all the attention from the opposition towards him so that his teammates have a little bit more breathing room to work with. But finally, Shubayu is going to be dropped down to the floor by the players of UP50. And with him going down, it's going to be extremely difficult for UP50 to make it any further inside of this game. Adnan and KSR, it's down to them.
Team X-Park, the only team to have hard compound for themselves. If not them, we have Medal Encore inside a small shack towards that high ground region. And there it is. The Lady Luck again kisses their forehead to give the circle in their favor. Now all they're going to do is concentrate their firepower towards the side of UP50. Let it be GWL, let it be Hydra will try to make it inside the circle. But the frontal battle between the side of Hydra and Team X-Park is something which I'll be expecting and waiting to witness.
It's not just you, it's me as well. I believe that fight is actually going to happen unless Hydra has something to do about it, because Hydra is also playing from the southern side of the map. And Surya has taken a lot of damage. It is from the players of Fly, who have the high ground
Oh,
advantage
he
to
should
work
have.
with. You should not have done anything. They already had the hit markers inside the smoke, man. Your position was compromised.
I mean, he had to just connect those shots. He was waiting for them to actually start off the fight and then try to, counter attack it. But eventually failed horribly as the northern side of the map right now, Vanguards, they're still alive. TMZ still alive. We've got one person black from the side of ORB as well. Team Xbox shouldn't extend themselves.
Yeah.
Because they've got the perfect spot. TMZ now looking forward for this fight against the side of Team Xbox. Wants to push in a bit more forward. Probably it's the shack which they're aiming at. Will be paying a very hefty price. One good grenade tossed in over here. Might say goodbye. And we can see somebody actually tossing it as well. It's going to be the Molotov which is going to be coming in. But will be going far, far away from Fury. And there it is. Spray God's grenade connects. And the knock is going to be finished as well.
Fury can actually right now relay the information about the players of X-Park overcommitting to lob that utility towards him. His teammates could have taken advantage of that, but that is not going to be the case. TMZ, they lose out on the man who got them inside the circle this time around, and Karnjot, along with Gauri, is looking to see if they can find the trade, but a massive blunder from the side of X-Park as Dreams ends up knocking himself out. This will allow the players of TMZ a little bit of a breathing room to work with. But talk about room to breathe. It seems like Wingard, they're going to be, well, the wind is going to be kicked out of their lungs and they're going to be eliminated from the game. We're down to the 16 players of this match.
Metal Esports Encore, none of those grenades actually made it inside, gives him a little bit of a breathing space. Now, the next grenade has landed perfectly and it's going to be finishing things off as it's going to be ORB getting the next best compound inside the circle for themselves. But the Molotov coming in, I mean, he's burning himself. One side, Dream is exploding himself.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening with the pros.
That was a little bit of an unfortunate moment. Exist, thinking, all right, the Molotov was perfect. But no! That one mistake is going to result in the last individual from the side of ORB being the reason that Fly Esports are out of this game.
I mean, troublemakers, they just lived up to their name. They waited for the right time to strike and they immediately put them down. You have to thank two players out here. One was from the side of KSR. Sarkar from far away put down a player. And then ORB finishing things off. It was a great thing for him to do. ORB peeking it out. The bait from the side of Guri is going to be, you know, the last thing you would want to do. But Sarang will be registering another one for himself. Team X-Park, as I said, the prime position for themselves from here on. All they have to do is just slowly make it inside the circle. Allow Blue to do the damage.
There is a legend. And this legend transcends countries, it transcends languages. You know what the legend is? That X marks the spot. And this time it marks the spot where the next shift is going to be. They've been in the center of the circle every single time. And right now they find themselves as the team guarding the southern edge. Every single other squad has to push through them. And X-Park is the only squad left with any cover inside the zone. This game needs to be their win. But there's going to be a mistake from their side as well. As Sarang is going to be dropped down to the floor. Puka needs to be careful with the push coming in from the side of Hydra. Sparsh, his armor is gone. Helmet is gone as well. His teammate gets dropped as well. Sparsh, the last man left standing. No throwables available. No healing utility. No armor. It's just him, the weapons in his hands, and a dream for the win, which is going to turn out into a nightmare as he's going to be finished off by Pukar.
Team X-Park ready to write history as the first team to get the final chicken dinner of the day. And also, they've done it in a great way.
Yeah.
TMZ, the rotation was absolutely phenomenal, if you ask me, because that final moment when they thought that they made the biggest mistake, somehow is able to survive. And this was the man, Guri, from far away, who was able to assault and get those finishes in his name. Adnan, with his final one, will be stepping out of cover. Now will be putting down Spray God. Will be trying to register the finishes as well. But it's got to be Guri who will be doing the damage. But Team X-Park will be standing on top, ladies and gentlemen. Will be getting that final winner chicken dinner of the day itself. And what's more special is how Team X-Park's rotation has worked out like a charm. This is what me and Salty were actually discussing previously. But yes, if not Miramar, it's Erangel in their name.
It's going to be one or the other game. I mean, Erangel is always going to be a standard map where all of the experienced players understand how they want to tackle the situation. But you and I were on the same page when we expected. All right, this is a gamble coming in from X-Pac, where towards stage 2 to stage 3, we saw them shift along the southern lines, move towards the eastern side of the zone, and it was a little bit of a gamble because while X-Pac thought differently from everyone else in the entire lobby, everyone else was pushing for the northern side, pushing for the central control. X-Pac stayed a little bit away, and it just worked out for them quite nicely.
I mean, Team X-Pac, one mistake which they changed, which they rectified, has paid them off very, very heavily, is that not prioritizing the Pochinki Hill.
Yes.
I know that Pukar always was in love with that Pochinki Hill and used to always go over there and trying to get that assault through, but eventually now hard compound and patience has paid off.
And you know what? There was one more reason why they did not take control of the Pochinki Hill, or they resisted the control of the Pochinki Hill. Because Fly Esports was the first team to arrive. Fly instantly just ran towards that hilltop as soon as the zone moved. And X-Pac just decided, all right, let's not take this fight right now. Because they knew there was going to be a team in Pochinki. And as soon as you're on top of that hill, you have this threat coming in from the southern side and from the teams pushing for that hill as well from the side of Pochinki. And they wanted to avoid that threat. They just stayed indoors. And one decision just changed everything.
Win God's supremacy with that shotgun is what we witnessed just a few seconds back. But this was the moment where we saw that, you know, Sakiro was just keeping Zodiac busy with that DBS, and then out of nowhere it's going to be Killmonger comes, jumps over that compound and gets that final finish.
Beatdown, man. That was a street fight beatdown, to be honest. 4 people just pushing that hard on one guy.
I mean, that shows that they were wanting that final finish, and that one single point is going to help them in a long way. But yes, GWL on the other side, they tried to survive for the longest time possible. You spoke about the sacrificial goat who turned out to be more than a goat, got 2 to 3 finishes in his name before getting taken down. But this one grenade from the side of Dreams could have actually, you know, put an end for the side of Team X-Pac. But ultimately, you have to give it to Pukar for holding his team back, for holding the horses well, because those 4 dark horses can do wonders. But Guri, oh my goodness, that pinpoint precise spray. I did not expect that to come through with a 4x.
Well. This was just day number 1, coming to a very interesting and a very intense end. But this has made me feel a little bit more excited about what the future is going to hold for us, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, day 2. Let me just put a small picture in front of you. Let me paint a small picture in front of you. Team X-Pac rectifies their mistake having 2 additional players. Tomorrow, Godlike is going to be playing. They have rectified with having one of the best IGLs to be coming into their lineup. So we'll like to see whether they'll go to the Giorgio region. Are they going to go for that Rozok place? Or are they going to be going to that Hacienda del Petron region?
Yeah.
Will Johnny finally be able to ride his Golden Mirado and, you know, go around showing off with the new IGL? I mean, there's a lot for the Godlike fans. And also, there are several other teams playing it out.
Exactly. There's still a lot of names that we have to witness, and the entire picture is still not unfolded in front of us. A lot of variables we still need to take into account, and this is just this group. We still have one more group, that is 48 more teams waiting for their turn to step into the matches.
But also, we have to just brush up a little bit on the format as to how things have turned out. We are able to see that, you know, 6 matches, 5 maps have been completed so far.
Yes.
And thankfully, we're able to see that one group has completed almost 3 games.
Exactly.
Or probably 2 games.
But one thing that you guys need to complete, ladies and gentlemen, is go inside the game and check out the reward section, because this beautiful Fool's Blessing, this Karel skin, is there available for you guys. All you have to do is spin and try to win. If you're lucky enough, you're going to win something. And if you're very lucky, you might get this Fool's Blessing for yourselves. And again, after you get that, tag Salty. Let him know. Let him know you already have the skin and he doesn't.
Yeah. He's one person who's been trying to, you know, get skins after skins, which is actually a very easy thing to do in the game of BGMI. If you're an eager fan who wants to, you know, make yourself unique and not be default.
Don't be default,
Yeah, this is the place to start off.
Exactly. This is the best place to start off. And as you mentioned, I mean, Crofton India, BGMI, always grateful. You have a lot of rewards that you can earn just by playing and completing missions inside of the game as well.
Yeah.
That is also something that you can go ahead and check out. And of course, I mean, if you grind inside of the game enough, you feel like you're good, we're going to see you here in the future maybe.
Oh, yes. I mean, there's a lot of teams out there. It all starts off with a dream.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you guys can also be one amongst. Just keep following the socials. Many open tournaments are also coming up. If not from the officials, it's, you know, I don't think so anybody else can actually pull off something like
We
this.
just we are just transitioning here from the biggest open tournament, official
Exactly.
tournament that we have ever had in this country, and this I'll include in all esports. I mean, that was one of the biggest events
Exactly.
that I had the honor of being a part of, and now the top teams from there competing over here. The amount of improvements that every single lineup
Yeah.
has shown is unfathomable. To be honest, I did not expect this level of improvement because, as we were talking about it during the game of Miramar as well, it's just small mistakes in calculation that are resulting in one team losing the fight
Yeah.
and the other team winning. Other than that, it feels like everyone is on the same page in terms of mechanical skills.
I mean, I would also want to see several other titles being challenged over here. One is the side of, one is MVP and also
yeah.
the best IGL, because this good addition which came in previously, we had the fan favorite. We all know that fan favorite will either go to few of the orgs out there, and we have the new favorites also building up.
Yeah.
But the best IGL coming in this time will be a great advantage, because in the recent past we were able to see that several orgs have created their teams around the IGL.
Yeah.
And I would see who's going to be lifting up that trophy.
Exactly. It's going to be very interesting to see how this entire story unfolds in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to follow this story, you know you have to follow our socials at Crafton India Esports.
Yeah.
And do make sure you follow them everywhere, because that is where you will always constantly get the updates. They're also very consistent in giving out information to our lovely viewers. But along with that, I mean, today has been extremely intense. I mean, you talk about game number 1 with Team Soul walking away the win. Miramar was an extremely chaotic game. I mean, the drop of pace was extremely intense. The few early fights we got to witness it. Reckoning Esports, their turnaround in that game was also something very impressive. The final 3 team, Gen X FM Marathas, I think that was one of the best performances. And after that, the performance on Vakendi, I believe, was a record-setting performance for the day. Highest point throughout the day, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
28.
almost. You can say that. But ultimately, as I said, once everything gets added, it seems like, that gets washed off.
Yeah,
so the overall standings will be giving us a very clear picture. But MVP of the previous game probably will be coming. We saw, right? Avi was one of the strong contenders. So let's see whether he's going to be the one. But Team X-Pac was also raking up a lot of finishers. So let's see who's going to be. As yes, it is going to be Avi from the side of Wingod. This was the moment where he shined hard and made sure that the opponents are going blind in his light.
I think that one moment pretty much secured him the MVP of the game, because had Vengod not survived that, they would not have been able to accomplish anything in that game. Their story, their journey for this last day, game of the day was already done. If Claw Esports had ended them off or finished them off in that one moment, Avi was the reason they survived, and Avi was the reason, I believe, they walked away with like 8 or 9 eliminations in the end.
And then we have certain different names. I know Black Orb was trying to survive for the longest time possible. It's got to be Orbe Esports. We had Troublemaker, the final Guri, who was able to put up some points. Spray God as well is going to be there. But the point standing is going to be inevitable in favor of Team X-Pac. It's going to be 8 finishes which they have raked up, which is almost equivalent to Fly, which you were referring to, the way they were able to assault from that high ground for themselves. 15 position points is going to make them unique amongst the table. 23 points in total. TMZ is going to follow up with 16 points. UP50 not far away. Is going to be getting 16 as well, equivalent to TMZ.
I'm very happy looking at how Fly did in this game, though, because a lot of these teams with that high ground advantage would actually get distracted and think, oh, we have the high ground. We don't have the circle, but maybe with the high ground we can try and run down the slope, try and take control. That is not going to happen. That is a bait by the other teams playing on the low ground to pull you down. And Fly, they needed to be aggressive the moment they took control of that high ground, try and capitalize on the placement finish points a little bit earlier in the game, and they did that phenomenally. 2 more teams that I would like to give props to. THW, they did very well for themselves, of course. Wingod was impressive.
Yeah, 9 finishes. They were the highest to take away,
Yeah.
THW. So let's see how well they'll be able to perform. Again, as I said, finish points is obviously going to give you that greater leap in the overall standing, which you don't expect. But yes, Lucknow Giants, UK70, Claw and F9 did not have such a great run when it comes to the final game, but the overall standing is just going to become a wake-up call for all these teams down below, whereas the teams on the top will have a little bit of a breather as they can stick on to their strategies. Probably, not, because it's an open book now.
Yeah, it is going to be an open book, but only for the 5 groups that we've seen.
Yeah.
That's it. Within this group as well, there's one subgroup that has not played the entire day.
Yeah,
We're going to see
that's going to be 4.
Yes.
Group number 4. Then they'll be playing 3 games straight tomorrow. So that's going to be a treat for all the fans out there.
Yeah, it's going to be a treat for us as well. And of course, a treat for the teams themselves because now they have the opportunity to build the momentum in a single day itself.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about the fact that, oh, if I miss out on the points from this game, I'm going to be sitting out the next one, then playing the one after that. If you have games lined up, make sure you're performing in all of them.
Yeah, hopefully. Consistency, which we were referring to from the get-go.
Yeah.
And let's see how things will turn out. But the overall standing is where my interest lies right now. As you were speaking, I was just trying to calculate and see, who stands where. One game X-Parker played well, the second one they did not. Team Soul performed well, and the second one they fell short. So there's not been one team which has actually performed consistently, as far as what I know. But in case they're going to be coming as a surprise on our screens anytime soon. But Johnny, if I have to ask you, how was your day for BMPS? Did teams meet your expectation, or did they cross your expectation?
They crossed my expectations. They have beaten them multiple of folds over. Because as I was saying earlier, I'm very impressed with the changes that have been made and how quickly all of these teams, every single squad that we've seen today, has made it work in just a matter of a few days. They've made those changes work. They've adapted. They've adjusted themselves. And they're not done yet. They're going to adjust on the fly as this Pro Series carries along. Because what you saw today was the brilliance of the IGLs and the brilliance of the players at their fundamentals. Because we haven't seen those unorthodox plays, those special, unique aspects, those teams X factors, as we like to call them, coming into action now, because those haven't been built yet.
Yeah, and also, again, since everybody knows each other's strategy, so it's the IGL trying to create a new one every single time in every single map, and then try to explain it to his team, and all the synergy is still going to be coming under question. And before the Pro Series, which we keep saying about the roster changes, and still teams are able to cope up to it, that's a bit shocking for me.
It is a little bit shocking, and I do agree with you on that, but I also have another follow-up question for you. Like, in a scenario like this where everyone else around you is making a change, there are a few teams who have decided not to go against this, just like our defending champions team Seoul. Who do you think holds the upper hand in terms of playing with mindsets or just taking to your guns, the teams coming with the changes? Because the other teams are not really going to be aware about their strats, or the team that has just held on to their lineup altogether.
The team which is doing the best homework will be the team which will be having an upper hand. It's not about the team which is holding back the same lineup or team which has got the new lineup. If they're not doing their homework, if they're not understanding about the strategies of the other teams, the drop locations, their circle rotations, if they're not working on these things, no matter what lineup you have, you still fail hard.
That is right on point, because it's all about constant improvements. But talk about improvements, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see how the points have improved for these teams, because we're going to have a look at the overall rankings after the end of day one. And here we go. And it's going to be Hydra leading the charge with 38 points. But Arka, you were right. The inconsistency in performance from everyone has resulted in the difference that we were expecting to not really be there. I mean, we have 38 dropping down to 36 from the side of Team Seoul. We have UP50 on the third with 35 points, and they're going to be tied up with 7. Show we're on the fourth position with 35 points as well, but no chicken dinners.
Oh yes, it's the finish points which is kind of giving me a little bit of shocks out here, because Big Brother Esports, we were expecting them to have the maximum number of finishes as the team before we started off. Reckoning as well, let it be Team X-Park, let it be Team Seoul, but ultimately it's the possession points which is keeping all of them up on the table. UP50 to be standing on the third position, the right kind of start for them on day one is going to help them retain this top spot for a really long time. But Hydra, in case they're done well in the map of Erangel, would have been the only team who have been consistent. 23 possession points speak for itself.
Yeah, Hydra, they had a wonderful opportunity, and they did kind of capitalize it by setting a record number for the day on the map of Weekendy. But apart from that, as you mentioned, had they been a little bit more consistent even in that one game of Erangel, they could have actually been ahead of the rest of the competition. On the first page, the one last thing I would like to mention, Entity Game. Like, the number of elimination points compared to the placement was quite drastic, but we have moved on to the second page. And over here, if I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised seeing one of the names on the second page. It has to be Medal, because Medal, in the last few days I've seen, it seems like the team has been extremely consistent. They've figured out how they want to play and how they want to stick to their guns, their playstyle. Even in the worst possible situations, the on-the-fly adaptations have looked good, but today wasn't really their day. 11 finishes, 8 placement points.
Yeah, 11 finishes is decent, but I would say it's the drops which they've selected which is actually, affecting their rotations as well. So since they're not able to place themselves perfectly inside the circle, they've placed themselves in the 12th position. But again, it's all about you being in the top 16 and getting your golden ticket into the grand finals. But this is the point where, I mean, God's Reign need to be concerned. 2 games, 11 finishes, and just 5 position points. A team which felt so strong before this.
Yeah.
All the third parties, if you see, they were always over there dominating.
You talk about the third parties, I want to talk about the big major event we just had before this.
Yeah.
The Invitational, and God's Reign was the team everyone's hopes and dreams were pinned on. And even now, I believe a lot of the fans still believe in the lineup. They still are going to be hopeful. And we can't be too harsh on them, Arka. I mean, it's just day one. They're just getting started. It's just 2 games, man.
I mean, yeah, that is how the Kings make themselves, right? I mean, Gladiators Esports and God's Reign, it seems like they're not starting off on a good note, and all of a sudden the rocket, just flies off and they're there on the top of the table. Gladiator Esports, again, 6 finishes with just 3 possession points in the 2 games they have played. It's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call for them, but we know the IGL is pretty hard on his team and he's going to be bouncing back really hard. So tomorrow's day is going to be pretty interesting if these guys are playing it out. But yes, Lucknow Giants, GWL, DOD and OGs, even though they made a little bit of a sound here and there, are going to find themselves in the bottoms.
Yeah, but now we are at the last page of the overall ranking. Just for today, this is going to be the last page because we still did not see Group 4 in action from this particular group. But over here, I think there aren't really surprises. The competition is extremely tough, and Great Esports, we saw them not having a great time. Redemption Crew was struggling in the middle of their fights. Version 9, we saw the wipeout had happened in this particular match as well. BR Titans, they are a little bit slow. BR Titans, I'm going to be hopeful for them. They still have a very slow, steady pace as far as the overall tournament is concerned. So I'm expecting them to kick things off during the later stages. Maybe day number 2 or day number 3 is when we're going to see them fighting on all cylinders. But ladies and gentlemen, Blind, Esports, Titans, Enigma, Silly Seal, FS, we're going to see all of these teams tomorrow in action.
Yeah. And also, the addition of S-Power back. He's gone back to his home, and Blind, I'm hoping to see some really good assault coming in from their side as well.
And you know what the best part is? There's another team. There's an undergod team, or a team that used to be an undergod team, but now since they are in the Pro Series, we're going to call them a Pro team.
Yeah.
Who can actually match Blind Esports in terms of raw aggression. That's Hindustan Gaming. It's a team,
HG, yes.
Yeah. We have seen them in action, and once this team starts firing, it becomes very difficult to stop them. But here's the other side of that story as well, that if their momentum does not kick off, then they start to struggle, and they struggle throughout the day.
I mean, they have a new addition as well, Harry coming in. So I would like to see how well he'll be able to cope up with the new team. And also, we are able to see that, I was having a word with the players, and I heard that few of the 2-finger players are trying to adapt to 4-finger and trying to see whether they'll be able to experiment things. So I'm wanting to see how HG will be able to perform. And again, HG from the old GOG and then coming to HG and then making the name for themselves is another example for you guys. If you're dreaming, dream big, and someday we'll be able to see you guys play over here and give you better tips and cast your games as well.
Yeah, I mean, tips, we're going to have to talk to the pro players and see what advice they give us. We're going to try them out, try and meet the guys over on the Hindi desk, and then see what works for us, and let you guys know as well. Although, I mean, it's going to be amazing to see how these changes that you are telling us about, I mean, because I have not heard of players switching literally their grip style middle of the tournament or just before the tournament to try it out.
I think it is something which they are trying to do from the last week. So it's going to take some time for them to get adapted to it. But the best part is they have a playing force sorted, and it's the others who are trying to experiment on things and learn new things. So I would want to see how that IGL over there, MJ, how he's going to be carrying out his team as well.
But overall, it was an exciting day one, and this is what it was all about, how things got off from the starting position. And now I think, as we were talking about it during the morning as well, every single teams that were not playing, they've definitely watched these 5 groups in action. They would have observed, all right, these are the mistakes people made on day number 1, and they're going to make their notes as well, see what all they need to avoid, see what's going through the heads of the other teams, because there will come a time eventually when all of the groups are going to be mixed together. Everyone's going to play against each other.
Yeah, that one point I would like to make it a little clear for our viewers. So after the first week is completed and where all the teams would have played 5 games, the overall standing is going to be coming up. and to that overall standing, bonus points are going to be rewarded. And if you guys have missed out what the bonus points are, you have our socials out there, so go check it out what the bonus points are going to be. After the bonus points is going to be added again, all the teams are going to be reshuffled according to what they're standing after the first week. The second week, it's not going to be the same groups. It's not going to be the same teams in the same groups. It's going to be reshuffled. Again, a new phase altogether, a new page altogether, and new chance for them to get those bonus points. And let me give you a small gist. The team to have the highest number of points is going to be rewarded to 25 bonus points. And that 25 points is going to be a big leap in the cumulative table.
Yeah, we always talk about how being consistent will get you to the top. Well, this time being consistent will also make sure that you stay on the top, because 25 points, that is a big difference maker, especially considering you only get 15 for a win in the game. You win the entire game and you get only 15 placement points. If you have a brilliant match, and that is double-digit finishes we are talking about. The worst you can do is 25 points. The best we have seen is 31, 32 points. Is the max we've ever seen on broadcast, but that is very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, agreed. Now, Johnny, before we end the day, I would like to ask you, which is the team which you felt was outstanding compared to the others, like which you did not expect and you saw them perform so well today?
I have to say, I mean, just from that last game, I enjoyed the run that was there from the side of UP50 as well. And of course, TMZ. There is an improvement from the side of TMZ, but still not something that will get them to the extreme top.
Yeah, the top 5 players of the day, where we have 7 show GOAT. We saw this man perform in the map of Miramar doing wonders. Gamla Boy as well. Ninja Jot. This was the only man. Just imagine 7 finishes is what God's Rain had got for themselves. 7 to 11. And Ninja Jot has put the maximum contribution by himself. Gen X, again, you saw this one man who was able to perform with 7 finishes. And Goblin, as I said, he's going to be one of those MVPs to watch out for.
I mean, he's definitely going to be a man that all eyes are going to be locked on. It's going to be him and Ninja Jot. But Insidious, this addition to the side of Gen X FM has been absolutely phenomenal today. And again, based on how the run has been for this team in the last few months, Gen X FM, they also have a lot of people rooting for them. The Fearless Marathas returning to their fearless form. Today, I did not see them afraid of running into fights. That was one thing I was a little bit more concerned about, because this is one of those teams that does not do well when they start taking a passive stand. This is a team that is built for team fights, and they do well in those team fights. And today, they did quite decent for themselves.
Yeah, for me personally, the team which actually stood out has to be the side of Hydra. Because the 2 games they played, both the teams, the rotation was perfect. It's just that in a map like Wrangle, when the circle is forming up in an open field, it's hard for you to get the only hard compound for yourself in case you're not prioritizing it in the beginning itself.
That is true.
Yeah, they were a little busy with other fights, due to which, Team X-Pac took away that hard compound for themselves. But still, this was one of the lineup which teams did, with other teams as well as the viewers, did not expect to perform this well on day 1.
Yeah, and of course, there was another phenomenal play that was made by Reckoning Esports and, of course, Autobots in the map of Sanok. That was, again, an incredible moment that we got to witness throughout the day. Autobots, I have to say, is another team that have been impressive, and I'm going to be hopeful for their future as well. But we still have to see what these teams are cooking, Arka, because we're just getting started. It was day 1, just 5 games.
Yeah, 96 teams, and if this is the story of the first few being played, just imagine what the others are preparing themselves for. And I'll tell you one thing, guys. If you don't find your favorites performing that well, don't be disappointed, because there's another team preparing themselves to be your next favorites. So hopefully that is what's going to be happening. But yes, Johnny, before we go further, there are several other aspects I would like to speak about. Where Gen X as well, even though they were not one of those teams who performed that well in the overall standings, you did see their name when it comes to the maximum MVP list. What do you have to say about them? Do you think the other players are also capable of bringing in more of these assault powers?
They are. We have seen that from the team in the past. This team, individually, the players are very skilled, but you know what happens when you're extremely new into the pro circuit, sometimes you get a little bit scared when you hear all that commotion. 20 people just fighting all around you, you get lost. You don't feel like you don't understand what you need to do, which team you need to prioritize. And I think Gen X FM, that development will only happen with time, but they also need to be extremely focused upon it. Like, this is that one element. in the midst of chaos is when they need to figure out how to handle the pressure. If it's a 4v4, they are quite decent in those. They know how to take control. They know how to deal with pressure. But it's the chaotic fights where they are getting third party. They are getting pushed from the distance. Someone taking shots from the distance. On Sanhok, it's very easy to line up spray through the windows just because of how the terrain is. On Miramar, you can line up shots across distance. So all of those aspects of the game where you don't necessarily see the opponent close to you, but you're still under threat. That is the one informative aspect of the game where Gen X FM can evolve a little bit more. But other than that, I do enjoy the team's matches. We see them pop off every now and then. Whenever it happens, it's a sight to behold.
I mean, to all these teams like HGG, Gen X and all those teams who are flourishing, one suggestion which from the casters will be coming your way is to make sure you stick together. I understand that the roster changes coming in from the big names because they've already experimented with every single team out there. They're concentrating on those pro players who can adapt on the go. Probably you guys won't be able to do it as these people are able to, and they're able to shuffle themselves and place themselves under all these players because they played together for a really long time. So hopefully we'll be able to see these big teams, pro teams, make it big by the end of this tournament itself.
Yeah, I would say just go for glory, man. I mean, just go for glory, go for those fights, go all in. It is the Pro Series after all. Yes, the game for glory, and you have to fight for that. If you're unable to win that fight, maybe in the next match you're going to have the opportunity. We did talk about how cutthroat this format is going to be compared to Season 1. I mean, just 15 games to qualify for the finals. Even the number of teams you have to compete against has gone up drastically. But still, this is what we expected with the stakes going high. So does this prize pool.
Oh, yes, agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys had a great entertainment over here. But since you guys are already enjoying, please do not be selfish. Make sure that you share it among your friends so that they can come in and join us tomorrow for all the action to be taking place. Johnny, any final words before you end the show yourself?
I don't think so. I think just tune in tomorrow to find out how the action is going to unfold along with us, ladies and gentlemen. But as he said, we're going to call it a day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until tomorrow, take care. Good night.